lórí YouTube.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Àní ẹ̀sùn lájú.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ọba bá gbé wúrẹ́.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn lájú.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Ijó ìgbádìyẹ.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn lájú.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o.
Maiyegun máa wí.
Àní ẹ̀sùn lájú.
Maiyegun ti dé.
Gómìnà.
Hello there. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. And good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. This is Maiyegun Live. Thank you so much, brethren, for joining me. And welcome to the Temple of Truth tonight. Please read the caption of this broadcast, which I believe you must have. Read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it. Share it. Invite your friends. Invite your not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today. And if you have done that already, thank you. So tonight, we are, we have this supposedly bad news of Doyin Okuigb, the obituary of Doyin Okuigb. Now, just a little bit of caveat, okay? In life, it is advised that you should do right by the people. When you have the chance of doing what is right, please do it, so that we don't have to come to your burial. You understand? And start lying about you. Oh, he's such a wonderful man. Oh, this is a great loss to honestly lies. I have been reading some of them, and I've also been reading the reactions of people to the news of the demise of Doyin Okuigb, one of Nigeria's kleptomaniac criminals, who tried, right, to rebrand during the time of the obedience. He did try to rebrand, but that didn't really end well, because the same Doyin Okuigb, who people are now kind of believe that misled the young people to believe that they could possibly, take their country back from the career criminals, drug dealers, human traffickers, treasury looters, and so on and so forth, only for him to turn around to call thiefnubu Jesus Christ. He actually called him that. So again, brethren, in life, you are advised to at least do the right thing when you are still alive. When I say right thing, right, we all know what is right and we all know what is wrong. And we know those who have been, who have been regularly the career criminals of that contraption, where, those who have contributed to whatever it is that the people of Nigeria are facing today. Everyone who has played that one role or the other, we know them. We know their names. We know where they are from. It is just that they are so lucky to have the gullible people, voluntary slaves, those who actually loved their own criminals differently. You get what I mean? So again, welcome back to the Temple of Truth tonight. I don't know. I look like I can't look like a babalawo. Let me put on my agbada. So again, please share this broadcast, okay? As you are sharing, inviting others, right? Just tell them that they should keep all of their emotions aside, because on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, no matter how kind of like uncomfortable the truth makes you, it will still be said. And if you are not going to, if you don't have the skin for it, if you don't have the stomach for it, you are advised not to watch Maiyegun. At least, maybe not tonight, or maybe not this hour. It's up to you. Okay? So, brethren, we shall start. It's going to be brief, okay? We shall start from that of the demise of Doyin Okuigb. Doyin Okuigb was, I'm going to be using words for him now. Was an old man, right? Who is also an ex-convict, by the way, that from nowhere, right, surfaced and said, oh, you know what? We could rescue this contraption. And the young people in Nigeria, the obedient to be precise, right, decided to forgive and forget all his own evil, Doyin Okuigb happened to be, Obankparo's advisor. He was a spokesperson for Obankparo. Then he also became a senior advisor to Egbere Jolantan. He was the one who once said that people should be grateful that they are being given locomotive trains. All right. That was when Egbere Jolantan was doing his own train refurbishment and what have you. Right. So when he came back and he said, Nigeria will be finished. He said Nigeria will be finished if APC should continue, referring to thiefnubu at the time. Then suddenly, right, I think he fell ill, right? Or he's been suffering it, underneath. So the bottom line is that there are those elders in that contraption, okay, that somehow their evil contribution to that contraption is the consequences of what people are reaping today in that place. Now, if you do know that you have a terminal sickness, which means you can die anytime, isn't that time for you to have what is called the do you call it recompense? There's something they call it in religion, where you just have to begin to try to be make up for all of your bad deeds, because your days are numbered. But the likes of Doyin Okuigb, who actually claimed to also be a Christian, by the way, do not subscribe or did not subscribe to that, that line of thought. To them, it is always about the highest bidder. Some said they used a compromise on him. That was why he suddenly just reversed his position. And others said, no, you don't know him. He is a born criminal. He has a career in it. Even as corrupt as Nigeria is, as corrupt as their system is, they still manage to jail him. He's an ex-convict too. So his escapade in the last 6 months, is not the type to show that a man who is dying or a man who was dying, right, have any kind of a regret of all his actions whatsoever. He doubled down. He called thiefnubu, he said thiefnubu has taken decisions. This is a twist now. This is like a turn, a switch that shocked so many people who initially were warned that this guy is a criminal. There are many like him. Criminals also grow old, okay? Foolish people grow old. Criminals grow old too. And like I said from the beginning, do right by the people. Do what is right, so that we don't have to come to your funeral, okay, and begin to lie. A lot of his own friends are possibly lying right now. Oh, he's such a wonderful man. He's this or that. So the last 2 years of thiefnubu has brought untoward, unimaginable hardship upon the people of that contraption, like Nigeria. But somehow, the level of propaganda that they have been pushing, right, the one that will continue to confuse you, not to convince you, confuse you, if maybe you are the problem, or maybe you are so blind that you can't see how Nigeria has improved, that you are only seeing how Nigeria has sunk. This propaganda that they are pushing, it actually works on some people. Some said it is gaslighting, okay, where you are not expected, okay, to point out the evil of this thiefnubu's regime. You are not expected, okay, to be outspoken, speak out so loudly about this, thiefnubu's kleptomaniac, directionless regime. In fact, you should be grateful, like they told you then, that you should be grateful that Bokuwari was your president. Now, I do not have any tiny bit of whatsoever sympathy for Doyin Okuigbe. He is dead now. But my own concern is this. He knew that he was dying. He knew. Which means he had no real soul, okay, to start with, put it that way. Then secondly, what he was doing when he was with Obasanjo and then Jolantan, that actually got him convicted of, looting, of fraud, stealing, all right? And then the effort to try to want to rebrand via you, the obedient, which also backfired. So somebody who know or who knew that he was dying, I mean, it will be at a time where you probably will live the rest of your life being honest, transparent, and sincere at that age. Doyin Okuigbe was neither of that, none of that. In fact, some said that maybe because he had this terminal sickness, cancer, that he was dying, that maybe thiefnubu and co promised him, probably he was broke. I'm kind of like just speaking in third party now. Sure, you get what people are like, comment of people like, what could have prompted a dying man, right, to decide to become a mouthpiece, free of charge, maybe, like the mouthpiece to further help gaslight the citizens who are speaking up, standing up against the brutality, the impunity, the corruption of the APC. Like, why would you, in this God's earth, why would you join the bandwagon of those to help thiefnubu lie to the people, gaslight them? It is a question that even Doyin Okuigbe, who is dead now, can't answer. But there are many Doyin Okuigbes in their 50s, in their 60s, suffering, smiling, but at the same time, looking forward to getting called to the table for whatever the crumbs it is that they have to share. Doyin Okuigbe died just a few days to his 74th birthday. He's not a young man. So I have a lot of questions, and I know I will never get answers to them. But what was he thinking when he went on channels and said this?
No administration in Nigeria has ever beaten the bullet that Bola Tinubu beat. Nobody. Because for the past 20 years, everybody has been dodging the ball, dodging the bullet. The issue of fuel subsidy during campaign, everybody agreed that it must go. It was wasteful spending, and they say that Bola Tinubu, without thinking, on the day of inauguration, he announced it. If he did not announce it, he would never have been able to do it. Because if he says, oh, we're going to remove fuel subsidy, but we're going to do it, if he didn't on that day, he would never have been able to do it, and he would have been forced by labor, by media, by opposition, by students, and all sorts of people, and, with the fear of the hardship and the pain we're going to go through and all that, he would never have been able to do it. And yet somebody, it's like, I always, I'm an evangelist now, I must say, this in heaven, when God was saying, who is going to go for us? That is somebody has to come and be crucified for the world. And Jesus Christ said, send me. That's what Bola Tinubu has done. He has sent himself into this quagmire, into this doldrum, into this financial and economic disaster that was on ground before he came. He's just trying to find his way out. Do you understand my point?
When Jesus came down, he died and he rose. He was able to conquer death.
That's Savior of the world.
Yes.
But is not Savior of the world.
Do you think that he will be able to rise? Do you think he will be able? I'm talking about Mr. President Tinubu right now. Do you think he will make it out of this?
Let me share an example. Let me tell you, I know people are going to say I'm saying something. There's nothing wrong in saying something nice about somebody you know. Let me tell you something I've not shared before. And it's not even surprising. On the 21st of March in 2022, I put up, I was at that time running for president myself under PDP, if you remember. And I said, if Bola Tinubu wins, I never gave him a chance. If Bola Tinubu wins the primaries, that he will do well, and that he was perhaps going to be the second best person to me. That's what I said. But you know, that's because I know the gentleman. I have had, you know, so many years ago, maybe about, I've not seen Bola Tinubu now in 7 years. I've not set my eyes on him. Maybe I spoke to him about 5 years ago on telephone. That's all. But what I'm saying is this: one day in Bodinon, on a Saturday morning, I drove by his house, and by strange coincidence, there was nobody in the house. It was just him in his 90. So we went in. We spoke for 3 hours. That was the day I changed my mind about Bola Tinubu. He told me, and he showed me the master plan for Lagos. And he said, Doyin, I said, yeah. He said, if we put a goat as governor, from now for the next 25 years, nothing but progress will happen to Lagos. I said, how? He then showed me so many things. That was when he showed me the 4th Mainland Bridge, the airport at Lekki, the Lekki Free Trade Zone, you know, the marina. What they planned for marina, they have not even done that. It's going to be like Paris, where all the ground floor of shops will be shops, and then there will be living quarters upstairs and all that. So I asked him, I said, if you are this good, you know, and you say, Yar'Adua is your friend, why didn't you just even advise him? He said, just wait. He went upstairs. As I'm speaking to you, I speak to you as a Christian. He went upstairs, brought, I remember, a red flat suitcase, a briefcase. He opened it and brought a 25-page document addressed to Yar'Adua on what he thinks the president should do. And I went through it. And, you know, I marveled. This man is a political maverick. If he's given encouragement and allowed to do what he's doing, I don't have proof. It's not scientific. But I have a gut feeling that he will succeed.
Why didn't you campaign for him instead of Peter Obi?
I never believed that, number one, he was APC. You know, and APC and I have a running battle. That's why they convicted me. I never believed in APC. And I didn't think, I knew what was going on. I did not see Bola Tinubu. I mean, his party was against him. The president was against him. His protege, VP, was against him. The Senate president then ran against him. So everything except God was against him. So I didn't see him as somebody who was going to win the primaries.
You didn't think Tinubu was going to win the APC primaries?
I never thought so.
When he won the primaries and became the candidate of the APC,
then I knew there was trouble. Because I know him. I knew there was trouble. Bola Tinubu is dogged, he's rich, and purposeful. I knew he would fight.
APC is under new management right now. You could join the APC. Do you belong to any political party right now?
I don't belong to a political party now. I have gone beyond joining political parties. I've done my bit.
Well, you could be a statesman in the party, help them steer.
I don't have to be in the party. I'm a statesman. I can.
And to hell with him. Somebody said, may his soul rest here in peace. Okay. I say, may, if he has any, because he doesn't really have any soul. If there is hell, may his soul burn in hell. There is no master plan for Lagos. You see all those things he said there, right? They were pure nonsense to start with. It is part of what they have actually been pushing out for years about thiefnubu. Let's start with that subsidy removal. Everyone during their Charade election, everyone believes that the subsidy payments in Nigeria should be looked into because it's mostly corruption. And among the contenders, like Doyin Okuigbe, said in there, okay, it was a thiefnubu who actually, during his own campaign, told people in Ogun State, right, that whatever it is that people were paying on petroleum at the time, if he becomes your president, Akpabiole, what does that mean?
Wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ epo àwọn á di 200 á di bàbá. Ẹ fọkàn balẹ̀, Akpabiole. Ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀, ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀, ẹ lọ fọkàn balẹ̀.
That is contrary to what Doyin Okuigb said. I remember, this is also fact, okay? I remember that Obi, when he was asked about this your subsidy or no subsidy, what did he say? He said subsidy would have to go, but it will have to go in stages, which means you start removing it in parts so that you deal with the corruption within it until you have an alternative, a way to cushion the effect of the outright removal. You do not have to remove the subsidy straight up. That was clear. But thiefnubu had no real clarity, right? Other than just, it didn't even make any real promise per se. It did not. Okay? So he woke up, he didn't wake up. Well, I can say he woke up, right? So he was sworn in, and the first thing he said was that subsidy was gone. And immediately, the Nigerian economy tanked. Talking about, I was driving through Bodilon, and I just said, oh, let me just check him. Let me check if this guy is at home. That's what he said, that madman. He said, oh, let me check if he's at home. So when I check, and in Bodilon, so when I get, it was the only person at home. He was in his pajamas, right? And he just took me upstairs, and he said, Doyin, see, this is Lagos master plan. We are going to build Fourth Mainland Bridge. We are going to build this, that. There's nothing like that. Before thiefnubu became the governor of Lagos State had, this is in the past tense now, Lagos State had public running water. In our own house, in Elupeju, we had public running water. Before you now have this generator economy, borehole economy that you are now running now, right? We used to have the drinking public water in Lagos. So their master plan, and if you go check very well as well, during the thiefnubu's time as your governor, where all they did was just like Jeunsoke, Jeunsapo, just whatever you can take, you know, Babati Sobeka, Jeunsoke, you know that time, and then in the midway, they had their fashola, and they started talking about Lagos master plan. Nobody has seen it. It doesn't exist. Today, Lagos is one of the dirtiest states in the whole world. Dirtiest concentration of people in the whole world. Lagos, even though it's very rich, because the IGR economy, the rent-seeking economy, just take and take from people, can actually make you very rich in this regard. So somebody who has a plan for a country, all right, using other conjectures and other nonsense they put together to make you feel like there is this wonderment going on in the Lagos mega city. 2 years down the line, Nigeria Naira is tanked. Nigeria economy tanked. Unemployment at the highest. Abilobi so? And for 2 years, thiefnubu has been able physically to attract $30 million for the giants of Africa. So, Doyin Okuigb, for some reason, all right, at that time, that he knows that he is dying. You would expect somebody like that. Number one, he is an old guy. Number two, he had a terminal sickness that he was going to die. And then number three, he deceived millions of young people, making them believe that they could save this contraption, Nigeria, by getting them to jump up, participate in a charade to validate the charade called election. So only for him to dump all of that for an ass-licking job, that you kind of have to be like, you sure say this person gets sold? No, I don't think so. He never had one. So wherever Doyin Okuigbe is right now, if there is hell, he should, right, enjoy it and burn. And that's what we're going to say about so many other people whose actions, inactions, participation, contribution towards the destruction of this contraption. That's what we're going to say about all of them, every one of them. So do right by the people. Again, do right by the people so that they don't have to lie at your funeral, at your burial. You don't have to lie about me. Like, for example, now, if you see the Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, those ones who are now the emergency lovers of Nigeria, now they love Nigeria because of thiefnubu. So you get now. So these Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, if I die, they don't have to come to my burial and lie. They will just say we disagreed with him so much because he never stopped berating our revered criminal leaders. That's all. Do right by the people. Do what is right so that when you die, we don't have to come to your burial, to your funeral, and begin to lie. Oh, he's such a wonderful man. He's a great Nigerian. He worked so well for this country. He contributed greatly. Oh, we are going to miss him. Lies. Go and read some of these obituaries that people are going to be putting out for Doyin Okuigbe. Omo will leave that and go to the next thing. Remi Werepe. Rats. That is Remi Ahmed thiefnubu, which is your first, your vex. I kind of prefer to call her vex lady. Your vex lady. Steve, thank you very much for that, your super chat, by the way. Thank you. So the ongoing brouhaha, the ongoing bullying, political bullying, as well as the abuse of power, coordinated sort of defense for a sex offender. That is the Akpabiole and his gang. Now you have this different coordinated media sort of campaign to make you believe that, you know what, we are not going to do any investigation because they are not going to do any investigation. Okay? Natasha accused Akpabiole of sexual assault, sexual harassment. At the same time, accused him of abuse of power. Now, there is a committee in their National Assembly, right, that is saddled with the responsibility of verifying all of that, whether they are true or not. Investigate it, report back, punish those considered to have heard. But they don't do that. They decided that the person who raised an alarm must be punished, and then a campaign of calumny should be launched in order to protect this Akpabiole. Remi Werepe was asked. She's a woman. She was a senator herself, right? So the idea of women supporting women seems to have been seems to kind of be like alien to the contraption, and it's understandable. Women in the Senate chooses to side with the men. Great. Then the vex lady. As we currently have different women groups speaking up, trying to push, like, this is not right. This is pure bullying. Okay? Like, everybody will be interested in how this plays out. Okay? Like, is she lying? There must be a mechanism, a system to detect that. Not all these guys jumping from one television station to the other, radio, news, everywhere, right? Trying to attack our personality. Because that's what they do. Nobody's addressing the allegation per se, all these guys. They are pretty much attacking our personality. Oh, she's this. In fact, one person who's claimed to be the spokesperson for the Senate or so, right? This madman, right? He said he actually came out to say, Natasha, like I said, attacking personality is the way to deviate or kind of like divert attention from the real issue. Okay, said Natasha, who happened to be the mother of 3. Okay, she had her first child when she was about 17. All right, so she then went on to get married, where she had another 2 children. No, sorry, yeah, I think 2 children. No, having 2 children, she lost her husband. Her husband died, so she remarried in 2022. So making it, that she's married twice. But one of these rows came out and said she's the mother of 6 for 6 different men. And some of these Runukus, this APC, to them, that's a very good one. That means this person shouldn't be listened to. That she's sexually harassed by the Akpabiole, the Randy Akpabiole. Like, you know what you're going to do is that you have to continue to attack our personality, all right? So that people will begin to kind of question our own integrity. And in the long run, okay, we are going to ensure that nobody talks about the harassment. Akpabiole will never be held responsible for this harassment or whatever it is. And it works well. They have the population of gullible rogues, gullible morons in that contraption who are pushing it. They even have protesters. And guess what? Just yesterday, some group of women came together to give Akpabiole an award. What was that about? They said Akpabiole is the most gender-friendly Senate president in the history of that contraption. So right now, that Natasha has been suspended, Akpabiole is rebounding. And to Remi Werepe, the senator has done the right thing by nipping this allegation in the bud. Okay? And meanwhile, according to their senator rules as well, okay, you cannot suspend, a senator cannot suspend another senator. And if anything happens at all that, for any reason, a senator has to be suspended from plenary, right? It can only be for 24 hours. The most extreme, it is in their book, the most extreme, it can only be for 14 days. So when 9 years ago, when what is his name again? Ali Ndume was also suspended for blowing whistle on the senator corruption at the time. He went to court. There was a court ruling that actually clearly stated that you can't, he's elected just like you. You can't suspend him. 6 months suspension is like 9 months away. In case if you don't know, it's not 6 months. 6 months suspension is like 9 months away. You don't have such power. And there is also an injunction as well that said Natasha shouldn't be touched. She shouldn't be suspended, right? But they violated all of that. And to Remi Werepe, rats. Senate is not a place where people, in our word, I can't really quote her, okay? In our own words, listen.
Like I said, and women, I celebrate you. Keep doing what you know how to do. Lifting your head high. And I know with what is going on in the Senate, you say, why am I not taking a position? So, but I believe that Senate is doing what is needful because that's what it is. It's an inside place and it's a matured chambers. We shouldn't be hearing things like that. It's a matured chamber and it should be treated with respect. It's an honor for you to be in that place alone. I was there for 12 years, even in my younger days, and I'm still trying to look young, But people compliment you all the time. Only that, just put your place in yourself. Women, raise yourself high. Don't be in a position that men will be talking to you. You can always shut them down before they start. So all the very best. Keep doing your best. Happy International Women's Day. Like I said, and women,
Nuisance Lele. Nuisance Lele.
Did you hear that? Oh, give me 1 second. I want to put something up. Because it's also hard. Right. Did you hear that? According to her, a woman should understand when men are just joking about your body, making passes at you. So you shouldn't kind of take that too serious. The Senate of Nigeria is a very serious place where, you get. So as a woman, right, you should know when men are just making passes at you, just, kind of making a joke and all that. And that she is very happy, right, that the senators handled it very well, which means they suspended her. That's not the only thing, though. Ridiculously, right? There was another clown, Fashui or something. I think, is it Fashui? I think, okay, we mentioned his own name. You kind of say his name now. That one said Natasha is not even old enough to be his own younger sister. They're normal. Where people like him, right? Natasha shouldn't be allowed to be talking. Elected senator. The guy is from Ekiti. He said Natasha shouldn't be allowed to be talking where men are talking because she's not even old enough to be his own younger sister. I'm not joking. This is the madman.
That's this man.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Mr. President, yesterday, I felt so bad that an allegation of such magnitude was raised against you in the presence of our international visitors. I felt very bad, and I put myself in your shoes that if I was the one, what would my family say? Only God knows what the international visitors will have as their opinion. Mr. President, I want to first of all support the position of Senator Dandusi that recommendation 2 do not be included in these prayers. You don't give an avenue to somebody who is recalcitrant. You can only give avenue for somebody who is willing. If somebody is willing, even today, what we saw this morning about another petition on the same issue should not have come up. Mr. President, it is always a pleasure when I come into this chamber and I see people like Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, a 1999 governor, Senator Goje, 1999 senator, 1999 minister and 2-term governor. I always feel very happy shaking hands with the likes of Senator Lawal. And I put myself as being a very lucky person if I stand and I shake hands with even the distinguished Senate President. I know where I was in 2007 when you became a governor in this state, in this country. And I know it is not for mere guys, mere people that can become governor in your state. In terms of age, Mr. Senate President, I felt so bad that on that fateful day, Senator Natasha can speak to you the way and manner. Senator Natasha cannot be my sister, my junior sister, because I'm 15 years older than her. My mother does not have anybody that is 45 in age. For her to point at you and speak the way she spoke to a number 3 man in this country is an affront. In my village, nobody will accept that. So for anybody to not put this Option number 2, that if somebody, it is not supposed to be, it is supposed to come from her willingly. I want to apologize. That's a different thing entirely. Mr. Senate President, when we get to prayers, we are going to vote on all these prayers. For me, I want to also end this by coming to you, Mr. Senate President, even if you are not there. I want to lead you to the book of Isaiah 54, verse 17. The book of Isaiah 54, verse 17. And it says, and I say to you, Mr. Senate President, that no weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Senator Akpabiole, no weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. And every tongue, Senator Akpabiole, that rise up against you in judgment shall be condemned. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and the vindication from me, says the Lord. Sorry, my Muslim brothers, that I don't have the Quran. Mr. Senate President, you are a nice man. You are a good man. Senator Okuigbe said something that Senator Natasha benefited greatly from you. Very greatly. And Senator Ferdinand just said something. You don't have friends. Because if Senator Natasha and the husband can do what they have done to you, then who are your true friends? When this issue happened, I asked Senator Natasha, is there a problem between the SP and your husband? She denied. And I was wondering, when the senator came here, we extended a lot of courtesies to her and the husband. Several occasions that we have attended, Mr. Senate President, we create seats for the husband in the midst of senators when he is not one. That shows we respect your friend. And most times when I see you, I always see you in the same car with the husband. If a friend can treat you this way, can an enemy treat you better or worse than that? Mr. Senate President, you are a kind man. You are a kind man. You are a kind man.
Nuisance lele.
That is a madman from Ekiti. Ekiti people. You have a lot of Oloribuku somebodies in abundance. Oh. Now from that same Ekiti, you have Paoleshe. Now there Fayewon comes from. It is there Opeyewon Bawandele comes from. It is also from that place, Ekiti, APC, Egbekegbe, made you vote for thiefnubu on credit. Now that is where this Oloribuku is also from. Let me give you a bit of an idea or understanding so that you can understand these characters a little bit better. Natasha, her husband, they are friends with Akpabiole's. Fine. Natasha made an allegation. He said, behind the scene, Akpabiole has been making a direct advances to her, in which she found really much like unacceptable. Number one, you are closer to my husband. And you can't be making this kind of statement or this passes at me. And since I said the one that took place inside Akpabiole's office, where Natasha told Akpabiole that I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, sir. He went to Akpabiole's office to protest. They continued, the continued, rejection of Natasha's bills by Akpabiole, ignoring her. He went to protest that, and Akpabiole told her that, listen, I am the senior, what do you call it? The head of this National Assembly, so to say. And I can make it easier for you. I can make you go places. All you have to do is to play balls. And he told him and said, Mr. Senate President, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. And then he was like, okay, we are fine. Suit yourself. I'll call you when I feel like I should call you to speak on your bill. That happened between the two of them. There is no investigation launched before these guys started going really, really mad. Because they are reacting. Their own reaction is that, how dare you accuse the number 3 man in Nigeria of making sexual advances towards you? They haven't investigated to see that maybe it's a lie or truth. But they are banking on that and they are punishing her for that. Right? They are speaking passionately about something that is not investigated because they do not want it investigated. Outrightly, it should be thrown out. One of them that said, what's that one's name again? That Labour Party guy, the head of the ethics, the Senate ethics and what have you. That one categorically said the petition is dead on arrival. It must be killed. And Natasha herself must be punished for daring to come to the public and say that. Oh, there was another lunatic. This one is from the northern part of Nigeria. That one feels like, how dare not? Wait, before I even go to that. Baba, even if I am 18 years old, elected by my people to go and be a senator, and you are 80 years old, elected by your people to be a senator, number one, that I'm 18 doesn't make me your junior. I'm not your son, your grandson, or whatsoever. We are colleagues in this chamber. That's how it works. So courtesy demands that respect goes both ways. You want to be respected? Then you have to respect yourselves and respect me. You have to respect people. Respect goes both ways. You don't demand respect where you are disrespecting yourself and disrespecting your own supposed colleagues. Or shameless humans, low lives, scum of the earth, they are those in charge of that contraption. The worst of Nigeria are those in charge of Nigeria. And therefore, majority of them are personally, like, did you hear where he said, when I look back in 2007, I know where I was. It was a nobody. But today he's a senator. So he's wondering, how could another senator that I am 15 years older than be coming here to accuse people who are older than her? You know? There's something I'm going to say about these older people too in Nigeria. But I want you to listen to this mofo from God knows where from.
And then I'll call the leader of the Senate to end it. The senior senator, Danduse, he doesn't speak always, so let him say something.
Thank you, Mr. President, my respected colleagues. This matter is very important for us to look at it with all sense of responsibility, because this institution is an institution that must be respected and appreciated in terms of making law and in terms of following due process. And if you look at the public discourse on this very important issue, and if you look at the type of stereotype of form of perception and the negative and the unfortunate situation this distinguished Senator Natasha, after all the appeal made by her prominent senators from her state, she continued to go to the court and continue to go to the public instead of to refer to the Committee on Ethics and Privilege. I think if we are not enforcing our constitutional responsibilities, I urge this Senate to expunge the second recommendation for that the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or reducing the tenure of suspension of Senator Natasha shall, if she submit a written apology to the Senate before the reconsideration by the Senate, because she has the leverage to do what is needful as a matured and responsible woman. But despite that appeal by my neighbor, she went and destroyed the names of prominent leaders of this institution. So I'm against the lifting of any or reducing any suspension less than 6 months, which was recommended by the committee. And at the same time, if we are not imposing our laws into those that breach the law, so that means our coming here is meaningless. Because if you look at all of us here, we have the mandate of Nigerians, and we go through vigorous campaign to come here, and all the burdens of Nigerians are under us. We are under serious pressure, and all of us, if you look at us, we are under serious stress and under serious pressure by different people on this very important matter. So as a matter of fact, if you look at the 10th Assembly, how many people died because of the pressure of the people. And this negative and stereotype form of perception, which was created by disgruntled elements because of their selfish and myopic thinking, will allow them to be continued to come into this right chamber. Mr. President, and respected colleagues, with due respect and sense of humility, generosity is being encouraged in all religions, whether Islam or Christianity. But law must be imposed on anybody. That is why Nigeria, we are having a lot of problems. If we are not imposing law on lawmakers that break the law by creating stereotype and negative perception against all of us, that means we are nowhere to be found independently. Mr. President, my respected colleagues, prominent state and prominent individuals that are here, all of them are under serious discourse. I saw His Excellency, the former governor of Abia State in Arise. I saw him in channels defending this institution, this sanctity of this institution. We cannot allow ourselves to be put under serious stress. We have a lot of things. Under this assembly, we are trying to solve most of the existing problems we have inherited since.
Nuisance lele.
Chembowiri is talking about the pressure they are under from the people. That some of them even died. So we cannot let a senator to continue to mount pressure on us. We are under pressure. I don't know how to kind of imitate him, though, but you all heard him. So whatever it is that your question is, right, I'm going to ask you to hold on to it, okay? Because, number one, some people struggle to even understand what he's saying. But in a nutshell, it was there to remind everyone that there is no prayer that Natasha should, should be coming back. So she won't come back, according to them. She will not come back. And if she, after that 6 months, if she wants to come back, right, she would need to write an apology letter and apologize to the Senate and say, I am sorry that I got sexually harassed and I raised alarm on it. So it is a place where, in Nigeria, especially from the parts where I come from, we have so many unfortunate older people, all right, who somehow, right, they have built this reputation of irresponsibility. But then you can't hold them responsible for anything. When you try to, right, then you will be considered as disrespectful. You will be considered as rude. And if there's a way they can severely punish you, they will not hold back. These are a bunch of irresponsible people, right? Who somehow, they have been part and parcel as well, okay, of the rot in the society, including, you see, this level of sexual harassment. I call it a rape culture in my own kind of like, interpretation. It's called rape culture. It is a culture where if you are a woman, okay, there are some certain things that they want you to believe is already rigged against you. For example, if I will use powerful now, because these are not really powerful people. These are a bunch of cowards, okay, hiding behind whatever they call it, power. It's not power, okay, it's pure, misplaced, what have you, okay. So there are those who believe that if you, for any reason, if a man, a powerful person or rich person, for example, right, sexually harass you, you are not really expected to make a fuss about that. Like, why are you making a fuss about that? Are you trying to destroy his house? You want to spoil his home? You want his children? Do you know what this man did before he became who he is? So, like, do you know how many women that will kill or die on the heel of this man just to kind of have one moment with him? So there are those who believe in this. They are like older people. Even though we now have the younger people who have been, mentally kind of like they're destroyed anyway. So the number is growing. But there are some older people. I'll use some now. Okay, who never really see, like they don't really see corruption as a bad thing. They've benefited immensely from it. They do not see sexual harassment as anything. And if you look at them very well, they are also the most bigoted people ever, older people. Oh, you don't know that? Of course you do. The older people are the most bigoted people with ingrained bigotry in their system. And they have been the ones working like the devil, okay, to recruit younger people into these bigotry schemes of a thing. Older people. They are the ones that have this culture of, if you are from this place, do not mingle with the people from this place. And when you ask them why, so they will make up stories to justify the what do you call it? The recruitment, the bigotry recruitment, because I call it recruitment, because that's what they do. The older guys. So if you are a woman sometimes you be like, the West that has Western education seems to be more, should be more enlightened when it comes to some certain subjects, Abi. Or you'll be surprised, that they are as gullible, as much as they are as bigoted, they are as selfish, as much as self-centered as they are. They are like the textbook definition of what is really wrong with that contraption. I'm speaking as a Yoruba man now. You know? So it is such a toxic place where being a woman, it's like being disadvantaged. But if you are a man, you probably have a mom. Of course, you do have a mom. Maybe I don't have mom anymore, but I did have mom. So you have a mom, you have a sisters, you have maybe daughters, and in this world, right? People who will sacrifice other people's, female relatives to satisfy whatever is their own insatiable sort of, what do you call it? They are also as protective of their own than what you can ever imagine. Akpabiole has 2 girls ahead. If any of Akpabiole's daughters comes home to say her boss at work sexually harassed her, what will be the first reaction of Akpabiole? Shut her up? Call the boss and praise him? Say, how are you? My daughter came home now and said you sexually harassed her. I've told her off. Because man to man, I don't want to believe her. That won't be the case. You all know what the reaction will be like. So those of you who are men, right, who are jumping into the bandwagon, because you can easily tell as we speak, right, you can see horde of people who are trying, like walking like the devil, overworking, like walking overtime, okay, to attack the personality of Natasha rather than the veracity of her allegation. On the one hand, right, they are all talking as if to say, oh, it's been investigated, it's been concluded, or she lied. No. She hasn't been investigated. The allegation hasn't been investigated. It was not to be entertained at all. That is the subject. That is the agenda. So if you have a female child, or you have a sisters or mom, and you are joining them in trying to attack the personality of Natasha, right? Maybe this message is for you too. It is. So the one that is a Labour Party guy that proposed that Natasha should be suspended, like I said, no senator can suspend another senator because they are all colleagues, except that Akpabiole is just first among equals, which means as elected leadership of the National Assembly, right? But it is not bigger than Natasha. There is a court judgment that says you can't suspend a senator, but they did anyway. You know, there is a court judgment that said they shouldn't suspend her, but they did anyway. Because according to them, a court cannot tell them how to do their job. They didn't really investigate this allegation. No. There is no investigation or nothing. No. And everybody's reacting on it. She's guilty. But we do know who is guilty. Listen to this mofo too.
I went to the office as I left the chambers and I found a notice from M.J. Numa and Partners, LLP. They say they are trial attorneys and transaction advisors. And they have presented to me a motion and a rolled order from the court attempting to stop this committee from doing its work. This is unacceptable. Indeed, we should actually let the world know that there is what they call separation of powers in our constitution. The judiciary, like I just told you, if there's a matter before them, we do not touch those matters. We know as parliamentarians what our rights, privileges are. And one of those things is we moderate what we do in the Senate. It is not subject to any court. And so in the Senate, whatever happens there happens within the Senate and not subject to any other court. The issue before us today is the issue of an alleged misconduct of one of our distinguished senators on the floor of the Senate. And there are rules that guide such conduct and such behavior. It is not subject to any court outside this committee.
Nuisance, Lele.
So if there is a rule that says an allegation is made against the Senate President of the contraption, so a committee is expected to take the petition, Abi, investigate it. No be so? But in this case, no investigation. To them, Natasha is guilty. And that guilt is that without any investigation or nothing, no, they believe that she lied against Akpabiole. Our petition was not taken. It was rejected. So which means inside that petition of ours, evidence was supposed, the committee was supposed to invite her and say, okay, bring evidence. They didn't even wait to do all of that. Like you can sorry, I know some of you have already been putting bet on. It will remove the cap soon. It will remove the cap. I know. It's already itching me in the head. Like I'm feeling so warm from the head. And I don't like it like that. So let's let the hair breathe to my head. You know? So your job is to invite her and say, okay, yeah, your allegation, yeah, bring the petition. Now we are going to ask you some questions and we would love you to provide us all this evidence. They didn't even do any of that. Baba, it was outrightly rejected. This mofo, this guy said, the allegation and the petition is dead on arrival. DOA, dead on arrival. We are not going to open it. No, we are not going. No. Without any of that, right? They went on and proposed that they didn't invite her. They didn't look at her petition. They just went on to propose that she must be suspended for 6 months. So who has something to hide here? And then they went on into the media where they started this campaign of calumny, attacking her personality. She has 6 children for 6 men. Which is not true. Or she has accused other people of sexually harassing her, this or that, you know. So this is not true. She must be punished. No investigation. I like what this guy said on the matter.
A right to a seat, it's a privilege because the right to be in the Senate is by election and a certificate of return. Do not forget, you and I cannot go there. So once he raises that point, it is a duty under Order 10, the famous Order 10 she was shouting about, of the presiding officer to have suspended all other matters. I consider that a very serious issue and taking her complaint and make a formal ruling. But if you watch the proceedings on that day, as the distinguished senator was shouting Order 10, I already heard the presiding officer talking about prepare her for suspension. Review the tape. We've seen it. You were already preparing her for suspension. Even before you
so was it fake accompli?
Oh yeah, it was completely...
They decided our fate even long before the ethics committee was even...
It was predetermined. And then beyond that, the question was, at the time they went to court, the issue was that there was a thinking, a suspicion that she might be suspended. That was why she went to court. If you don't stop them, they will do it. And then they did it in spite of receiving the order. Now, I said to them, they were wrong. Section 4, subsection 8 of the Constitution is clear. In the conduct of his legislative powers and duties, their conduct shall be subject. All right?
Yeah. It was all predetermined, just like I said. Prepare to suspend her. We have to suspend her. And indeed, if you review the tape 2 days ago, she must be suspended. Suspend her. Suspend her. To look at her petition, we have to suspend her. And that's exactly why, like he said, that's why she went to court, to stop them. He said, the committee should at least do its job. Your job is to take my petition, right? Investigate it. Even if you are still going to come and punish me by saying that I lied, at least pretend to do your job. You get what I mean? Pretend. Try. Pretend that you are doing your job. Pretend. But these ones don't want to pretend. You know? Bunch of narcissistic, misogynistic animals in a contraption where they see themselves as so much above the law. They are above the law. You know? And that's why they had to suspend her and see if they can shut her, organize an award for Akpabiole. Papa, they gave Akpabiole award. Women gave him award.
Have you ever wondered, did you take stock when you were with me, when you came to see me with your women leaders? Did you ask me, when did this issue happen? It's only yesterday that I realized that what we are talking about happened only after the change of seats in the Senate. That is when hell was let loose and all sorts of allegations came up. Only after the change of seat in the Senate and change of the committee, which my senators know happen from time to time. Said to have happened on the 8th of December, a day to my birthday, which was celebrated in the stadium in 2023. So from 8th of December 2023, I never heard, my wife never heard, no Nigerian never heard, even the husband never heard any issue of sexual harassment until our committee was changed, and then our seat was changed, and she went on. Have you ever wondered the trauma caused by that same woman on the other people she had accused in the past? None has been proven so far. You've not wondered. Do you even wonder the trauma caused to the 10th Senate and the image of the Senate with all these useless allegations? I've refrained myself from making a statement. Look at these beautiful women. They've come across me so many times. Have I ever harassed any of you? Or is the person thinking that you are not beautiful? So I don't want to dwell on that.
Nuisance, Lele.
You see the line of arguments. So it is like, let's say somebody is raped and years later, maybe 2 years or 3 years later, they decided to come forward and tell their story. And then the first response of people will be, why did it take you so long? Why didn't you talk about the rape when it happened? Why do you have to wait till now? Do you get that now? Like that happens all the time, doesn't it? Right? It happens. People will say, why didn't you come out then? Especially in a country like Nigeria, where rape culture is part of their culture, unfortunately. So the victim will be torn apart, torn into shred, and everybody will be taking a piece, like a piece of her like that, make a mincemeat of her, until she will regret ever coming forward. It happens here too. But do you know the difference? The difference is that there will be team of strong go-getter lawyers that will say, you know what? If it's just you, this guy may never get punished. You may never get justice. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to make it a class action. So we will make an announcement and say, if you have been harassed, sexually raped, if you have been raped or harassed by this guy, assaulted, we want you to come forward. You'll be protected. And boom, you may see 10, 15, 20 people come out. That is not Nigeria-like, doesn't happen in that contraption like that. Because it is a place where there are unseen hands that will begin to kind of like threaten you. If you are not Natasha, you can't come out and say Akpabiole sexually harass you. I bet if they have a working system where women are asked within that National Assembly in, what do you call it, in Akwa Ibom, and say, if you have ever been sexually harassed or raped by Akpabiole, could you please come forward? And then this list of women, they will come forward, protected. That can happen in that contraption, can it? The same Akpabiole that says that Natasha has accused other people of sexual harassment, which is part of what they have created right now. They have created something like that now by saying that she accused other people of sexually harassing her, that she's the most beautiful and all of that stuff. Is she the most beautiful? Are there no other beautiful women? How come they are not saying that they are sexually harassed by this or that? The same Akpabiole has two other women whose record are public. One of them knows the Nigeria that they live in, that he will never be punished, and she rather took her own pound of flesh by slapping the shit out of him. And then went on TV to say it. I slapped shit out of him. I know this is Nigeria, this is a lawless place. These guys are mostly untouchable. Nothing is ever going to be heard or what have you, right? Fine. But I took the law into my own hand. I gave him a slap. Or maybe next time, if you are being sexually harassed by Akpabiole, bite him and tell people that I left, a bite mark on his arm, or I left a bite mark on his penis. Something like that. Because when it comes to justice, you may never get one, ever. Not in a place where a lunatic is your vexed lady. A throwback to the woman who was supposed to be a woman, or rather, rats in her own normal, typical nature. No matter how much package they put together. But are they even putting any package together to make Remi look different? This one.
ọba máa rìkọ́ọ̀dì a máa lọ gbé gbogbo àwọn òrìṣà èkó wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní àwọn ipò tó bá wọ́n lè ní ọjà tí máa rì ipò tó bá lè ti fẹ́ Yorùbá ká jogún ẹ̀ a máa jogún yín ni a máa jogún gbogbo ipò tó wà dẹ́kun yìí ni wọ́n lọ ṣe máa ṣe nìyẹn ogun wa lẹ́ máa jẹ a máa ṣe kí n jà a máa jogún yín ni lágbára Jésù ìtẹ́ ṣe bá ṣe nífẹ̀ẹ́ yín tó ẹ̀bà ara jẹ́ àwa kan bínú ọmọ wa sísáàbì tí wàá lọ bímọ fún Ìgbò ṣé kí n lọ kó Obieze wa Obieze lẹ́ẹ̀ ti gbà bọ̀dé olóyè Obieze lẹ́ẹ̀ ti gbà bọ̀dé ó ti lọ mú kámẹ́rà wa lọ lé ẹ̀ ní sí ẹ̀ ti gbà bọ̀dé a máa jogún yín ni àwa la máa jogún yín àgọ́ wa ló máa dáàdì yẹn a máa jogún yín láì ṣe pé yìí nìkan ni aráàlú Haúsá wà ń bí àgbà wọn láyè Kàlàbá wà ń bí àgbà wọn láyè ẹ wá ń bèrè pé báwo ni tí wàá ṣe jẹ Ọlọ́run.
Nuisance leleyi.
So a woman that said we are going to inherit all the Igbos, which means they will inherit all your properties. Start something politically, chase you away from Lagos and claim your property. That's what she's saying in that video. And that was because the Igbos won't vote for Bokuwari in 2019. And to her, that is disobeying the directive of thiefnubu. thiefnubu directed you all that we are going to have to vote for APC. You Igbos are questioning that. We will chase you out of Lagos. And they have been working on that. Yes, they have. They have created my Lagos is not your Lagos. Abi? In 2023, we all saw what happened. In 2027, you will all see what will happen again. These are the characters leading the system, leading the people. And at the end of the day, creating a system of hatred, division, tribal division, religious hatred. So all these things you are witnessing in that contraption today, orchestrated by these rogues, they are not coincidence. They are not accidents. All this hatred you are witnessing today online, offline, against the Igbos, Igbos versus Yoruba, Igbos versus this and that, the Ronukus and their gang, they are not coincidence. They are not an accident. They are not, one of our view. No. They are industrialized bigotry, industrialized hatred for political gain. No thanks to APC. You know? You have all body. Let's leave that for now. Let's go back to that same Lagos. We are going to stay in that Lagos. You know, yesterday, the supposed Nigerian Air Force, Nigerian military, they invaded. Hang on, I think they even gave us a name. Give me a second. I want to get a name of that place. Right. They said that it is called the Sam Ethnan. Yeah, Sam Ethnan Air Force Base in Ikeja. The story was that they were owing money. They were owing the electricity company. They were owing electricity bill of, we didn't know how much, by the way, then. So they were owing, and their electricity got disconnected. In anger, in rage, they invaded the office of the electricity company, attacked all of their staff, 10 of them hospitalized, their CEO locked in a trunk of a car, boot of a car. So this morning, it now came, it became clearer why that happened. About 4.3 billion naira. That's how much the Nigeria Air Force Base in Ikeja is owing the electricity company in Ikeja. They haven't paid. They won't pay until they went on to attack the office of this electricity company. Watch this.
We came on board on the 1st of November 2013. And as far as this Ikeja, this Air Force Base on that road at Ikeja is concerned, their bill from 2013 November 1 until December 31st, 2022, their total bill was 7.5 million, 7 billion 564, sorry, 7 billion 564 million 153,000 naira. That's 7.5 billion.
This is as of
and they
2023.
Paid from 2013 to 2022, December 31st.
Okay.
So they were owing us 7.5 billion, thanks to the government of President Muhammadu Buhari, particularly Mr. Tunde Fashola, when he was Minister for Power. So they paid 4.3 billion, leaving an outstanding balance of 3.2 billion. That was before 2023, 2013 to 2022. So in 2023, they ran up a bill of 1.4 billion naira, and they paid, in 2023, they paid 1.2 billion naira. They refused to pay their arrears. The billing or the bill was not in contention. That was not the problem. But they were always doing this gra thing, reminding us all the time, and we are the one protecting Nigeria, as if there's no military in the USA or in Europe, as if they are not even paid for what they do, as if somebody is forcing somebody to go and become an Air Force personnel, because that's the blackmail. Now, so in 2023, the bill was 1.4 billion, they pay 1.2, remaining 191 million naira. So we kept on asking them to pay. In 2024, their bill went up slightly to 1.5 billion. and they paid only 623 million naira. Now, this is the catch. We can say with all sense of responsibility, this new government, when they came on board in 2023, this current president made it very clear to us and to our investors that they will pay MDA debt, military department agencies. And I know they were giving them money. That was why they were able to pay 1.2 out of 1.4 billion in 2023. Surprisingly, in 2024, out of a debt of 1.5, they only paid 623 million naira. What happened to the rest of the money? Between the Federal Minister of Defense and Ikeja Air Force Base and all these officers. Now, so the outstanding balance for 2024 was 893 million naira. So the summary is this. As of today, total debt is 4,340,566,000 naira. Now, this debt is the reason why we started asking them to pay. And the man we were dealing with, the Oga Patapata, who is higher than the president and commander-in-chief, and I will say what I mean by that. This gentleman is called Air Vice Marshal A.K. Maiyegun. So we had a series of meetings with him. But in June 2024, the people that we sent there to go and ask for payment were beaten up at Ikeja Air Force Base. That was the first problem we had with them. So on the 29th of July 2024, because of this non-payment, we now decided to write them a letter. So the MDC of Ikeja wrote them a letter telling them that we are sorry, we have to install a device called auto recloser. That auto recloser, the job of that is to enable us, as service provider, to manage supply of energy into any particular place. In other words, we can determine through that machine how many hours we can give that community or that place, depending on their pattern of payment, their ability to pay, or their willingness to pay. In the case of Nigerian Air Force, they are able to pay, but they just don't want to pay. The government will give them money, go and check their appropriation, the money will disappear along the line.
Okay.
So we send them the fourth letter. I just want you to know what we have done to try and recover amicably. First letter, because we have written 5 letters so far. So we wrote the first one to tell them about that auto recloser. Now with that, we can agree between us how many hours you want. We had a meeting with the AVM Maiyegun on the 3rd of October 2024. And he didn't like the idea of this auto recloser because they want to be using 24-hour electricity without paying. We now say, okay, give us access to install prepaid meter. So you pay as you go. There won't be any wahala. You put money, you get your light, you pay. 24 hours. Bandeo. Okay. And then this was on the 3rd of October. And we agree as gentlemen between us and them. We said, while we are waiting for you to respond, we will ensure that you have 11 hours of supply using this equipment from October 3rd to October 7th. When they did not get back to us to tell us about payment plan or how they want to pay, so on the 9th of October, we wrote another letter to them, formally requesting for access to install prepaid meter. They ignored our letter. So on the 25th of November 2024, we wrote another letter to say that on Monday, the 2nd of December, our contractor and technical staff are coming to your premises to install prepaid meter. And on that day, our people went there, the Nigerian Air Force authorities sent them back, blocked access, and they did not allow us to install the meter. Then we noticed that they have vandalized and tampered with the equipment, auto recloser. They did that twice. They actually disconnected the communication cable, which is a criminal offense. For that reason, we now wrote another letter to them on the 17th of January 2025, detailing all that they have done, calling their attention to the law, to let them know that what they have done is against the law. And all these correspondence that we sent to them, including the last one on the 5th of March, we copied the chief of air staff, so he's aware. Wherever he is aware. we copied the AOC logistics.
Okay.
So after doing all of this, yesterday in my own business, I had a meeting with them, came from Abuja day before yesterday. So I went there yesterday morning because they were going to commission a solar power project. On getting there, at 7:35 a.m., we just saw so many trucks, just like you said earlier, and they came started beating everybody, including pregnant women. They asked everyone to lie down on the floor. They brutalized everybody, including chief technical officer of Ikeja, who is still in the hospital as I speak. And that's the man who is supposed to turn the light on. So I wonder how the presidency or anybody or the government will react to this kind of barbaric act.
They don't beat the person who's supposed to turn the light back on. They don't beat them to stupor. Beat them to coma. No, not coma, but stupor. Stupor is when you're like vegetable like that. They don't beat shit out of you. A lawless country. He's right. The corruption is the reason why the Air Force Base in Ikeja is in bad news. I mean, it's in the news for wrong reason right now. Okay? According to this guy that you heard, right, the money has been given, appropriated, but the money gone missing before it got to the supposed account department of the Air Force in Ikeja. And the only way they could resolve this is through the assault, attack. It is a lawless place. It is a lawless country, unfortunately. Somebody said, Ewa, waiting at it, like, what exactly are they possibly producing in the Air Force Base in Ikeja? Did they grow wheat? Because the only reason why you can be using such amount of electricity in a year, 1.5 billion, is a base, Sha. Ikeja base, is it that big? Because from my own findings, right, from my own understanding, every person living in the place, if you are an Air Force personnel, okay, and you have your own house in the base, they will be deducting money for electricity from your salary. That's how it goes. That's how it works. They take money. They will deduct whatever you are using from your salary. Then they will now remit same to the electricity company. So plus the money from Abuja, plus the salary deduction of their staff, I mean their personnel, none of this is really remitted completely to the point that 4.3 billion naira is being held by the Air Force Base, and their only negotiating ticket is that they fought. They are the ones protecting you. They fought for the protection of Nigeria, the defense of Nigeria. You know, again, it is a lawless place where anything can happen. Imagine you working for an electricity company, and then you just resume to work that morning, getting to settle down and all of that, and then the next thing you hear is that what happened? What happened? Run, no. Or else, and you go end up in the hospital like you went to work, from work to the hospital. Just imagine that for a sec, in a lawless contraption called Nigeria. And according to one of the staff, right, he said they destroyed, when they came in, the first thing they did was to start destroying the security cameras, the CCTVs. Then the next thing is to go after all the staff with phones and start destroying their phones, smashing everything they can smash, just to make sure that they cover up all the atrocities. Then they went into the building and start vandalizing everything they can vandalize. They also vandalized the man that was supposed to turn on the lights. You know? It is a lawless place. That's just a quick reminder. For those of you who might care to listen to this.
The head of corporate communications, Kenya Electric. In my young adult life, I witnessed something that I've never seen today by men of the Air Force, some Etna Air Force in Kenya, who our customers, and because of electricity supply and because of indebtedness, they invaded us, beat us up, carted away our laptops. You have gone in earlier, they destroyed the entire corporate headquarters of our business, as well as our Oshodi business and other locations around Oshodi.
Welcome to Nigeria. Even Akpati also added his own voice to this matter. Listen.
Finally, on Ikeja Electric. In the 80s, when Babangida was still president, we had the Mad Dog episode. The Mad Dog. It was the Nigerian Air Force, this same Nigerian Air Force that embarrassed Chief Akpabiole, and they were referred to as the Mad Dogs. To hear that in 2025, we have the return of the Mad Dogs of the Nigerian Air Force is very embarrassing. It's an indication of the kind of problems that we are having with this democracy. Now, Major General Air Marshal Hassan, I think that's the name of the Air Force chief, and the Chief of Defense Staff. They must look into this matter. Those crooks wearing uniform who took the law into their hands must be sanctioned. They must be identified because the Nigerian Air Force operates under the Constitution of Nigeria. Nobody can say that they are above the law, whether you are wearing uniform or you are wearing camouflage. If you are owing, you pay for electricity. What they did at Ikeja Disco yesterday, I think is something that the Nigerian Air Force should publicly apologize for. If we don't pay electricity bills as civilians, they cut off our lights. Exactly. So why should soldiers be different? They must pay.
They must pay. That's it.
Well said.
Thank you.
They must pay. They must pay. Oh yeah, may everybody gather together. More go to that Air Force base as reminded. You must pay. You must pay. Everybody must pay. They must. I am being mindful of my time because I want to take us this evening. So it's been a while that we had our usual interaction and reactions, all right? So I'm being mindful. But let's go to Italy. Lombardi is called. It is an autonomous region of, it has an autonomous region in Italy. So they've got their own president ahead. And with a weekend, according to him, he got an invitation from this president of Lombardi to come and discuss bilateral agreements. You know, Werewike is the governor of Abuja by context, right? Is the governor of Abuja. So like other governors who travel and say that we are going to attract investors. I kind of have to kind of like give it to him though. Okay. In 2024, yeah, by the available statistic, okay, in 2024, when 4 states, they had to call Abuja a state, okay, 4 states out of 37 states, all right, only 5 states rather, attracted direct investment to their domain. Abuja attracted over 600 million. Lagos attracted over 600 million in dollars, right? What is that one's name? Kaduna attracted 1.9 million. Enugu attracted 800,000. And there's another one there. I think it's Bayelsa or something. Attracted $86,000. So Werewike is in Lombardi. And it is this conversation that I actually decided, that's why I'm sharing the story, okay? So apart from the fact that those that traveled with Werewike from Nigeria lined up in a room and they were taking pictures because Werewike was shaking them like the thiefnubu would do whenever he traveled out of Nigeria. So those who traveled with him, he would shake them at the airports. And when they get to their destination, right, thiefnubu will also shake them because they have to welcome him to come down. They have to say goodbye in Nigeria. Then they will enter the plane. When they get to where they are going, they will come down first, line the, the pathway or so. So thiefnubu will come down and shake their hands because they will have to welcome him to the country they are going to. Wike did the same, but that's not in this video, okay? His interaction, by the way, with whom he called the president of Lombardi. Those of you in Italy, how is Lombardi?
The officers can now work out the details, which aspect of agriculture, which aspect of the vocational education that we are talking about.
We are very strong in education because there is an education, national education and a regional education. In the regional education is expressed for works, you know,
vocational training.
Yeah, technical education. But it's not low education, it's very good education. Because you can do a lot of works and you can work for the future, because a lot of education is about software, is about innovation, is about technology, and it's very, very important. We are was the best region in Italy. We alone work for 30% of technical education in all Italy is made here in London.
That's actually what we like, because some skill gives you self-employment, and that's what we intend to do in Abuja.
Esattamente, anche perché queste competenze danno la possibilità di lavorare in proprio, quindi di avviare un'attività in proprio, ed è esattamente quello su cui vogliamo lavorare.
You can try to organize something in your country, or you can come here to learn our type of education, you know.
Yes, that would be good if we can have where our children first start and come here for vocational education to learn some, like I say, technologies of skill work. And before we talk about establishing such institute in Abuja, then in terms of agriculture, we will be able to say, okay, can set up this in Abuja, so we have a fertile land and to have a particular mechanized agriculture.
In termini di istruzione proprio spieghiamo un po' di scambio di questo tipo dove il nostro personale anche può venire qui in Lombardia e imparare proprio dalle vostre di istruzione, e ribadisce il fatto che nel suo paese c'è molta terra fertile, quindi anche il fronte dell'agricoltura può essere un partenariato e uno scambio in questo senso.
As you prefer, you must say yes, what do you want to do? If you want to send here
Yeah, we have to send people here at the same time to establish something that...
Sì, vorrebbero prima di creare questi istituti di formazione professionale ad Abuja, vorrebbero proprio venire qui e imparare,
e vedere.
vedere.
It's a good idea.
But we start
Possiamo cominciare in che modo? Con un memorandum di intesa?
No, okay. Memorandum of understanding, we prepare our offices with our offices, and after we can begin to work concretely. Biogas, biocarburant, and so on. We can work very much in this problem, this possibility.
We would think that would be nice if that's why we came with those who are directly in charge. Take for example in agriculture, the person in charge and the person in charge in the vocational education, so that we'll be able to work out something with your officers, so that we know where to start from and how to start from, and then how to commence.
Nuisance lele.
I don't know if it's just me, right? These mofos, right? You traveled to Italy to go and discuss vocational training, education, vocational education. Is that something new in Nigeria? You travel to Italy, the entire Italy, right? If you put all the whole Italy together, they no reach, let me use maybe 2 states. They no reach Niger State Niger, Kwara, Kaduna combined, right? Like, what is it you want to go and learn from them in Italy? Vocational training on how to train people on technology. Like, I don't understand. In this day and time, like, you need to go and like travel to Italy to go and discuss agriculture. I know, I understand that they just have to put up this theatrical show, okay? Like a performative stuff to make it look like, you see, we are working and all of that stuff and that. In 2025. Similarly, thiefnubu launched what he called Health Fellows, right? It is an initiative to, according to him, to train people. I don't even understand what this, like, are they training them as auxiliary nurses new or healthcare, you know, kind of like assistant? I don't know, because there are schools in Nigeria where people are being trained on healthcare or in healthcare stuff, you know. So these schools are not adequately funded to start with. But I decided to keep this, right, for the last, by the way, because it's the boring part. So thiefnubu, that doesn't use the Nigerian healthcare system, his family doesn't use it. His own political appointees don't use the healthcare in Nigeria, majority of them. However, he believes that he's putting together a team that will give you proper. I don't understand. I mean, I've been trying to make a sense of it, okay, but it just wasn't making it. Okay, but for the record, he had this to say about his idea. Please watch this.
Fellows, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this program is a bold and transformative initiative that underscores my administration's commitment to harnessing the power and potential of Nigeria's greatest asset, the young people. This country is a land of immense opportunity, with natural resources, a rich cultural heritage, and most importantly, a dynamic and useful population. We have over 60% of our citizens under the age of 30. We possess one of the largest and most energetic, resourceful and dynamic youth populations in the world. Our youth population present us with an unparalleled opportunity to drive innovation, economic prosperity, and social transformation. However, to harness the potential, we must invest in our young people, and that's what we are doing today. Equip you with the skills, platforms, and responsibility that will enable you people to become the best selves as you shape our nation's future. You are the one to do it. With vision in mind, this administration has championed the National Health Fellowship Program. We are very proud of this. A rigorous and transparent initiative to select some of our most talented young minds from a competitive pool of over 300,000.
Sorry, it's because of our time, so I don't want to waste much of your time anymore, okay? Health fellows are not health professionals, by the way. The idea, according to the people who put the fake nonsense together, is to, for example, let's say you want to put, you know that time where they do, that time where they would send people to come and give, people some dose of vaccines and all of that stuff, yeah? It's always, I think, I can't remember now, sorry, it's been a while. And they will recruit everybody from everywhere and say, okay, come for 1 week or for 2 weeks, so, we're going to pay you 10,000 naira, we're going to pay you 50,000 naira and all of that stuff, right? That's what thiefnubu is putting together. It's all fake. I have some reminder here, something to remind you of. In February 2024, thiefnubu's Attorney General of Nigeria, Akpabiole, went to court. Okay, he went to court before then. It was in February that the court delivered this judgment. Supreme Court ruled that local government autonomy, which means thiefnubu's regime should pay the local government their allocations directly, because that's what he asked for. He wanted the court to rule. But it was a fraud. Because for the local government areas in Nigeria to receive the allocation directly from Abuja, you must first amend the Constitution of Nigeria. Which means that is where the genesis is. You must amend the Constitution. And then you go on to implement the amendment. He didn't do that. So he went on to tell people that the local government autonomy has now been ruled by this Supreme Court of Nigeria. And up to this moment, Shishi, Shingbai has not been paid directly to the local government areas in Nigeria. It's been listed as part of thiefnubu's achievement, by the way. It has been listed that thiefnubu his regime is now going to be paying directly. They will be paying the local government areas directly. Great achievement. In January 2024, that's over a year ago, thiefnubu promised or made a pronouncement then that by May 2024, his regime will begin to pay 70,000 naira minimum wage. Brethren, it's almost a year now. So they shifted it to they shifted it to August 2024. Then they shifted it again to September 2024. Then they shifted it to December 2024. Then they shifted it to January 2025. Brethren, this is March 2025. Shingbai minimum wage has not been paid. I heard that Seamless Fubara is the one that has now ordered that one too. He ordered people in December to start paying the 84,000 minimum wage. They no pay them. He ordered them in January. He ordered them in February. I just read it this afternoon that Fubara has ordered the accountant to start paying the minimum wage in River State. Oh, now, Bobo. Shingbai. I thought I should remind you. Listen, thiefnubu took the pump price of PMS from 167 naira per liter to 610 naira per liter to 900 naira per liter to 1,200 naira per liter, all within 2 years. Today, the Dangote, NMPC, they are now in the media telling people that they have reduced the price, the pump price of petroleum, and guess what? The price of the transportation hasn't changed. It hasn't. So if you have fed propaganda enough that you get gaslighted by these rogues, I am here to remind you of some certain things that they have already taken. They've already taken medals for. Like, okay, give me a badge of honor. Give me a medal. Yeah, see what I have done. Give me a medal. They are wearing medals for. but there are no evidence of them fulfilling them. Thought you should know. Anyway, on the other side, I've got a longer clip of him, but there's no point in wasting our time listening to all of that. Okay, so let me delete them. I need to show you this. To those of you in Abuja, remember that time when I said, you see, propaganda only work on people who are part of those who are willing, who are praying that all the lies they are being told, they are praying for them to be true. The food price will come down very soon. God alone, God please let it come down. No. Insecurity will become a thing of the past very soon. Insecurity, let it be a thing of the past too. And then they will come back and say, oh, everything is fine now. Nigeria is progressing. Everything is fine. Food prices are coming down. Everything, they say, man, I pray that it is true. Have you not heard that the food prices are coming down? It's coming down in the north. It's coming down in the this and that. So you get. Because they are praying, they are hoping that it will be true. And I said, listen, propaganda, lies, they can be easily detected. Not, especially in this day and time. Only those who want to believe lies will believe lies. In this day and time, you have access to information that even when they're lying to you, the propaganda and all of that shouldn't work on you. It shouldn't. They said that thiefnubu is cultivating land, 10,000, 50,000, 1 million acres of land. They are growing food across Nigeria. Lies. I said, if indeed they have any farm, even if not just 1 acre of land, 1 acre of farm, that thiefnubu is actually like is government. Growing food anywhere. They will plaster the video, the pictures, everything on your face, on social media, on the street. They will bombard you with pictures, with videos. Because it's not true. It's all lies. Coastal road from Lagos to Calabar will cost Nigeria 18 trillion naira. And according to devalues, the project was to be delivered by 2028. 5 years, they said, they will use to construct the over 700 kilometers road to Calabar, 700 kilometers back to Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to tell you today that nearly 2 years after they gave the Shaguri, nearly 2 trillion naira, the construction of this their coastal road from Lagos to Calabar, they've only done about 25 kilometers. 25 kilometers out of 700 kilometers, out of 1,400 kilometers. If you go to that route now, you will see all the grading there. Those of you who are in Lagos, they are grading here and there. They've reduced the number of lanes from 10 lanes. They've reduced it to 6, which means 3 on this side, 3 on this side. The demolition of landmark, beach resorts, right? It has come back to be a very wrong decision, but it wasn't really a wrong decision. It was intentional. 700 kilometer road to 700 kilometer road back, 1,400 kilometers of a supposed 10-lane road has been reduced to, and guess what? In these last 2 years, 2 years out of 5 years, so remaining 3 years, so in 2 years, they've only constructed about 38 kilometers of the road. And when I say construct, not that they've completed 48, no, they've not completed. You can see the work going on. And in 2 years, the going on work has done 38 kilometers. 38 kilometers out of 1,400 kilometers. Abba, tell me, what a progress. It's all lies. So they said if Tinubu want to build 100,000 houses, and they call it a renewed hope. I call it renewed shege. Sorry, this thing, it's just like a falling apart everywhere. Maybe because I'm supposed to be standing, right? Pardon me. 10,000 at 100,000 houses called renewed shege estates. Here is the latest from that part of Abuja. Please, ladies and gentlemen, Emma Paro for me, no lie. Please don't lie to me. Yeah? If they say they are building 100,000 block of houses, flats, in 3 geopolitical zones, and they have one from Abuja, how many thousands of houses do you think this is?
There is the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Daniel, driving into the 3,112 housing unit, renewed Hope City, for a project inspection. These are the structures. Look at the impressive progress that has been made. About 1,000 units. I'll show the commissioning by the President in the early part of this year. Impressive walk all the way.
Oh yeah, guys, you guys should bring it up now. Let me.
This side is a beehive of activities. A lot of people have been employed, earning a decent living on this side. It's impressive.
And we are competing with armed robbers and the bandits to recruit from the youths who are unemployed. 33% unemployed. Recruit 50 million youths into the army and take away from their recruitment source. What they will eat? Cassava, àgbàdo, corn in the morning, yam in the afternoon. It's growing here. You create demand and consumption. For over 5 million army of boot camps. We create our food. I mean, that's money for the farmers. That's consumption for the soldiers and skill development. Don't call them illiterate. Don't talk about illiteracy. Anybody who can own gun, who can handle gun, who can cock gun and clean the chamber and cock and shoot is technically competent to repair a tractor in the farm.
70 years old man.
Somebody said that from what they saw in that video, that could be up to like 500 units. But they said it's over 1,000 units, by the way. And they want to build 100,000 units. So from the 100,000 units, like I said, if they are doing something, they will flaunt it. They will flaunt it. You will see them show and brag, make amateur videos about it. And sometimes they just won't. Because the more they try to want to put the wool over your eyes, the more they get exposed. Oh, finally, because of our time, finally, you see those guys who were brandishing Shakabula yesterday in River State because of Fubara, as well as Wiki and others. They've made another video. Here it is.
Yes, we don't come. As on our youth on assembly member, come out our governor, for seat. I beg you to tell her now. Because he don't go good though. He don't go good though. I'm sorry go. See, go good tell her now. We're gonna leave the way and make it real mistake. And then, make it take care of all responsibility where they worry our state. No be honor, go use an assembly, come out our governor for us. If not, all strangers when they can do business, we go pursue them come out. No gonna listen and listen very careful. And I will hear bloodshed. If we are not agree, we say we not go agree. All the oil installation will go attack them from land to sea. All the company, they go full. If honor, try come out our governor for seat. We not go agree. Asamana.
I'm highly disappointed of Nigerian government because the Nigerian government were highly disappointed in them due to foreseen circumstances. Definitely, I'm one of those people are proving people should die in coronavirus is more better than people should die in hungers. Hunger kills more than coronavirus because some people are less privileged. Due to foreseen circumstances that I said it, some people are less privileged, which they are based on daily pay, which are not even based on salaries. But our government thinks that the lockdown is the best solution to coronavirus and proving it to an extent and to the levels of alacrity that if someone die in coronavirus, it's more efficient to die in hunger. Because some people will be at indoor. There's no a way to make a home.
Thank you, Jare Professor. You've done your part. The rest is upon us. So, Azawana, leave our governor alone. No, when you finish your work, if you remove our governor, we will begin to go after anybody that is doing business in our state. Right. Anyway, I have stretched my time. Now, if you are interested, look at your screen, right? If you are interested in contributing to this conversation this evening, right? The number to call is right there on your screen. Use it. I'm going to be back in a minute or two, okay? And then we shall take calls or more. Thank you so much, brother. And that is my own man. I call him Omor. Omorui. So, Samuel, how do I pronounce the name again? Let me say it again. 1 second. Pardon me, Omor. I'm trying to bring up your name in the comments so that I can overweight. Okay. Omor, thank you so much for reaching out as well. Okay, Baba. I am going to go on a short break. When I come back, of course, I'll take calls. Remember, if you have to call in, if you want to call in, okay, it is a WhatsApp call only. Please don't try and call directly. I'll be back.
You get it?
Okay.
If you don't get it, forget about it.
Forget about it. So I think I have my first caller on the line this evening. It's a senator. Which of the senators were you, sir?
Yeah.
Hello.
This is a senator of Canada, not that of Nigeria, because I'm not an
trying to
idiot.
use your screen name to address you. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm good, sir. We really enjoy your presentation today. And I just want to comment on two things. One, for Natasha. You know, these people, Ada, Iriti, Natasha, they are all rocks. They are all the same. But, you know, the problem is this Natasha, he just beautiful, but he's not smart. You know, if you want to fight the devils in that chamber, you have to be smart with it. Something like that. I mean, something, if, let's say, Akpabiole made some sexual advancements to her, something like that, I expected her to play along to get enough evidence to nail Akpabiole. Just ordinary charge. You can just like, you look, see what they did to Baba Jesha. You know, Baba, that comedian, Baba Jesha, something like that. How do you, something like, no, you know, you can just play along, you know, say, oh no, Senator, how do you want me to be a good guy? I can be, you know, just be chatting, just be testing each other, collecting, you can even set him up. Okay, which hotel do you want to get all your evidence? Then your husband maybe you can just get this hotel, and then you tell your husband, then there's something like get camera, and then let them come and bust him there. Then with that, he has no, there won't be any escape route for him.
Out of it. But you don't even
something like that.
If there is actually an evidence, we don't know now. Okay, if there are evidence that if a petition was accepted, she will be asked to present evidence. You know that.
Now,
but now
you said something maybe some days ago about because she will not. You said she might not get justice.
Yes.
In that their senator, and then she won't get a justice. And then she said that if she has any evidence, she should flood social media.
I said she has a very huge followership on social media. Release her
on social media. You know, there are some cases that will have been swept under the carpet in that country, if not for this social media.
I know.
So know that once your evidence is already in the public domain through the social media, even those people, you will see 50% of all those senators backing Akpabiole, they will tactically withdraw their support. Because they know, because once it's in the public, even they something like that, they just tell the man, "Oga, I'll make you just step down," or something like. But now
he has rebound right now.
Yeah,
he's recovered.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, and they have gone out to a defensive side.
I get you.
Something like, so then that's the and then look at this Remi Tinubu, that stupid woman. When during this time of Bukola Saraki, she disrupted the National Assembly sitting.
Yes.
And then nobody suspended her. One thing about this is this APC Tinubu and his family, all those and his gang. What they are dishing out to what they did in the past, they can't take it now. In fact, what they are doing now, Atayu Bafara wrote him that he wants to muscle the opposition, and when PDP was in power, if PDP had muscled them, then Tinubu wouldn't have gotten to where he is today.
Because the argument of other people is that whose fault is this? Is it the fault of the opposition who cowered, or the fault of thiefnubu that wants a one-party state? Whose fault is it that thiefnubu is having his way? What thiefnubu dished out is what they don't want to do from anybody right now. And whose fault it is that is
the opposition? And then And then you know the most useless among them are those Labour Party lawmakers.
Total disappointment, aren't they?
Because we know PDP and the only difference between PDP and APC is just the difference between 12 and a dozen. That's the only difference between them. Yeah, and 6 and a half a dozen. That's the only difference between them. And then the Labour Party that came on board through the obedience tsunami. So and then they are the most useless among them. And then they have the sizable number that can form an opposition in that hollow chamber. But like one lunatic said,
I know.
Like one lunatic said that he knew where he was 8 years ago. You know, it's nauseating. I was just, it's nauseating hearing that kind of stuff and that kind of stupid talk. Say because you're now praising Akpabiole as if Akpabiole was your God. That's nonsense. You know,
like using age to describe the colleague. You know what I mean? That she can't even be your junior sister. Like,
you know, my brother.
You should have brought your sisters to the National Assembly now.
Yes, now that country is gone. That country, like as Charade said, we don't have a criminal justice system. It's the criminals have hijacked the justice system. That's that. There is no criminal justice system in Nigeria. It is the criminals that have hijacked the justice system. That's what we are seeing now. You know, their judiciary is in a big mess. It's what they want the judiciary to say, what the judges what they will say. And that's the problem. Like the same Supreme Court that said that 5-man now assembly in Plateau State is now saying that it's absurd. It's an absurdity to for a 4-man to be a 4-man to be in the River State. Something like that, you know. They don't even mind the consistency of their rulings. They just like there's a ruling pattern for APC, there's another ruling for others. It's what we want to make a ruling. They will make a ruling for AP, the one that will suit APC. Then they don't mind whether the one they are giving APC will contradict the one they will give to the other people. They will just their set of shameless individuals.
Thank you so much.
Anybody that is still thinking that country will be better. Come on.
Thank you again. Thank you so much for your contribution. Okay, let me take another one. It's good to have you on tonight. Okay, thanks a lot, sir. So let's have this. I have another caller on the line, and I bet. Hello,
Maiyegun.
Hello, sir.
Good evening.
How are you doing, Papa?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. This is Chooks calling from Northampton.
Yes, that's Chooks. Chooks, how are you doing this evening?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Class. Thanks so much for stopping
Welcome
by.
back, man.
Go on.
Welcome back, man. don't dare travel to America again.
Really? Why do you say that? Because I'm planning to.
Hey, man, we miss the proper show.
Right. What happened is that I won't travel to America that long anymore because I missed all of you.
Yeah.
I actually did. I'm just recovering from the jet lag as well.
I didn't mean to say don't enjoy your life, you know.
I don't being funny. Stretch anymore. Yeah. 17 days. That's a lot.
Yeah. I just want to say, good evening to you and all the viewers.
Thank you.
And the first caller, please, if you're listening, please let us be guided. Let us respect this woman. Full respect. You don't understand. Listen, I've fought a big fight in Nigeria, right? I've always stand up for my right in Nigeria. It doesn't matter when. When I was there, when I go back there, I always stand up for my right. And I know what she's feeling now. Okay?
What it is like.
I tell you, you see all these people talking now, right? You go on a public bus. You see that Lagos bus, right? And somebody is there who didn't pay, right? And the ticket man comes in, catch this person. All you hear from that bus is, please, 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 let him. It's just him. It's just this. It's just that, right? And when you stand up to say, what are you talking about? This is where the government get the money to pay the drivers, to pay all these people working. This is why we don't have job. Man, they will attack you straight away. Right? This I'm telling you is a personal experience.
No, you're right. I mean, it is their stock in trade anyway.
I said, instead of you begging, right, just go ahead and pay for it. Because somebody must pay for it. Okay?
Yep.
So, and everywhere God lose. You know, sometimes you might even escape with your life. I'm telling you this.
You're lucky.
I've been in a first act to collect my to do my ID card, right?
Right.
The national ID card. As it gets to my turn, because when I went with my kids, right? When they see us, you know. When they speak, you know. Okay. Immediately it gets to my turn, the paper is finished.
Right.
Unless I bring money for them to go and print this paper. Right? You know what I did?
Wow.
I said, hold on. Can I see the paper? He gave me the paper. I said, nothing is going to happen here until you deal with me. Right? Guess what?
Wow.
Those who are behind, if you don't have the money to pay this, not just come here and speak big English, you get out of the way. Bro, at a point, I have to make a phone call. Say, if any one of you is old enough, let the person just touch me. Don't beat me. Just touch me. Right? I have to make a phone call for the real people to come around.
Right.
Do you understand that?
This is about to go down here.
So what I'm trying to say, right? Thank God you displayed after that conversation with the first caller, right? You displayed what she said. Her last statement on that floor. Yeah. Look, I don't think she's that stupid because of the word that
from Chooks. You see, your position is so great. All right. Nigeria is a place where, for example, if you are in a bus, in a commercial bus, right? And then you see these policemen collecting bribes on the roadside. I mean, sorry, on this road. And it gets to the turn of your commercial bus driver. And he refuses to pay. From inside the bus, right? 90% of those people inside that bus will begin to attack the driver.
They will nearly beat him up.
Give them money now, say we never pay uni. Give them, you are delaying also, pay them. So that is why you will see, you know, as we say that not many Nigerians actually hate corruption, you know?
Yeah. No. You know why I'm saying this, right?
Yep.
The first word that comes out of the first caller's mouth is, she's not smart. That is denigrating, please. That is denigrating. She's not smart and she stand up against these people. Do you know what we're talking about? I don't think any one of us envisage what she is into. And I don't believe she will just come up
like just
to
make
speak
up that kind of a thing.
and have this confidence without huge amount of evidence. Do you understand that? So let's wait for her. Let's wait for the real time for her to release. Then we can judge. For anybody judging this lady by now, oh man, I don't take side with that. I don't take side because I've been there, right? I've fought so many times that nearly take my life. Okay? In Nigeria, I'm telling you. So I know what it takes to stand up in Nigeria. Look at how they were disgracing her, doing all kinds of things. Can you stand that?
And they are all attacking her personality.
Listen, if this lady is not smart, right? she will break down right in front of that place. Do you know? Not even a man can withstand that. Not so many of us can withstand that. Do you understand what I'm saying? The problem we have in Nigeria is we cherry pick. We pick when it suits us. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. You see, like all these people on TV, right? Including our great Rufai. All of them, they cherry pick.
They do.
None of them can be excluded. I'm telling you. Okay? I remember when we're talking about democracy. This is not democracy. They are telling us that the worst democracy is better than the military.
Lie.
Who told you that? Who told you that? I was a child growing up during the military. I have never seen this type of disobedience and all this. Okay?
No.
If it is during the military, you see what happened in Ikeja? NEPA office, right? It won't go unpunished. It won't go unpunished. Do you know why?
Why?
These people are being paid to pay their bills. Where are the money going? Where are the money? So when we look at all these things, right, we cherry pick, then all of a sudden it's staring in our faces.
Jeez.
Then we realize that Nigeria is bad. Yeah. Then we just suddenly realize that Nigeria is bad. There's a lot of them on the street now, right? I used to see them speak highly of this government and all this, right? When I said they made it tribal before the election, after the election, during the court case, I know what they... All of them now are preaching
conversation with people anymore without it turning into tribal, ethnic, and religious. Now
many of them just realized, because they lost their businesses, they lost everything. They just realized that this is a killer government. Okay, so this is what we're facing. I remember the turn of Okuama. You see all this injustice, right? You think it's not gonna come to you. Wait until it comes to you. Wait until it comes to you. I remember during the Okuama incident, people who are talking, you see them come on TV, just like you see them come on TV to attack Natasha today, right? Tomorrow it becomes them. You see everybody now, some of us who are naive, because that's how I'm gonna say it, will be on their side. Except if you know them, you know that they must have done one or two things in the past that doesn't suit with the real thing of a nation. Okay, so you see, I feel with the Air Force, right, going there to do this. If it is in the same country, first of all, right, the president or whoever that is in charge, the energy minister or the Air Force marshal, right, should investigate where is this money going. I heard the man saying that Buhari paid some. How can you pay something you've paid before? No inquiries, no nothing. Come on, man. Come on, man. You say sometimes when we discuss Nigeria, you get mad.
I mean, it's endless, all right. And sometimes if you pay attention to the madness going on in that place, majority of them are mostly unbelievable. That's why they say if they explain Nigeria to you and you are not mad, you are not angry, you don't explain it well.
You know, there's a friend who used to say, right, that thing that isn't not possible or impossible is already happening in Nigeria. You don't say this is impossible. No.
That can never happen.
No.
I haven't been to Nigeria yet.
No, you can't. As far as Nigeria is concerned, you can never say this can never happen because it doesn't. Thank you, Mr. Maiyegun.
God bless you.
And have a great
perspective, by the way. Thanks a lot for that contribution. Indeed. And you too can be part of this. The number to call is right there on your screen, I think. Sorry, I can't see that now, but those of you who have the number saved, yes, you too can be on the other end right now, adding your own contribution, just like the first two callers. Nigeria is a place where abnormalities are totally normalized rather. So it is a place where sometimes is it sometimes or all the time, if you, for any reason, decide to pay attention to the happenings, some of them, sometimes you feel like, this is impossible. Is this even happening? It is Nigeria. And listen, the people themselves, they are not different from their own leaders, by the way, or should I say, all these criminals that you see parading themselves as leaders, they are the true reflection of the people they are supposed to be leading. You just need to pay attention and you realize that the fruit, I mean the mango, did not fall far from the tree. My first caller, Senator, is calling back to possibly respond to that. You only have this chance, and it's only 2 minutes you've got, sir. Hello.
Hello, sorry, this is Mr. Kola. I am calling back, let me quickly respond.
I know you're calling back because you want to say something about the last one, right? Please.
Please, point of correction, I didn't mock Senator Natasha. What I was emphasizing was that Nigeria is a lawless country. You remember there was a time the Inspector General of Police said that people should stop posting all these police illegalities online. That they should rather report, because they know that if they come to report to them, they will cover everything. They will sweep everything under the carpet. But they know that once you get to the social media, there's little they can do to cover to do any cover up. That's what I'm saying. That see, Senator Natasha has gone to court. Which court? Is it not the same court that is under the? You see what your first lady said. What he said. That means that his husband is involved, right? Because it's Akpabiole is Tinubu's eyes. It's a rubber stamp for Tinubu. So and then they know. You remember once a senator when there is a section in this constitution that say that their procedure can be the court, the judiciary can look into their case. Now they say that no court can. They know what they are doing. They do. That's what they are doing because they know that the judiciary is in their pocket. And they also have uneducated population as well. That is also one huge problem. The elephant. That's what I didn't. Sorry, so I didn't mock Senator Natasha, but I was making that statement in context of the lawlessness of that country called Nigeria. Thank you so much. If you are dealing with lawless people, then you at least show, if not for social media, at least there are some justices our people are getting because of the social media. I get you. So that's my point.
It's okay. It is expected when you make a position, okay? Yeah. There are thousands of people listening, okay? And therefore they will react. It's expected. And thanks for the clarification, okay? And you have a good one, sir. Okay. Thank you. That is Sake, caller from Canada, the CDKC, so to say. So indeed, both of you are right. Shukso, Sake, you are both right. So my first caller believed that the only place this guy fears is the social media. Now, sometimes you may think these rogues, okay, they are above everything. But we have seen how much they fear social media. It is not an accident. There are some certain things that if it makes it to the social media, it is going to be out of their control. And a case like this, that means if Natasha had an ulterior motive, this is my own kind of understanding. If she had an ulterior motive against Akpabiole, probably she would have done that. Ulterior motive means I'm going to destroy this man. I'm going to, you know what I mean, like that. And I'm going to use that as weakness to get to him, and it's easier. I'll set him up. Well, you and I don't even know what she has. She can't just wake up and make this allegation, right? So we expect her to have some level of evidence that she would be expected to present to their own committee there, or the committee of the public opinion. Yeah, bring it to the court of the public opinion. It is not over yet. Here, one name, the number.
And the number, the great man, the lion himself.
Baba, how are you?
Well, thank God, Charade.
Bless you.
Welcome back. We've missed you a lot, man.
I know, I've missed all of you too. It's good to be back.
Missed you a lot.
Thank you. Osita.
You come to Atlanta, so we were longing to see you. Me and
we'll have our own time there too, you know.
And anyway, welcome back.
Thank you. Osita, please.
I must commend you. I love your family. Your daughter with her so much energy.
Thank you. She's, man, I don't know how to describe her. Like I said that sometimes I get frustrated. Like, if I'm gonna die, she's gonna be the one to probably contribute to, you know. She gets away with a lot, and she's got this audacity that I can't really explain it. I love her.
Yeah, I believe she's just like you. Mark my word.
So. Okay, female version of me. That would be wonderful. Then.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
You.
Anyway, you know, the first thing I would say is that do not die in their war.
Don't die in their war. Please.
Yes. Do not die in their war. All these things, trust me, is the distraction to the belief that we have. Or to the conclusion that we've already have concerning the contraption.
And it could be a huge distraction from something big that is happening that we are not yet paying attention to.
Yes. Because on a more serious note, they said the most extended movie industry in the world is Nollywood, and you won't be so surprised that what we are saying is that a producer in Nollywood is actually writing tips for them.
Right.
And they are carrying it out. Because someone who knows that she's not going to get justice, she's more informed than me when it has something to do with the evil they contribute individually to the destruction of that contraption. He knows better than I do. You will not tell me that you know that you cannot get justice in their judiciary. They used to say that judiciary is the last hope of a common man. But in Nigeria, it's the opposite, it's the reverse. It is the only judiciary that you can see in the world, and consistently they will tell you that white. They will ask you, what color is this? You say it's white. They will tell you, who told you it is white? And they will tell you that thing is not white. So she already knows that. Because if she is so much eager, determined to do something, by now we will have been seeing a lot of things flying on the social media.
That's what I expected too, but I just don't want to be like, I don't want to, it's like, I don't want to jump the gun.
So, but we are not seeing it. And that is the reason. Even this morning or yesterday night, a friend of mine called me. He wanted to say this thing. And I said, I don't want to listen to this because I've not seen enough to warrant me to talk about it. But I'm just talking about it here because of we are here as one family. So nobody is exonerating or saying what Akpabiole did is right. But before I have to come down to that particular, if you have something at which a tool for me that which I will use to go against this man right now, I am going to go against it because everybody knows Akpabiole is always like this. The woman that he had problem with in the NDDC is a living witness. What happened between him and that woman is still the same thing that has to do with harassment. But yet that man that is a predator, because he couldn't defend. He never said anything concerning that woman's allegation.
He ignored that totally.
Yeah.
When he was asked that question about her, right? He said, I remember, I've been looking for that video, by the way. I haven't seen it, okay? It was asked about that woman. Is it true? And then Akpabiole was like, she's just a disgruntled woman. He never had any contact with her. And she was working in his office. The NDDC stuff then, right?
Yeah.
So, and then that's it. He just downplayed it. I also have this, Osita, sorry, right? I also have this personal sort of disgust for the Nigerian media. Most of the time when they bring these guys onto their TV to discuss some of these issues, you realize that they are not actually, they didn't bring them to probe them and present some counter evidence to, you know, like you bring somebody, you invite somebody about an issue, you've not done your own investigation. But meanwhile, you bring them onto your TV only for the whole thing to be sounding like image laundering for them. Right? Exactly. So that's a personal disgust I have for this Nigerian media. It's like they are always there to shield these guys and then beam more, you know, what you call beam more searchlights on the victims. Have you noticed that?
Yes. So to buttress that fact to you that you're looking at, you ask yourself, if they hijack Nigeria, they hijack the judiciary, is it the media? The media is nothing to them because they actually foot the bills of this media company. So one way or the other, they own all these companies that you're looking at. That is the reason they are trying to destruct the mainstream media all over the world. Because if they destabilize the mainstream media, they own it. Then what kind of news are you going to hear? That is the reason I told somebody the other day, I hardly listen to, even in America here, I hardly listen to Fox News or CNN, or I only watch
But they are
YouTube
all
channel.
the different organs of propaganda. Depends on who is using them. Republicans, Democrats, they are, you know, they won't give you the balanced report. I get you.
They've been hijacked. So that is the same thing you see in Nigeria. No media group is willing to say the truth. They don't even speak the fact, how much more saying the truth or answering the truthful question. That they will say that, oh, this question is truth to power. None of them does that. So that's the reason I am not blaming her for fighting back. But if she has to fight back, let her bring some proof to us so that people can support her. But if she can't bring that truth, I am sorry. Let's not even talk about it. And let us face what we are facing. What are we facing? We have seen it. This country, that country, Nigeria, is irredeemable. The only solution to that country is to break it off. It's irredeemable. Nobody can get justice for anything. Because even within their ranks, within their ranks, even the lesser evil within their ranks can't even get justice. Within their own rank, can't even get justice. And it brings me to the fact that we're talking about the Labour Party members in the National Assembly. Believe me, those ones that you are calling Labour members, none of them campaigned. They only rode on the back of P2B, and people voted for them. Nobody knows them. Nobody knows their capacity. Those ones too, it's not because of his Labour Party. They are criminals there too, waiting for their own
some of them too, by the way, Osita, if you don't forget, some of them who became Labour Party representatives, they became so because they couldn't secure PDP APC ticket. Remember?
Exactly.
Some of them had to go to that Labour Party government, join the obedient movement because they.
Yeah, if you go and look at most of their acceptance speech of all of them, they were still letting you understand that they never believed that they were going to be voted in.
No.
So those people are not tested. None of them, nobody saw them campaign or asked them question anywhere. None of them went to campaign anything. Some of them didn't even do one single campaign, but at the end of the day, they won. So just because of the party, because of P2B was there. So what we all are trying to say is that I will just advise us, let us not fight over their own matter. Please. Thank you very much, my brother.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you too. Okay, you stay safe, Baba. Good to hear from you. All right. So I have CA from Atlanta on the line. CA, how you doing, sir?
Atlanta, yeah.
That's CA from Atlanta.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah.
Thank you.
It is exactly 5:55 p.m. Sunny cold day in Atlanta.
5:55 p.m. Brilliant. Did you say
Yes.
cold?
Cold but sunny. You know how it is. It's sunny, but it's cold too. Not too cold though.
I get you.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks
Yeah.
so much for calling in, okay? Please.
Thank you and welcome back. Next time, like Osita said, we'll host in Atlanta by the grace of God.
Amen to that. And it shall be this
Yeah.
year. Inshallah.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. So you can see what is happening in Nigeria. You can see the bunch of, I'm sorry to use these words, please. You can see the bunch of idiots we have in the house. You can see the caliber, and when people talk, when you talk on your program, some idiots will be saying that Maiyegun, you are too pessimistic, blah 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 blah. Because we already know where the country is headed and where the country is right now. We already know. But what baffles me is those people that still believe that the country will be better. I don't know what gives them that impression. Look at the presidency, gone. Judicial, gone. House of Reps, Senate, gone. The legislative arm is gone. So what is left?
Nothing. The military
This is a country that,
Air Force.
This is a country where if I have more money than you, if I have more money than you, and you talk to me anyhow, I'll go and lock you up.
That's it.
I'll lock you up. Nothing happens. So we have a country where a big man can lock a poor man up. We have a country where the legislature will not investigate anything and suspend anybody they want to suspend.
But they will start acting based on their own feelings.
Yes. We have a country where elections are not held and winners are declared. We have a country where the judiciary will give ridiculous judgments. Ridiculous judgment. A man that not contest election is the Senate president.
Today.
A man that came fourth in an election is the governor of a state.
That's right.
So tell me, with all this that is happening, tell me how any reasonable person, any sane person, will still believe in that contraption called Nigeria. Tell me, Maiyegun, how anybody, any right-thinking person, listen to this program. Now, I'm talking to everybody listen to this program. I'm talking to everybody listen to this program today. That ask yourself that question. If you still believe that things are going to get better in Nigeria. I'm above 50 years. I'm above 50 years old now. I have been watching what's happening in Nigeria since I was a kid till now. And people still believe it's going to be better. Better when? My father is dead. My father is one of those that believe that Nigeria is going to be better. He's dead right now. And we still have those coming from behind me talking about, no, if we have to make sure our electoral laws, which electoral laws are you talking about?
Laws.
Which electoral law are you talking about? No, the country can be good if you can get good electoral laws. If you can get this, who is going to make the laws? Who's going to implement the laws?
Implement it. Who?
And I see young people still echo such sentiment, such fallacy as sentiments. That the country can be good if we can put our electoral act together. We can do this together. In which country? That's what I'm asking. Which country are you talking about all this stuff? Maiyegun, I'm so angry. I'm sorry to shouting and using this file. It's just unbelievable. How people just sit down and think that the country will be okay. And when you talk, they criticize you. When Dangote refinery was coming, you told us what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. They were saying, no. What's happening today? They bring out student loan. You told them it's not going to work. What's happening today?
Because there's no sincerity in all of these things. You cannot be using propaganda, right? Propaganda to run things, and you channel your energy into using propaganda on what ordinarily should do his own talking. It should do his own publicity itself. You have student loan or whatever you call it, right?
Babangida is writing a book. Babangida is writing a book, and people are clapping. I remember then, at dollar time, people lost their lives trying to escape to Lagos. It was almost like there was going to be a war. People died. And this man is coming now to launch a book, and people are clapping and buying the books.
Yeah, now
you can see the clinic of people that we have as leaders. Look at all the leaders we have. Let's say democratic. Let's forget that idiot Buhari as a military man. Okay, let's just start from that. Look at Buhari was the military. Babangida, Abacha, Shehu Shagari. Just let me look at Buhari. Look at the whole of the kind of caliber of people we have as president and the head of state. They expect Nigeria to be good. You should know where Nigeria is because of those people. Thank you, Maiyegun.
God bless you. See, you have a good one, okay? I have another caller, but just before we take that, our time is now fast spent. Sorry that I had to use about 15 minutes from the calling time in my own presentation. So I may give that back, okay? But I want to remind us, the viewers, listen, we are going to be rounding it up in another maybe few minutes. So if you haven't really liked this broadcast, I urge you to please do, okay? If you haven't subscribed onto Maiyegun's Diary Politico, again, I also urge you to. And then let's hear from Adeola. Adeola, brother.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
But we did very okay, very quick one. Just say me, I just go to
go for it.
No long thing. Now, but that contraption is a joke. It's a big joke. It's a gift that keeps giving.
Yes.
It's a gift that keeps giving. You know, just watching the NAS proceedings just confirms everything. And it's nightmarish watching those things. It's nightmarish. Whereby men gang up. Men gang up and, you can't even see anything that they are doing. No visible change.
No.
And you can't expect a visible change from a float contraction without any legitimate constitution backing them. No election, just declare. Your former caller said, you just declare winners. Declare winners.
Yep. And if you're not comfortable with it, go to court.
Go to court. Go to court. And that's a long see. At the end of the day, Maiyegun, the part that I really, really feel sad, about is the youth. Is the unemployed youth, is able-bodied men with brains, that opportunity. Those are the key, key points. Because after all has been said and done, it's not good for people to be without opportunity, Maiyegun.
I know.
So many years ago, I peered into Lagos State skills reports, and there wasn't any real attempt to empower people. There wasn't any real attempt. I looked at Lagos State skills reports, Maiyegun, different local governments, to see what they were doing, how much they were spending, how many people they were empowering. And I saw that.
Is that what people call the HDI, Human Development Index, or something like that?
Human Development Index, it's a driver that shows any economy is improving. Forget GDP.
It's
GDP
going to actually have a real progress or just movement without motion.
Exactly. So HDI, Human Development Index, is the real driver of change, not GDP. GDP is the aggregation of all the economic activities that goes on in a country for a particular point in time, after some adjustments have been made. But the real driver is social. It looks at social disharmony. It looks at somebody who looks at how happy or how good or how optimistic you are about the future. Human Development Index. Those are the things that really, really drives an economy, that tells you the trajectory and the pattern that you are going towards. Happiness index. But underneath those things is the training, human capital development. Maiyegun, when I saw Lagos State skills reports, they were single-digit training of people, not double-digit or triple-digit. No, Maiyegun. And those are the things that drive an economy. That drives the economy. So this government has told us times without number. They are unable to do that, Maiyegun. And for me, it's a ticking time bomb.
We are sitting on to let you know that if you are telling people that there is no future for this place, you have the stats, you have the data to back what you are saying, and if things remain this way, your own position will remain valid forever. There is no future for that place.
Anybody doing that bureau that is following anyone up and down, following any position up and down, is not trained. What job can they go into? So you see, there's no real skill. You can't see if you are trained to put a phone together or to repair a phone. That is a transferable skill. You can repair phones. You can repair any digital gadget or any smart gadget. That's your skill. but there isn't any concerted effort to train anybody and to endow people with skills. And without, that's a missing link, Maiyegun. So I don't see anything optimistic about that contraption. That in all we've said, Maiyegun, this is where my heart sinks. Have a good night, sir.
You have a good one, Baba. Thank you so much for stopping by. And as usual, right? Thanks for that contribution, okay? So that's Adeola. I have a lady, I want to believe, because I'm about to wrap up right now, but having a lady on the line, I can probably use another few minutes to say, this is my last caller tonight. And a quick reminder as well, okay? Hang in there, my caller. Don't hang up, because if you do, I may not be able to get you back in, okay? So I just want to pass this quickly, right? So we are about to wrap up. So round it up now. Like this broadcast, okay, if you haven't already. Remember, here's hello, ma.
Hey, Maiyegun.
Ma'am, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Welcome back.
You know, thanks for asking.
So, Maiyegun, first of all, I'm going to talk strictly on Senator Natasha.
Please, I'm glad that I'm speaking to a lady that wants to say something about that.
Yes, I know.
Please. It's been men's show. People have been giving their own think pieces on this, and it's mostly men, you know. So now that I have a lady on record, right?
Yes.
Let's hear your position, ma'am.
Yes, sir. All right. First of all, I would want to thank Senator Natasha's husband for standing in with her. That is so commendable. Senator Natasha's husband is not a young man, and he knows what it will take for him to lose if he stands with the wife, and he did. So definitely that man must have heard and seen some things that the wife has presented to him.
She said
so for some of us, yes, so for some of us that we are so, bring out evidence, sometimes things don't work like that. And we don't even know what is going on behind the scene. Remember, when this thing happened initially, Akpabiole was like, you could see that he was jittery.
He was shaking.
But after a day of thank you. After a day or two, he now got himself. Now they are doing all the charade. Yes, people giving him titles and so on. We should know that there's a lot of manipulation going on behind. Who are the people standing up for Natasha? They are the commoners. And who are the people standing up for Akpabiole? They are the so-called movers and shakers of Nigeria, so-called, in a very corrupt way.
That's right.
And we all know that they are the ones also that own the court and everything in Nigeria.
Yes.
However, I commend Natasha for people that think that, she can't go anywhere, she can't do anything. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step.
That's very smart. So true.
And for me, I am not talking just as a woman. I'm talking as a parent. For me, I don't have girls' children, but I have boys' children, of which I know that my future daughter-in-laws are my daughters. So I'm standing in for those girls. I'm standing for my nieces. I'm standing for every other woman out there that has been harassed in one way or the other. We shouldn't be seen by our genitalias. We should be seen by what we can bring to the table. And Natasha is a very smart girl.
Yes.
So why are we not looking at it that way? Just look at how the house has been just, how would I say, hiding, and it does toggle for me.
No, it's bullying.
It's toggle.
They have to quickly come to that, because they are mostly guilty.
Exactly.
You know something, ma'am? The substance of our allegation is so weighty that most people who are supposed to look into them, right, to look into it per se, most of them are guilty of the same accusation. If those who have been up right now, you realize that those who are supposed to actually look into this should never be sent to stand in judgment of this at all. You're right.
Exactly, and that is why they are siding with Akpabiole because they are all in the same, it's bird of the same feather, they flock together. All those men that you are seeing there, and one very disappointing person, no, I wouldn't, yeah, she really disappointed me. Ireti so disappointed because we knew when Wike and the other guy were bullying her, we're like, oh no, this is not good, no, this is not good.
We had a program
But
on that. We did a
however,
program on her here.
yes, I
Trying to call the
remember
attention of people
that
that they are ganging up against her. But see how the whole thing turn around. See the turnaround now.
Exactly. Even Remy, look at what happened to Remy and what's his name? This crazy man in Kogi. And everything is swept under the carpet. So we should know that this thing is just a gang up against Natasha. Even if Natasha doesn't have so much evidence, something did happen. But we shouldn't take that for granted. If we are parents, we should stand up for our girl children. We should stand up, even boys, they get harassed too. We should stand up for people that are being abused. Today is Natasha's turn. Tomorrow it might be mine. The next day it might be Maiyegun's own. Yes. And who will come for us? He is crying wolf. And we're all thank you.
Would I react the same way? Would you react if your daughter comes home and says she's been, would you tell your daughter to go and apologize to the person she said harassed her?
Exactly. So see, we shouldn't, it's not sentiment now, but we should use our reasoning cap. We shouldn't say, oh, this, let us just look at this thing and put ourselves in Natasha's shoes. But people are not doing that. They want to bring all forms of stuff. Oh, they all belong. Yeah, they can belong to the same clique, but something is happening. And how do we bring a change to these things that are happening? Do we just leave them alone and say, oh, you know what? No. Natasha, yes, she has the common people on the street. I've been to programs like yours that people are speaking on these things and people are ready to march for Natasha, but it's just that they are not the elites. All those women that you see, they are giving Akpabiole a gift. Akpabiole, all of a sudden, we saw his wife, he's kissing his wife. That is a typical trait of a narcissist.
Like you are so right, a narcissist. Somebody who is saying, oh, look, I see all these beautiful women. None of them can say I ever harassed them. So therefore,
exactly. But people are just seeing past all that. They're seeing past all that. Please, we should look at these things. Let us put ourselves, if my child comes to me, if my niece comes to me, if my cousin comes to me, what would be my reaction? It shouldn't just be that, oh, it's happening on another side. You understand? We should personalize it.
I hope Natasha, I'm actually going to reach out to her because of this. Just something that I can press and see if I can see and bring her onto Maiyegun's Diary Politico. It is I'm going to try. Okay, I'm going to try. Now, I'm going to try and see if we can press her to give us something. You get what I mean now?
Yes.
But like you said, you to say the institution that was supposed to really do the investigation is allowed to do its job. They are the one in the better position to tell us that there is no evidence. You get that now? Not me and you trying to join the bandwagon or trying to condemn her, because that's exactly how the Nigerian society works. Condemn her. Push her to silence.
Exactly. Those people will never investigate, because even the people in the court, those ones that are in the judiciary, they're doing the same thing too. And even some of these women, look at Itagiwa Senator Itagiwa talking and talking. I'm like, these women, they're just shameless. They are really shameless. If they have daughters, if they really value the girl child, they wouldn't do that. Even if they want to scold Natasha, if I am the one, I will never do it in public. I'd rather go zit and silent. But for them to come out like that and shame that woman, it's not good. You see? Why? That is all I want to say for me and Team Natasha.
Your position, and I'm happy that I am so glad that I didn't pass your call when it was on the screen. So thank you so much, ma'am. All right, we shall. We shall continue to actually put the truth out there for everybody to see, and you can be judge.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would.
I appreciate
You're
it. Okay.
welcome.
I know.
You're
Anything else
welcome.
operating, okay?
Sorry, we couldn't. Yeah, we couldn't see when you came to Houston. Well, we are in Dallas, and I did tell your little friend that my husband is around. He's like, "Mommy, can we go?" I'm like, "When? Friday, you are going to school. I'm going to work. Why do you want us to do it?" You know, but he's looking forward to meeting you someday.
We shall meet someday.
That boy
soon.
is. Yes,
See,
yes.
what I discovered about your America, and this time around, my experience in the Houston is that it's too huge.
Yes,
Somebody be driving 12 hours from El Paso to Houston in the same state.
And Dallas is around 3-4 hours.
3-4
That's
hours.
how
Right?
you know they
when somebody says, see, what I discovered again, ma'am, right, is that when somebody says, "Oh, it's just around the corner there, let's go," you know, it's just don't follow them. Around the corner in America, in Houston, can take you about 40 minutes drive.
Exactly. Don't you see that slogan? They say everything is big in Texas.
Everything is big in Texas. That means
that is me.
I experienced it. I did. But it's wonderful, though, okay? So because when I gave people the address of where we wanted to have the meet and greet, right? Some people said, some people actually came, they drove an hour, 30 minutes to the place. We didn't use, you know.
Yes.
You get that now? I'm like,
and then another.
Yes. So everybody can put into their schedule.
Yeah, and then the last one that I'll tell you something about Texas. Yes, first of all, they say everything is big in Texas, right? Then the second one, they talk about the weather, that the weather is like a woman. Her mood changes any day, anytime. So that is how the weather is in Texas.
That is so true. Again, ma'am, let me tell you my experience on that, okay? Because I experienced it. I did. When we go to Texas, when we go to Houston, it was warm. I had this Niger vibe feeling. Oh my God! So, you know, I was wearing t-shirts, I was wearing tees, and I was wearing like, you know, it was great, right? Then the sun was fine. Yes. That I started feeling like I was shiny, like, you know, my skin was shining. I was like, oh, this is great. Then 2 days later, this cold, just suddenly like enveloped the entire city. I'm talking about me that came from Scotland, where cold is our second nature. Man, I have never felt that cold ever. It was so cold that bone chilling like that.
Maiyegun, you are lucky that I gave you 2 days of sunshine. You come out in the morning hot, in the afternoon it's raining. By the time you are going home after work, it's so cold. You'll be like, where is this coming from? So that is our weather, yes.
Yes. It was fun. It was really wonderful. Okay, and I love your food. Bless all of you in that place.
Yes.
You are, you know, it's amazing, right? Every restaurant we got to, right, was busy. Every restaurant. Whether you go to the Mexicans, the Indians, the what do you call it, the Africans, and everywhere was busy. I was like, wow.
Maiyegun, we work a lot. So sometimes when we can't cook, we augment. And we have to have it like almost like homemade, you know, you understand. We work a lot. Yeah, like I work almost every day of the week. So
I know. Anyway, it's such an experience, and I want to have more of that. I won't lie to you. I want to experience it again. And then this time around, we are going to plan it. I promise you. We will
all right. Okay. As far as you're in Dallas, you see me and your little friend.
And I can't wait to. I really can't wait to. But say me well to, you know, to him, all right? I shall see some of
okay, I will.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. So this is where we're going to draw the curtain this evening. It's been wonderful having this chat with all of us. I'm going to be back again tomorrow, all right? And until then, please don't ever stop, okay? Watching Maiyegun's Diary, Politico, Garbalife, my own. See, you know what Garbalife did for me? She called him from California, which is our own Celia. And then she was like, can you give me your address, your hotel address? I want to send something to the children. But Amazon came with boxes of, God knows, different cookies, chocolates. So when we were coming back, yeah, still in those boxes. So when we were coming back, Akbeke was like, how are we going to pack this now? It's going to take all the places. Maybe we should just leave. I was like, are you okay? I'm not leaving anything. Right now, all the boxes are now in my shelf there in the office. They are in there. Brethren, read beyond the caption of this broadcast. Always. read the description of the broadcast. Like the broadcast because that is your own offering. Every time you join the sermon, that is your offering. You like the broadcast first. And as they say, there is love in sharing. So therefore, share the broadcast. So invite your friends, your not so friendly friends, your frenemies, right? The Buharidins, invite all of them. Buharidins, Buhari the Derins, Buhari the Notus, Buhari the Jatus, the Buhari Shukus, the Ungos the Unneka Haris, the articulators, the articulated Mugus, the articulated Morons, the Lagos Abobakus, the Oshogbo Alimajiris, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the all-risers. Tell them that Maiyegun today, then sit back, relax, while I roll out what I have for us this evening. And if you have done all of that already, thank you again. So tonight, we have an update. They are like series. Mostly the conversation tonight is going to be, it's going to be on the atrocities of the Fulani terrorists. And the one man that warned all of us ahead of time years ago, a man that because of his, vision, he was able to warn us ahead, and that automatically puts a target on his back. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigeria criminal system, the Nigeria criminal politicians have done so much in spreading different kind of propaganda to justify the criminality, the illegality, the illegitimacy of the continued trial of Nnamdi Kanu. And just last month, if you will remember, or recall, rather, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, right, received an impromptu appearance letter from the discredited, compromised Binta Nyako, the woman that is being used to perpetuate the illegality of the continued illegal detention of Nnamdi Kanu. She demanded to see Nnamdi Kanu and his lawyers. And upon their arrival in court, she wanted them to start defending whatever case she thinks she has against him. Unfortunately for her, Nnamdi Kanu had to take the stand, challenged the supposed lawyer of the government of Nigeria. Nnamdi Kanu was initially, well, let's start from the, a rollback place, okay? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu became the enemy of the ruiners, the looters, the dream killers, destiny killers of that contraption called Nigeria, when he started raising alarm on the impending terrorism of the Fulani terrorists, and how much the supposed people that are supposed to keep, the people that are supposed to keep you and I safe in that contraption, how much they have now in bed, and in fact, how much they were going to protect these terrorists the moment they begin to attack us. That Nnamdi Kanu saw ahead of time, that automatically puts a target on his back. The Nigerian system, the criminals in Nigeria did everything, and they are still doing it, to ensure that they criminalize the supposed democratic tenant called referendum. Something that is not criminal. They decided to criminalize it. Not just that. They used the Nnamdi Kanu's expose on them. They used that to perpetuate another set of state-sponsored genocide. Some said it is a massacre, but it is both systemic ethnic tribal cleansing orchestrated by those in charge of Nigeria. Let me give you an idea of what that means. The Fulani terrorists, for some reason, they have declared jihad on the rest of us in that Nigeria. Anyone demanding that we should go our separate ways is considered an enemy to this project. And that is why today, the Nigeria criminal system, they went as far as going to Kenya to break international treaty, break international law by kidnapping Nnamdi Kanu. So when they took him to Nigeria, their own courts, they charged him for terrorism. Can you believe that? No, sorry. They actually initially charged him for treason. when they couldn't really prove any of that, because their own court said nobody can try Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria. No court can try Nnamdi Kanu in Nigeria because of the process in which he was abducted, kidnapped, right, drugged, and smuggled back into Nigeria. That breaks international law. Nigeria broke law because they wanted to keep a man, a single man that kept, knocking senses into the ears of this thick skull of these Nigerians about the impending doom that is going to be championed by the Fulani terrorists and their sponsor. So since then, right, they continue in the pathway of this illegality by continuing to manipulate their own judicial system, so compromised that Nnamdi Kanu then said, I can't get any justice from this place. There will be no justice in this courtroom. There will be no justice in court of Binta Nyako. Because Binta Nyako has, husband, her son, they are currently standing trial for corruption, systemic corruption in Nigeria. And those who kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu, who disobeyed their own court judgments, those who have continued to sort of compromise the judiciary, because, compromise the judiciary until they will get a predetermined final judgment, which has become so almost impossible in their own court. So Nnamdi Kanu last month was in their court, where he challenged Binta Nyako. Meanwhile, back in September 2024, Binta Nyako, after months of pressure coming from Nnamdi Kanu, that you need to recuse yourself. You do not have any legal standing to actually try me. You can't try me. You are a compromised individual. You are not even independent. You are not independent-minded. So in September 2024, Nyako recused herself from the case. I said, well, I hands off. I can't try Nnamdi Kanu. I don't want to be part of this case anymore. Only for who they call the president of the Federal High Court in Nigeria to write an internal memo that she must continue and she must convict Nnamdi Kanu. So when Nnamdi Kanu saw, when she sent this emergency appearance letter, and Nnamdi Kanu showed up, same thing happened. She was expecting Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers to put up a defense. A defense for what? They said, oh, they've dropped the treason. They've dropped the treason charges. Now they are charging Nnamdi Kanu for terrorism. So Nnamdi Kanu committed terrorism in their own DSS detention. How? So Nnamdi Kanu stood up and said, you may be daft, you may be compromised, but listen, I'm not stupid. Listen to me again, Madam Judge. You do not have any right, legal standing to try me. Here are the section of your own laws, your own constitution in this contraption that says you have recused yourself. And no internal memo, right? Internal memo will change that. You would have to first of all appeal your recusal. And if any other judge in this your contraption decided, right, to reinstate you, that is when you can say, okay, you want to try me. But in my own, from my own side, you are never going to try me. I hope all of you remember that scenario. If you have forgotten, I think I have a copy here. Just a quick reminder of that scenario.
He did me something in my case. I refused him. He was conscious official. I asked him to recuse himself. Why did the chief judge not insist I must hear it? He left my case.
Okay, listen. If anybody is not happy with this, which is true, then you need to go and
No, I cannot. Because I have a court order. I have a court order. You have recused yourself. I have a court order. Anybody who disagrees with this order of court, go to appeal court. That's what you tell me all the time. You are conscious official. You cannot preside over this case number again. Not in this life. You cannot. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. A woman over here cannot force this court to preside on my case. You cannot. Not today, not till forever. You are recused and you stand recused. Tell the chief judge, Nnamdi Kanu said, go on appeal. I recused him from my case. The state recused Justice Adema from my case. I did not insist Adema must hear my case. I never insisted. So why must you insist to hear my case? blind to injustice, and I will not subject myself to it. You stand accused and you must take my case. You cannot try me. This man is not paying attention. There is an order of recusal, and he's a senior advocate, for goodness sake. There's an order of recusal. Is that not the rule of law? The law says if you disagree with this, you go and appeal. You are a grown-up man. Because of 300 million, you're behaving like a child. Go and appeal. Because of money. Because of money they're paying you from ATM surface, you are here standing and smoking evil. Because of money. A grown-up man like you, you say you have to want to behave like a man of honor. The rule of law says you go and appeal. His Lordship Binta Nyako will not try my case. Not on this planet Earth, I'm telling you that now. So stop wasting your time.
So that, I said, the issue of the fact that the defendant has indicated that he will not make a formal application. I apply that the Lordship was a simply day for hearing.
You are not well. You are not well. I'm telling you, this God Almighty not well. This is an order of court. An order of court says Justice Binta Nyako is recused. An order of court. Order she made as an order. The same Chief Justice writing the stupid memo he's writing. I recused him. He was functus official. He sat on appeal. I took him to NJC. I recused him. Why did he not say I must sit on your case? Why in the case of his lordship is he insisting? He wants to embarrass her. He wants to embarrass your lordship by asking her to come and sit on this case. Is that what you're saying? There's an order. Give it to him. He doesn't have it. Give him an order of court. It's an order of court. Give it to him. He doesn't have it. An order. Give it. He doesn't have it. It's an order of court. It's an order of court.
I don't your permission to address you.
But
let me tell the defendant that in every sin land, there's need for wisdom. And wisdom is very important in this matter.
And telling lies.
It is not right for you to be insulting the teacher.
If you insult yourself, I will insult you. If you have no respect for yourself, I will insult you. Because people are telling the law, when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, you turn the law upside down. The law says one thing, if the law says this paper is white, when I go to court, they say it's black. When I say it's black, they say it's white. Is that law? I'm asking you, a senior advocate of Nigeria, is that law? Is the memo from Chief Judge, is memo from Chief Judge sufficient to set aside a court order? The answer is no. Why do you want to change the law in my own case? His Lordship, Justice Binta Nyako, stand recused in my case. Cannot try me. Why don't you get it? Give me your definite date for trial so you can do your mathematics you always do. People without shame. I have here before me for the benefit of Chief Awomolo because it seems he doesn't know the law. So I will tell him, this is national judicial policy of this country. Please give them a copy each. National judicial policy of Nigeria. National judicial policy. I will tell you what it says. Because you don't know, I'll tell you. Talking about memo from the Chief Judge of the High Court. Judicial policy of Nigeria. 1C. I'm reading. Verbatim. In the performance of judicial functions, the judge is subject only to the law and must only consider the law. The rule of law in every common law jurisdiction in the world is that once an order of court is entered, the only way to set aside it is by going on appeal. That's the rule of law. You're a senior advocate, you don't know. I will go to see. A judge must not take or attempt to take orders or instructions of any kind from anyone, even the chief judge, from anybody that may influence his decisions in the performance of judicial function. It means that his lordship, having entered an order of court, a decision between myself and her.
You cannot try me. What is so difficult in understanding that? what is difficult in understanding that statement is not just saying it. It is written in your supposed, what do you call it? Your supposed law book. Anyway, that went on that Binta Nyako, frustrated, decided to adjourn the case therein. That is, until further notice. So Nnamdi Kanu made them realize that, listen, I defeated you in your own appeal court, where a judgment was entered that I cannot be tried in any court in Nigeria. There is a judgment to that. And what happened afterward? Abubakar Malamu decided, he actually begged. He begged in what's called stay of execution. What the heck? Like, a judgment is entered. And somebody says, oh, because that judgment did not favor us. Please, for the sake of national security, we want to beg the courts to stay execution of that judgment until we wait for the Supreme Court. What the Supreme Court will say. So then they go to the Supreme Court. They argued back and forth. So the same compromised Supreme Court delivered a near straightforward kind of a judgment. Let me tell you what it did. The Supreme Court says, number one, the revocation of Nnamdi Kanu's bail was wrong. What does that mean? It should be reinstated. It was this Binta Nyako that revoked Nnamdi Kanu's bail after the Nigerian army attempted to kill him. The day they attempted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, they killed over 30 people in his house. Afrauku in Abe. Over 30 young people were killed, including family dog. So how dare you, Nyako, withdraw his bail condition and said that he jumped bail? What do you mean by? So the Supreme Court cleared that in that judgment. They said Nnamdi Kanu did not jump bail. So which means Nnamdi Kanu should be freed. And if you have any case, then the Supreme Court now said that they should return the case back to the High Court again, where it will be determined if Nnamdi Kanu has any case to answer or not. So this is the controversial judgment of the Supreme Court, ignoring the victory of Nnamdi Kanu in appeal court. But now, if you are going to try Nnamdi Kanu, the first thing is that you should at least obey your own court sort of orders. Restore this is like going beyond the appeal court now. Appeal court that actually discharged him, acquitted him, and said he has no case in Nigeria. Right? So at least go, if you can't use that of appeal court, use that of the Supreme Court, Abi. So they returned him back to Nyako. By the time they returned him back to Nyako, they've dropped treasonable felony charges. They are now charging him for terrorism. And that was when they said, you guys are mad. It is part of the corrupt judicial system in that contraption where justice is, is pretty much like for the highest bidder, they will say. The entire system, rigged system, right, with bogus charges, just wanted this man out of circulation to stop exposing the agenda of the Fulanis and their collaborators in Nigeria against the people, the indigenous people of Nigeria. Now, this is why you see this target on Nnamdi Kanu. In their own courts, he defeated them in their own courts. He forced them to actually act so stupid and foolish in the face of the rest of the world. So when Nnamdi Kanu insisted that you will not try me, some people said he's so arrogant. Is this? I'm talking about the humbled slaves, the sophisticated moron of this world, the Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis. Some were even saying that he should be killed. Nnamdi Kanu is now being charged for terrorism. The Fulani terrorists that Nnamdi Kanu exposed, they are being given, right now, they are being given amnesty. Operation Safe Corridor. repentant terrorist. Repentant terrorist. And they are charging a man they've locked up for over 3 years now. They are charging him for terrorism that is behind the insecurity in eastern part of Nigeria. And by law, how? By law, it couldn't have been. So on this note, Kekere, the crooked criminal Kekere Akpabiole, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, responded today to the letters of Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers, and they agreed. She agreed that Nyako will no longer preside over Nnamdi Kanu's case anymore. Now, a new judge, a new court is now being assigned to what? To take over the charade, to take over the mockery of justice, to take over the illegality. Still, by the way, there is no, maybe when they get to that one, maybe, I'm just using maybe right now because I'm not really raising my hope, okay? Just maybe this time around, they would actually follow their own supposed laws and release Nnamdi Kanu. You know? Release him. That's what their law says. Release him on his last bail condition. That's what their Supreme Court's judgment says. So when the Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer came out and said, well, we have now been assigned a new judge, which is yet to actually be named. But the first victory here is that Binta Nyako, the compromised Binta Nyako, will no longer, right, have any one-on-one whatsoever with Nnamdi Kanu anymore. There will be no furtherance of this shameful, miscarriage of justice against an innocent man. Everything Nnamdi Kanu told us about the Fulani and their agenda come to pass. APC, Ekbekebe, Al-Qaeda People's Congress, Akpabiole People's Congress. Their agenda is to what? Is to come to loot, which is to steal. Their agenda is to come to destroy, which is to divide. Their agenda is to come to kill. And that is what they are carrying out. And the Fulani terrorists and their collaborators in that contraption celebrated the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu, including the gullible ones, some of you, gullible morons. They are bought into their propaganda so steadily, conveniently. And then you actually was like, it was like, give us Barnabas and then crucify this Jesus. I'm not comparing him, by the way, so there's no blasphemy. I'm just saying that is exactly what is going on in that contraption. Terrorists, people are watching these criminals inside this contraption, giving what they call the repentant repented terrorist, right? They said they are rehabilitating them, sending them back into the society. And the insecurity in Nigeria, the terrorism in Nigeria continues. In fact, it continues to grow, escalate. It has now become a multi-billion-dollar industry in that contraption. And up till now, more and more of our people have either been killed, kidnapped, with ransom paid. Others' livelihood have been so destroyed. And the people have been told to be on their own. Oh, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu launched what is called the ESN, Eastern Security Network. It was more or less like the Forest Rangers to protect the innocent civilians who are the primary targets of this Fulani terrorist, armed Fulani terrorist from Futasoro, Futagalon in the Sahel, thousands of kilometers away from the southern part of Nigeria, where they are telling us to learn how to live with our own murderers, with our own killers, rather than them clamp down on this murderous, Fulani terrorists. Nigeria was trying to teach us how to share and give up our lands to this murderous, jihadist. It went on and on and on for years with thousands of lives lost. And of course, hundreds of billions of naira worth of people's personal properties destroyed, especially on the farms. So today, people are asking, wait, if the reason why they wanted Nnamdi Kanu dead was because they felt like he was inciting the people against the Fulani, murderous Fulani terrorists. With the track record of this Fulani terrorists in the last 9-10 years alone, isn't that enough for the Olori Brukus in charge of that contraption to have actually probably like retraced their steps and possibly turn this guy into your own national hero? I'm just saying, because everything is said will happen, happened, and still happening. Today, in Ehahamofu in Enugu, the body, I'm talking about attacks after attacks, everyday attacks, to the point that the people in that community, in these communities, they have had to stage endless days of protests, calling on government to come to their aid. They no longer go to their farms, they can't sleep in their homes, and they just have nowhere to turn to. And Nigeria has gotten to a stage whereby you can't even defend yourself anymore. Defending yourself is considered a crime. Calling for people to defend themselves is also considered as incitement. All of this institutionalized terrorism inside that contraption, orchestrated, financed, and legalized by no other person than the Daura lifeless mannequin, Muhammadu Buhari, the man that did everything to try to make us to normalize this murderous gang. They gaslighted us, remember? They gaslighted us, Baba. They said that we had what was called the Fulani phobia, that we detest this terrorism and the terrorists and their sponsor. They decided to gaslight us. They said we were inciting people. Victims were not allowed to tell their stories. Anybody who tried to amplify that becomes a target. And today, like I said, everything Nnamdi Kanu wants us off is happening. In Ehahamofu, in Enugu, they had another protest today, and it's the same story. The story of anguish, death, destruction. And I can't really show you the videos and the pictures of the victims of late. It's, this Olori Brukus in charge of this contraption, they ensure that their propaganda, their politically sponsored criminality in eastern part of Nigeria is blamed on the IPOB, and their propaganda works so much on so many of you, especially those from the eastern part of Nigeria. The IPOB that never actually attacked anyone, ever, kidnapped anyone, ever, they are being put at the front burner as the problems, as part of the problem of Nigeria. And this kind of worked on some of you that are asking that Nnamdi Kanu should be killed. Maybe your problems will be solved. Unfortunately for you, they locked Nnamdi Kanu up. They set up their politically sponsored terrorism in the eastern part of Nigeria, because any act of attacking civilians, the innocent people, right, is considered as a terrorism. The ESN that was supposed to actually provide, that should have been the stopgap between the lack of interest from those who are supposed to protect you in the eastern part of Nigeria. The ESN that was supposed to be the stopgap in between. They used different kind of a blackmail. They targeted some of them known. They killed some of them, kidnapped some of them. I'm talking about the state-sponsored attack on them. It became so bad that when they pick up any petty criminals in the eastern part of Nigeria, their media will declare them as IPOB. So this propaganda works so well that the people who were supposed to actually stand up to appreciate the effort of this ESN and the IPOB in the eastern part of Nigeria, they bought into the propaganda. They watched how the political class destroys what should have been their only saving grace, because the entire system, it is so compromised, right? So corrupt. It is so obvious as well that the Fulani terrorists are the only people given the license to kill in the southern part of Nigeria. It's like a license to kill. Even if you put together a security outfit to challenge them, and you actually, catches any of them, they will be freed without any trial. I'm talking about this murderous terrorist. They will be freed. So the people are now so vulnerable as we speak. They are so vulnerable that it is like a renewed kind of like a coordinated attacks as we speak, where the people of Amufu have been crying. Guess who they are crying to? The same people behind their ordeal. Nigeria government. More people have now been killed.
Oje me ihe ayi niile kwesịrị ome n'ihe na-ada ma ọ bụrụ na agbaghị eji owere mgbalị ọdụ ga-echi anyị atawa ahụ mụ na tụrụ n'ụwa kedu ma mmadụ ole ekeme egburu na ogbenye ekege egburu week na-abụ gara aga a graduate n'Umuhu latara a week today Diego Ego had also whom Nnamdi Kanu. What's it about again? Master, let's not look at America. We're not going to. We're not back to Bella America. You know, Terunya, the platform, no. Blob on the government, blob on the politics. Last sponsor, Lendu Ukochuku, last sponsor, Helene. If you do particular, I do particular and do politics sponsor there. You know, man, the politics school now to boy. You have a matter. Macalia made a rule at the politics. You have a goodbye. You have a rob. I put a new job. No, and there, Hakoka. There, I will delay to that. And you will, the president of
nobody coming to your rescue, my people. You see that self-help that you were probably saved from when Nnamdi Kanu took the responsibility, which eventually triggered them to go extra miles in kidnapping him, in breaking international law. It took a huge risk. But when it mattered most, when the people who were supposed to actually really shut down everywhere after he was kidnapped, somehow fear prevailed. So everybody felt like it was probably Nnamdi Kanu's cross to bear. So they did everything to try to destroy all this good foundation, this good foundation laid by Nnamdi Kanu that could have bring about, everlasting peace, awareness and peace prosperity for the people of the eastern part of Nigeria. They allow the mofo politicians who actually hate their people, hate you. They allow them to have a free ride of kidnapping Nnamdi Kanu and locking him up. Yesterday, somewhere in Imo State, it's called Ihite Opala. Ihite Opala Road in Imo State. These Fulani terrorists took over the road where people were actually kidnapped and others got stranded because they couldn't do anything. Yesterday.
Also, no problem. Kevin Moto Nadia. Huh? I see no problem. Yeah, what Bala Road do? Harassment, kind of as in keep Baza. Okwa hana as well, Okwa hana as well, knows what Bala. Knows what Bala, Hana was promoted director, knows what Bala. The worst one about Hebrew passengers, but you more here. My name is Gonna Bala. Today, being 7th of March, Kankane, my life in Opala. One the Harassment. He stroke Opala. He stroke Opala. All the home to see Owerri, Lagos, Onitsha, everybody packed. All of them packed. No motor is coming, no motor is going.
This is the situation. Meanwhile, there are military barracks, Air Force bases scattered across the eastern part of Nigeria, police headquarters. But their only constitutional power, constitutional responsibility, right, is to hunt down every Igbo, young and old, that ever, propagates Biafra. You don't even have to propagate Biafra before they will hunt you down. When it comes to this Fulani terrorists terrorizing the people all over the place, it is beyond their jurisdiction. You are on your own. This is the state of things in the contraption, especially in the eastern part of Nigeria. People watched them, demonized the effort of Nnamdi Kanu, demonize, the sincerity of art, the love of Nnamdi Kanu for his own people. Some of them felt like they didn't feel. They actually asked that he should be killed. So the propaganda worked on some, maybe not on all, or even those that the propaganda didn't work on. There's another thing that is working on them: fear. The fear of, I don't want to be next. And in all of this, it has given the irresponsible criminal Igbo governors a bit of confidence, right, that they are going to get away with all of this. So when Nnamdi Kanu said, if I leave this place within 24 hours, the insecurity in the eastern part of Nigeria will end, they launched an immediate campaign led by Soludom. The same Soludom that went to go and take pictures with Nnamdi Kanu before his election, promising the people that he would do everything to actually, in fact, he said Bukwari promised him that he would release Nnamdi Kanu all before the elections. After that, the same Soludom is out, championing the campaign that the release of Nnamdi Kanu will never end the insecurity in the eastern part of Nigeria. Today. So, the people are now at the mercy of God knows who, because they are on their own. Every day in the eastern part of Nigeria, you have the local criminals, you have the Fulani terrorists, but their operation is different. The Fulani terrorists are there to destroy people's farms and then attack them and chase them away, those who fail to. But if you have to see the images, the pictures, it's like every AK day, like every 5 days. You will see people macheted, either by, on their farms or in their community, this border town community called Ehamofu, people are bleeding right now. Those who call for the head of Nnamdi Kanu, I can't find them anymore. See those ones who wanted Nnamdi Kanu to be killed, jailed. Don't ever release him. People of Ehamofu, they are being killed by the Fulani terrorists right now. I haven't seen the same energy. I have not seen the same social media presence, the same energy that they were using, demanding for the illegal incarceration of Nnamdi Kanu. I haven't seen that same now. Have you? Have you seen them come out right now in solidarity with the people of Hamufu? Yeah, none of their business. You know? It's not. But let a news say Nnamdi Kanu is to be freed. Then you will see the energy again. Don't release him. He's a this. He's a terrorist. He's the one that is causing insecurity in Eastern Nigeria. This and that. People of Hamufu have been protesting for the past 2 weeks. Non-stop. 2 weeks. I have not seen these social media influencers from the eastern part of Nigeria, from Igbo land. I haven't seen them. I have not seen those who claim to be obedient from the eastern part of Nigeria, who hates the God of Nnamdi Kanu to some extent. Not all of you, because I know there were those who are like obedient of eastern Nigeria at the same time who were asking for the justice or the right thing to be done. But there are some of you who took it upon yourselves. You take it so much with, with so much energy, demanding for an innocent man to be killed so that you can have peace. Now that the peace has eluded you right now, now that the people of Hamufu and other communities have been having 2 weeks endless, non-stop protests, asking for the government to come to their aid, I haven't seen that same energy. Have you? I haven't. And that is why we hope that the likes of Soludom would understand the sacrifice, because this is more or less like a sacrifice now. The sacrifice that, the innocent blood of the Igbos that have been sacrificed by these murderous, Fulani jihadists. For their sake, they will join hands and demand for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. He must be released. He has to be released. Whatever your own political lineage, your political whatever, it is, without any safety, security, you are all living in a land, right, that is meant to actually soak your blood violently. This is not your blood being soaked because you are fighting for the land. It's being soaked because cowardly. Those who are supposed to protect you, they have absconded that responsibility. So we demand and we continue to. Remember we demand and we continue to demand for the release of Nnamdi Kanu, an innocent man that they have spent millions of dollars in trying to clamp down, through propaganda, clamp down on the good intention, all right, of the IPOB. You call them whatever name you want to call them, but we can tell where that is coming from. I can tell where that is coming from. If you are not an Igbo person and you have this hatred for the IPOB, we also know where that is coming from too. Especially when you see the Ronukus, who are more concerned or pretended to be concerned about the sit at home in the eastern part of Nigeria, using that to mock the Easterners and the rest of that. We also know that it's not because you love them, it's not because you care, it is simply because you are also part of those who felt so intimidated that a man of Nnamdi Kanu's stature could have such influence among the young and the old in that region, and therefore the fear of what that can be. You see, if Nnamdi Kanu succeeds in breaking up the Biafrans out of Nigeria non-violently, as he was demanding for a referendum, a non-violent, peaceful movement, called the IPOB, demanding for the independent Biafra. Somehow we get to know what that means to you too, especially you, the Ronukus of Lagos, the Yoruba Bonus, the Yoruba bastards, Somali that have brought so much shame upon the Yoruba race, right? Because of one druggie, one drug addict, drug dealer, drug baron, a certificate forger. A man that thrives in divisive politics, hateful politics, and name it. So we all know all of that. Unfortunate, right, that Nnamdi Kanu is in the hands of those who wanted his head. Or also again, it is also kind of like, almost like impossible for them to do whatever they had in mind. They can't kill him. They can't let him go. While the Fulani terrorists he warned us about are indeed massacring our people, claiming lands, turning some of part of our land into ungoverned areas. Ungoverned areas are the areas controlled by these terrorists, where the Nigerian authority never dares to come close. So the people trapped in those areas continue to pay taxes to these terrorists. I mean, in Adamawa, 9 years ago, in Adamawa, a young man called Sunday Johnson. Did I get that right? Give me a sec. That's right. Sunday Jackson, rather. Mr. Sunday Jackson, a farmer, went to his farm, right? 9 years ago, nearly 10 years ago now, because it was like around November or thereabout of 2015. This was just a few months after Boko Haram, the jihadist, APC, Ekbekegbe, the terrorist, the Al-Qaeda People's Congress, when they took over government in Nigeria. Just a few months after that, this man went to his farm to go and pick up some of his farm produce, something to eat for, himself, to eat, something for himself and his family. When he got to his farm, this Fulani terrorist with a knife attacked him. Then he succeeded, right, in overpowering this terrorist. Took his knife, stabbed him to death in self-defense. Immediately, Mr. Sunday Jackson got arrested. They arrested him straight up. They charged him for murder. They charged him for murder, for killing someone who was there to kill him. I mean, how can I kill somebody? It's like using your knife. I didn't pick your knife from your pocket. I'm on my farm, right? I'm on my farm. You attacked me with a knife. I succeeded in overpowering you, collected the knife, defended myself in the process. Well, I apply you. So when it comes to the Fulani terrorists, there's nothing called self-defense. We've had people in Ogun State in 2022. The elderly people in the community in Ogun State, right? They resisted the invading Fulani terrorists and their cows. They resisted them and stopped them from entering their village by using every force possible to stop them. A day after that, Nigerian army, they mobilized themselves and they went to this village. They marched all the older men in that village, because it's a village. They marched them out. They beat the hell out of them. They latched them. I'm talking about like with whipple. They beat them to stupor. And they now warn them that in their life, they must never stop the Fulani terrorists from coming to their communities. Because what they just did, a day will come that the Fulani will come and then they will kill all of them. So if this community asks for SOS, if they shout out SOS and call for help, they, from Olukuta, what is that military base in Abeokuta, they said, we will never answer if you send us any SOS. that you are being killed by the Fulani terrorists. True story. Mr. Sunday Jackson got arrested in Adamawa, put on trial for murder. And a court in Nigeria convicted him for murder. Then the case got to the Supreme Court. And just last week, Nigeria Supreme Court confirmed the death penalty, that Mr. Sunday Jackson must be killed for defending himself. That, you see, when this, you know what the Supreme Court said? Said, when the Fulani terrorists approached him with a knife, Sunday was supposed to run away. He wasn't meant to defend himself. You were supposed to run away from that scene and call for help. That you stood back, defended yourself like you said, it's against the law, so you've committed murder, so you must be killed. Now, the Supreme Court has confirmed that Mr. Sunday must be killed. Or in all of this, by the way, because when you look at the terrorism in Nigeria and their victims, they are mostly Christians. Let's start with that. Whether it is in the northern part of Nigeria or in the southern part of Nigeria, they are mostly, I'm not saying all of them, but they are mostly Christians. The jihad of decimating them, claiming their land, and like it's going to be a long war, so eventually the entire place will become theirs as time goes by, as warned by Nnamdi Kanu. As warned. You have the GOs, you have mommy GOs, you have bishops, you have this, you have that. In that place, that, you know, we are talking about those who claim to be controlling the biggest congregation of Christian wherever in Nigeria or in the world. They don't want them where to talk about this, to condemn the killings, to speak about the killers. They just look away. Last week, the supposed Afenifere youth leader, his name is Eniola Ojajuni. Eniola Ojajuni was kidnapped by the Fulani terrorists in Ondo State. This guy, if everything was like a normal, this guy was supposed to be the president of the youth of Yoruba land in that kind of context. This was supposed to be the leader of all the Yoruba young people worldwide. But unfortunately, he wasn't, or he isn't. He was kidnapped in Ondo State in his own Fulani. He came out, he just told us, he said he was kidnapped by the Fulanis. They were beating him, they were making video of him, they were posting his video where he was begging people that they were going to kill him or they needed 100 million or they will kill him tomorrow. They said they will kill him tomorrow. And he was being beaten. He was being poked by the pot of gun, you know, in Yoruba land. He didn't travel to Zamfara. He wasn't kidnapped in Sokoto. He was kidnapped in Yoruba land until ransom was paid. And there is none of these guys who will come out and use their own supposed public image to actually weigh in on this. They will rather look away. So in the case of Mr. Sunday Jackson in Adamawa, it has now become the responsibility of a man from the far away America, from the United States of America. They heard about the story, traveled down to Nigeria and said they were so disappointed. Like all evidence presented shows that this man was defending himself. How could the Supreme Court ignore all of this? Say, well, you welcome to this contraption called Nigeria. The Fulanis in that contraption have kind of like a more, their life has more, have more value, so to say. Now, it is an American pastor that is now defending an Adamawa man on Nigerian TV, where you have Iroboye, Oledepo, and the rest of them parading themselves as your, you know, they don't want them well. I don't understand. They don't want them well to talk about it or what, or they never heard about it at all. I don't understand. I don't. This religious persecution being championed, being pushed by this Fulani oligarch in that contraption. Are your pastors not aware? No? Listen to this.
Barrister Emmanuel and I have been working for a number of years here in Nigeria on human rights issues, and this is a sad day, Charles, for human rights in Nigeria. Sunday Jackson, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm a human rights advocate. Sunday Jackson, by anyone's estimation, is totally innocent. And the issue where this man was out farming, minding his own business, and then the attacker came and a struggle ensued. And of course, this man is going to defend himself. That's why we call it self-defense. And yet today, we were at the Nigerian Supreme Court, and it was very brief. It was only about maybe 2 minutes long. And we just wept at the failure of the Nigerian Supreme Court to say that this man, and they had the opportunity to say this man was totally innocent. We haven't seen all the ins and outs of the decision, but we had the opportunity to meet this humble farmer, this young man who unfortunately his wife abandoned him, had been on death row for 10 years. So Sunday Jackson has now become an international case for human rights.
Yes,
and
because
so we're going to continue to advocate.
I was going to ask you what are the international dimensions of this case?
Well, the international dimensions are Open Doors, which is a human rights organization, has recounted that there have been thousands of killings of Christians by Fulanis. And so as a human rights advocate and as a pastor, I'm here to advocate for this man who is totally innocent. So it has international implications. The eyes of human rights advocates are now on Nigeria. Like, how could this happen? How could this possibly happen? By anyone's estimation, as Barrister said earlier, manslaughter at least, because murder one that he's being convicted of and may face hanging if we can't get clemency for him, it has to be premeditated. So what justice on the Nigerian Supreme Court, that didn't pop up and say to him or her, this is a case of self-defense and this man is totally innocent. So we encourage people to continue to pray for Sunday Jackson and his innocence.
Yes, so this is really a sad day, I think, for Nigerians and their rights to self-defense. Nigerians already have to provide their own security, electricity, infrastructure, and now they can't even defend themselves without being sentenced to death. And I think all of us should be very alarmed by this very unfortunate precedent. In February of 2021, we read in the news about Jackson's death sentence just as we're coming into Nigeria. So we flew to Yola and I met with his counsel. He was so poor that it was legal aid counsel that helped him. And so I looked through a copy of the judgment, and on the spot, in that initial review, I saw that there was a 167-day lapse between the close of arguments and the judgment. Now, our Constitution specifically says it has to be within 90 days. Now, the Legal Aid Council hadn't even found it. That shows you the quality of representation that he had or lack thereof. So, Mr. Jackson has been failed at every possible level by the system. And but
couldn't you adduce that argument at the Supreme Court?
Well, so here's the thing. So I was initially working with the Legal Aid Council to prepare an appeal. I traveled back to the US. When I came back, his counsel had changed. And so a group that I'm affiliated with had taken over, and I knew the chap with that. So I reached out to him and drew his attention to this fact. And he also had marshaled other facts and, threw them all in. But the sad thing is, despite everything, and the case is so clear because this man retrieved the knife of his attacker. So it wasn't his own knife. But one thing that really stands out to me is, I was talking to my dentist today about this, and a dentist said to me, what happened to the charge of manslaughter? Because at the very worst, if he had to be charged with something, it would be manslaughter. He did not know that chap before that day. He couldn't have premeditated this. And I believe that this is one of those cases that when it was brought by the police to the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution, the DPP's advice should have killed this case. This man has no case to answer. And now he's sentenced to death. He's exhausted all legal channels and is awaiting
You get that? If you want to charge somebody for murder one, that is a first-degree murder, there must be motive. It must be premeditated, right? Say, okay, I am going to unalive somebody, kill someone, like that. So there must be something, right? That must have prompted me. So this Mr. Jackson never met his attacker until that fateful day when the attacker came for him. So the PPP in Adamawa, in Yola, it took them 167 days before they brought the charges against him. And you can easily tell the life of a Fulani is in that contraption by the system is more valuable than the life of an average Nigerian. Those of you who are one Nigerianist. And like that man said, you have to provide your own electricity, provide your own water, provide your own housing, provide your own security, provide your own health care, provide the education for your children. And in all of this, you don't even have any right to defend yourself. So in the office of the PPP, public prosecution, whatever, I think that's what they are called, right? Where you are supposed to have lawyers. None of them felt like, man, the most we can charge this guy for would be manslaughter. And manslaughter means it was not premeditated, because it wasn't. But they charged him straight up with first-degree murder. Went through the High Court, the Appeal Court, and also to the Supreme Court that now give a verdict that he should be sentenced to death. Is sentenced to death. And except, like that pastor said, the American pastor, except he gets clemency, except, that means he gets a presidential pardon. Or maybe governor's pardon, I don't know. Except he gets clemency from governor's where this man will be killed. Don't forget, he's been in detention, he's been in prison for nearly 10 years now for defending himself. So what the Nigerian law is saying, or their criminal system is saying, is that he should have allowed himself to be killed that day. Now, since he failed to allow himself to be killed that day, they will just have to do it now for him. Another alternative for him was to run away. How do you run away when somebody is charged at you with a knife? Oh, how do you think? I mean, how long do you think you can run? Or you stay to defend yourself? Self-defense, a universally acknowledged right of everyone. I can defend myself. I have the right to defend myself. If my life is in danger, in the hands of another man, I have the right to defend myself. I do. And this guy has no case at all. The prosecution, whatever, I mean, the PPP, whatever, they are the ones that were supposed to actually cut it up. But you all know why they had to go all hog and demand for the killing of this man. How can I be guilty of murder when somebody came into my own house to kill me? And then I had to use his own weapon to kill him. How can that be murder? Well, we know why. Nigeria is not a real place. You remember that. It is not real. Now, you might kind of have this sentiment when Bokwari was there and say it was because Bokwari. Yeah? Well, you now have a supposed Yoruba man, allegedly, because I don't even think this guy is a Yoruba, by the way, but yeah, allegedly. thiefnubu, a Yoruba man, is now your president. Or somehow, it's like the Fulani terrorists are now fully back, and the Ronukus are willing and ready to even defend the murderers, the terrorists as well. Because to them, if you mention terrorists, if you mention these Fulani terrorists, right, to them, you are trying to tarnish the image of thiefnubu. Here is another representative member. Her name is Akonde Sadipe. Right? Olulope. He represents the people of Oluyole Federal Constituency, where they had this, Ogumaki Gambari, reserve. It's like a farm settlement. And we all know that the Fulani terrorists have taken over some of the forests across the southern part of Nigeria, by the way. They have built their own different camps. And you see, these forests that we are talking about, they are not unoccupied. The forests are farms of people. When they tell you that the Fulani terrorists are taking over farms, I mean, they are taking over forests, There is no forest. They are people's farms. They are people's lands. When you look at lands and you feel like these lands are unoccupied, unused, are you mad? They are owned by people. There's no free land anywhere. When I was in Odogbolu and we used to go to the farm, we had to travel kilometers of road before we get to our farm. At least, without exaggerating, I used to have actually like a trek over 60, 70 kilometers to go to farms in my hometown. Deep down into the jungle, inside there. Like you have to get yourself a bike, get yourself a bicycle, or get yourself a car. There is no free land anywhere. If Fulanis claim to occupy forest, don't get it wrong. These forests, inside, there are villages there. There are small towns there. They have to travel into the jungle there to farm on their land, ancestral land, as indigenous people of those places. So if anybody wants to own land, then you buy it. You don't just trek thousands of kilometers or over 1,500 kilometers and trek into people's territory and then just, we are taking this place. That's not how it works. It's not. So all the game reserve, if you go to this this place that this honorable woman is now reporting from, the Ogumaki Gambari Reserve. These were supposed to be the farm settlement, farm reserve. Some of them were established by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, where portions of land were given to people, right? I'm talking about hectares of land were given to people by government. This farm settlement, these reserves have now been occupied by these Fulani terrorists with heavy ammunition. People have nowhere to run to. They have no one to cry to. And their victims are Yorubas. They are Igbos. So even if you are a one Nigerianist, even if you are somebody that has been so brainwashed that you have become so brain dead, if you come across a video like this, it is to kind of like rejuvenate you, probably bring you back to life and let you understand the kind of danger you are in. You know, your gullibility will not save you. The day they will come for you, or come for people you love too. Your gullibility will not save you. To those of you Abrodian Ronukus, Abrodian Buhari idiots, bad stats, Abrodian Efulefu, right? The Igbo bad stats. They will sell their brother for peanuts as long as you can kind of like give them any bit of comfort whatsoever. You have families in that place. You do. And they are the potential victims of all of this. They are the potential victims. We've had people living abroad. We have people in this diaspora that have had to send money. Guess what? No money for project, no money for house project, or money for a business, or money for ransom, because their family, their loved ones were kidnapped by Fulani terrorists in their own land, not in far away. Not say they travel go Nigeria Politico. In their own domain, community, the danger is lurking around them, just around there. So this woman raised the alarm on the floor of their Senate. On the floor of their House of Representatives yesterday. where she's now calling on the authority. I'm like, what are you talking about? What happened to the Amotekun? Because the Amotekun seems to be stronger in Oyo State, in my own opinion, even though they kind of all remain paper tigers that can only roar. Wow! But they can never bite. And we know why. So from the east to the west to the creek of Niger Delta, these Fulani terrorists are wreaking havoc. They are destroying the livelihood of the local people there. And some of you living in the city, you want to pretend that it's none of your business. Okay, those of you living in the city, Ihite, those guys who are traveling from Imo State, right? That Ihite road. Some of them were on their way to Onitsha. Some of them on their way to Lagos, where like everything happening in all these communities is none of your business until it becomes your business. When you yourself run into these terrorists, that you have to kind of begin to evaluate your life and say, hey, my life just flashed through my eyes just now. I saw this, until you've witnessed it. Some of you, you act dumb. And then loud, stupid and loud. I've seen that many times. I've seen that many years now. Stupid Nigerians and loud. Very loud and very stupid as well. Nnamdi Kanu won't rub your head. He won't sing lullaby for you. He will look you straight into your eyes and tell you the truth that will likely not make you comfortable. And why are you going to be comfortable anyway? There is no comfort in any of this. We are all in danger. And since the Nigerian, the Nigerian Shege is turn by turn, it's a turn by turn Nigeria Limited. So those who are victims of yesterday, right? And those who are survivors of yesterday, they are the potential victims of today. Those who survive today, they are the potential victims of tomorrow. And every day, everyone is getting his own share. Not many of us have the privilege of living to tell the story. Not many of us. So if a Yoruba man is your press idiot, and the Yorubas are being kidnapped, ransom being paid, tortured, so who else are we now going to have to go and blame? I'm just asking. Terrorists will kidnap people, demand 100 million, demand tricycle, 5 tricycle, 10 Okadas. And they will get some of this stuff, and nobody is going to go after them. Nobody. And when you begin to try to want to hold them responsible, they will begin to attack you based on the tribe or ethnic. I don't know if some of you have noticed. If you look around today, when the thiefnubu, the Ronukus, especially the Ronu Nazis, the sewage dwellers, and then those, article wearing mofos goes on TV, rather than talk about all these shortcomings, talk about sympathize with the victims and possibly chart a way forward as they are those people in charge of the contraption right now. They will turn it around and then they begin to abuse and attack Peter Obi. Have you noticed that? It's like a generally commissioned thing. When you want to try to hold them, call them out, on their responsibility or their irresponsibility, irresponsible ways, they will automatically turn it into Igbo Yoruba. Have you not noticed that? It's all deliberate. Read this screen on your screen. Their propaganda war is on, and the attack lines are clear. If I am lying, you can tell me it is not true. Because Peter Obi contested election, Abi, with thiefnubu. INEC said Peter Obi lost, Abi. So thiefnubu won. Now, thiefnubu is your press idiot. Okay? So which means he is now responsible for whatever is going on in that contraption. His action or inaction, right, will determine whether you are going to have a good economy or you are going to have a safe country. So if anything, if things are falling apart, the person responsible, the only person, the whole box should stop on his table should be thiefnubu. But they are not ready to actually take any responsibility. Rather, the first one is Peter Obi must be promoted as an ethnic candidate with an ethnic agenda and stop from being established as a national phenomenon. So, like, it was like Peter Obi is a problem. The reason why thiefnubu is failing is because of Peter Obi. Because you, the obedient, you will never acknowledge any achievement of thiefnubu because of Peter Obi. Even when the achievement of thiefnubu is that of, escalating the insecurity in that contraption, legitimizing corruption and directionlessness, they still have to find a way around to put it on Peter Obi because he's an Igbo man. It's as simple as that. It is not because Peter Obi is a threat to them, because some people are saying that Peter Obi is a threat to them. They know that Peter... Shut up, man. It's not because of that. Because as the whole system is kind of like structured, Peter Obi can never be your president in that contraption that way. They can't. You know why? You know what I'm talking about. But I'm not going to stop you from dreaming. I'm not going to stop you from kind of putting your imagination to, to work. It's fine. There's always going to be a time whereby everybody will come. Reality will hit you. And you'll be like, But they have decided to make him a center of their blame. And it is deliberate. If there is insecurity anywhere, they will say, what did Peter Obi do in Anambra? Say, they said that, the insecurity in the northern part of Nigeria, the insecurity in the eastern part of Nigeria, insecurity in the western part of Nigeria is claiming their own victims, claiming its victims every day. What in concern Peter Obi with that one? What is Obi's business with that? What did you do in Anambra? Well, we say Peter Obi, Akusu Sas. We be. I said, what? Short ship with what is deliberate. That's what I found out. When you see somebody who cannot say anything without mentioning Obi, when you are trying to kind of probe into the actions and inactions of a thiefnubu, when you see them that they cannot say one or two things without mentioning Obi, you will know that it's actually deliberate. Somebody that came out and said, Emi Lokan, Yoruba Lokan, Toba so Yoruba, Emi Lokan. Who said that boldly, right? Then turned around to call Peter Obi ethnic, tribal candidate. The same group of lunatics that came together with your Mumu ticket, Muslim tickets. And they turn around and say, it's Peter, even this Peter Obi failed by promoting religious politics. He's the one that is spreading religion. It's all deliberate. Deliberate. It's not coincidence. So you will just sit there and be like, then you'll be mad, angry, and start typing. You this idiot. Peter Obi said, don't vote for me if I am not don't vote for me because I'm Igbo. Don't vote for me because I'm this. Vote for competence and all of that. You'll be wasting your time because you have no idea that it's actually coordinated to make it that way. And then you see other lunatics that will jump in and say, Peter Obi will never be president. I say, the one that is your president right now, that has turned your life upside down. Are you not worried? Are you not concerned? See another one. So they will attack his credibility, constantly challenged, and he must be publicized as a habitual liar. This bad jewel. This Peter Obi is a bad jewel. This Peter Obi is a liar. But they are with they are with the propagandist, lying, unscrupulous, unfortunate, Olori Brukus. I think, unfortunate, not Olori Bruku. Okay, that's Yoruba for unfortunate. People that promised them better life, but they have turned their lives upside down. Right? Don't get angry. You shouldn't be angry at, don't. Now, Peter Obi be the liar. He is the liar. We must continue to say that. Oh, he is a liar. He is a liar. Hey, Chibi, you are now in charge of the country. Why don't you just do the right thing? Fix these problems. Or let's see you fixing the problem. But it's all deliberate. It is. Oh, here is another one. He said, the story of Obi's achievement as governor of Anambra must be retold to establish that it was a failure in government. This is APC agenda as well. There's no amount of thing you will say. A man that was given an award severally, right? What they call the Millennium Development Goals. Remember that time? Sustainable Development Goal, blah, 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 blah. Education, healthcare. We must rubbish it. Okay? So if you ask thiefnubu about healthcare, education, infrastructure, they will say, what will be doing in Anambra? Somebody will go on TV, right? And tell you that thiefnubu, education has improved, student loan, healthcare has improved, our hospitals are fine. But there's something I want to say. What is that, sir? Look at this Obi. When Obi was governor in Anambra, what is his achievement? We are talking about thiefnubu and we are talking about Nigeria now. You are in charge. What is concern Obi in all of this? This is how the Ronu coups, the Ronu Nazis, this is how they have been operating, and it is deliberate. Yoruba land can continue to bleed. It's none of their business. Igbo land can continue to bleed. It no concern them. They will even make you feel like thiefnubu being your president is not responsible for the security of eastern part of Nigeria or the security of Nigeria generally. He will ask you, what Obi they do? Why Obi no talk about the unknown gunmen? Why Obi no talk about sit at home? Why Obi no this and that? Say, you have a government. Don't you have a government in that contraption led by the druggie, the drug baron thiefnubu, who has all the authority, I believe, who have all the authority, who have all of, the state parastatals, apparatus, rather, the state apparatus for him to deploy and keep everybody safe. But don't talk about thiefnubu. Let's ask Obi, what is he doing about the security in eastern Nigeria? It's all deliberate. But here is my own words for you. Whichever side you belong to, right? Every time you hear them say, may Nigeria not happen to you, even though it will still happen to you anyway, right? The first thing you should do is to try to say amen. It may not be for you. It may just be for people you love. Because I don't believe in people who have done nothing wrong to be sharer in the consequences of those who have done a lot of wrong. Nigeria is thinking, bleeding. Nigeria has never really been united. Don't get me wrong, oh. There has never been any real unity in that contraption, ever. But you will agree with me that Nigeria has never been this divided as well, ever. So in this division is what APC, Ekbe, it is what they are thriving on. It is. And it's so unfortunate. It is so sad that those who are saddled, who are actually saddled with the responsibility of not only creating a viable economy that works for everyone, we are not asking them to actually create a society that, what do you mean, that has no poor people. There is nowhere in the world where you do not have poor people. But you have a system that constantly, regularly, destroying the dreams of those who have break even to get to wherever they are, only for those things to be taken away from them by a system so rigged, and your life snatched from you just like that. So that's the system they have created. So before you become a victim of it, those of you who are who have drank the Kool-Aid for so long, drank their propaganda for so long, you have repeated their lies, you have helped them to repeat all their propagandas. What you are not really aware of is that you are just helping to lay the bed where your life will be snatched from you too. That is what Nigeria is. We are in a, we are in a place where some of us will be direct victims. Many of us will be indirect victims. Indirect victims are those who are not directly affected, but they are also affected. You can't hold them responsible for anything. You can't ask them to take responsibility for anything. They will turn it into a tribal this, tribal that. So if somebody asks me that, okay, what is now the way forward? I have told you this many times. You don't have any way forward. The entire system will collapse. What I am not really so convinced of yet is that when the system collapses, some of you, out of confusion, you might want to try to save it. And then in the process, reality will hit you. And that reality will be that we have to break up this contraption now. We have to break it up and save lives. Because anything after that is called civil war. Nigeria fought one, genocidal war, and pretended to have survived when it never really survived. You see the second one, It won't just be Biafra that will go. It will have more than 10 countries broken apart from this, from the ashes of this contraption that they have forced on us. That's what will happen. And some of us really, really don't want that to happen that way. That's what we're asking, that now that we are seeing all the symptoms of a failed state, failed country, a country that is killing our own people, where those who are supposed to keep us safe are more distracted with something else. We are saying that those of you who are still pretty much like a sane, who still have your insanity intact, who still have your sanity intact, right? We are imploring you to join the campaign for the peaceful breakup of this contraption. Let me tell you something. If we do not have if the current leadership from all sides have become so engrossed, so selfish in whatever it is that they are currently taking from this contraption for themselves, they are so distracted, which is what will consume them. At the end of the day, there will be another set of leaders. Young, visionary, focused, determined, and fearless. They will emerge. And when they emerge, you see this idea of everybody go your separate ways, they will execute it. And don't forget this. So those who kept this contraption together by force, their generation are already dying. The rest, because those are the generation that felt like they are patriotic, even though they are not. There are those that felt like keeping Nigeria together is like their child, like saving your child. Nigeria is our child. We have to save Nigeria. We cannot let this break. I am telling you that we have a generation. We actually have generations right now. We don't give a damn about this contraption per se. From them will rise the true leaders of their people. They will sit down and break up this contraption. They are dying. They are fading away. Those who killed over 5 million people, starved them to death for the sake of this contraption, they are dying. They are fading away. So Nigeria is living on a borrowed time. As much as this madness continues, young, visionary, vibrant, determined, fearless leaders will emerge in the coming years. And if it has to lead to another civil war, like they say, Nigeria won't survive it. Take my word for that. You are living in a fake contraption that doesn't really exist. We've been lied to. And that is why our life is almost valueless in the hands of those who sworn by their fake constitution to protect us and protect our lives. The sanctity of life. The sanctity of life in Nigeria is now meaningless. You have uniformed terrorists. You have non-uniformed terrorists. All of them operating in a contraption that is so lawless. So it's a matter of time. Everybody is living on a borrowed time. If I live long enough, maybe I will witness it. If I don't live long enough, right, it is inevitable. It is going to happen. It's just a matter of time. And that time is so close. Nigeria, if things continue the way it is right now, which I think it will, because they are so blind and so brain dead as well. Like they are so selfish that whatever it is that they are interested in garnering for themselves, right, has blinded them so much that they can't see the broken system that they are milking. It will break. When I talk about visionary, focused leaders, people used to say to me that we have some interested parties. America will never allow Nigeria to break. Britain will never. Shut up, please. The reason why you think America, name them, America, Britain will not allow Nigeria to break is because we are yet to have organized, focused, young, brilliant leaders whose agenda is to break up this contraption, emerge from every part of this contraption. If I have emerged from the southern part of Nigeria, Nigeria will break up. And guess what? These focused leaders will offer the same America a deal. It's all about a deal, isn't it? America needs your mineral resources, Abby. Britain too. And what are their interests in Nigeria? Your resources. When you have brilliant, focused, responsible young men and women who take the mantle of leadership of their own people, they will make a deal that America will not resist, a deal that the Britain will not resist, and all these guys you are talking about, and Nigeria will be buried in history. It's a matter of time. And that is why we must continue to say to us here on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, you want something to change, then you have to be the change. Gone are the days when we are waiting for the selfish, self-centered people to make a difference, change the trajectory of our own, of our own destiny. They won't do it. They are benefiting from this contraption and they will want it to remain so. So we must be the change we are looking for. We must be the leaders that we are looking for in others. And we must stop being used by those who just want to take advantage of your emotion, take advantage of every other thing that is running through your head and whatever it is that you detest about this contraption. Take advantage of that for them to actually have a place, a seat at the table where your common patrimony is being shared by criminals, the crooks. So you must actually begin to look into the leadership capacity in yourselves. You want your destiny to change, then you have to change it yourself. And I'm going to be part of that. Gone are the days, and me, enough of preaching to the choir. Enough of expecting these rogues to actually do what is right when their emergence and how they got to this power is so questionable that you can tell that they don't give a damn about anybody. They don't care about you. That somebody is from your tribe, from your religion, from your ethnic, does not mean that they give a shit about you. We have seen it. We have textbook definition of all of this. You want something to change? You have to be that change. If you can't be part of it, stop asking those who are benefiting from this disjointed contraption to make a difference. It's like asking people to forgo what is giving them this free sort of free good lifestyle. So they won't. It is those who are the victims of their actions and inactions that would have to stand up and what? Take their destinies into their own hands. And we shall get there. I mean, we shall get there. We will get there. You know? So you need to begin to kind of do what is called a retrospect or so. Where you begin to say, okay, you want to see this whole thing go this way, then you must be part of that. Stop waiting for some people, some messiahs or some, what have you, to come in and just, you have to be part of it. You have to be that. We have to. As a young person watching me right now, from wherever you are watching right now, you want something to be different? You have to be that difference. You have to be part of that difference, If not, there's nobody that is coming to do it for anyone, any of us. So a video where Soludump was in the market, the last few weeks. He has been clamping down on traditionalists, traditional worshippers, the DBS. He accused them of being part and parcel of the insecurity in Anambra. And to bring security down to Anambra, they must destroy all the shrines. They must arrest all these DBS and all of that. And not because they have any real crime not real evidence to say, oh, these DBS or what have you are in charge. I mean, they are behind the insecurity in Anambra. There's no evidence of that. But still, has locked some of them up, shut down, demolished some of their shrines. So people were now saying that, that is discriminatory. So yesterday, it was seen telling the, all these pastors that always, you see them in a car park or in the car park or bus terminals, or you see them in the markets screaming and shouting. So he said that his own government, that is Soludump, will now begin to clamp down on religious people now, Christians now. You are a preacher. You are making noise in the market. You will be arrested. You'll be fined 500,000 naira. That's what he said. Soludump.
If you want to preach the word of God, you go to your church. Are you getting me? You are causing pollution. You cannot come to a marketplace and begin to disturb everybody else. Are you getting me? If you want to preach the word of God, you go to a church. The person who wants to come to your church will come to your church. But you don't force everybody. In a marketplace, people have come to trade. It's not a church. So you don't do that. They would have arrested you, contravening the law. Okay? You don't come out and take a space and start preaching. It's noise. You are polluting the place. It's illegal. Okay? Everybody has freedom of worship. If you want to worship, we protect everybody. But you don't go to the middle of a market where people are coming to trade and turn it into a church. Otherwise, we'll be charging you.
That makes sense. Lucas Anoforo, thank you for your super chat, okay? Appreciate that. I mean, it makes sense. Is there pollution, screaming, shouting? Like the people you are actually preaching to, they are deaf. In Port Harcourt, where there is a pastor, a miracle worker. There's been a clash between Omoyele Sowore and this pastor, by the way, that the pastor had to speak about Omoyele Sowore in his own church. And what did he say? I think he's a miracle merchant. What do you call it? Advertising miracle. So that got the attention of Omoyele Sowore, where I don't know what he said. Somehow that got to the pastor. The pastor convicts that he is a specialist in restoring people who have suffered stroke. Whether a partial stroke or a full stroke, he is a specialist. He has healed so many people in his church. That Omoyele Sowore is blaspheming against his God by calling his miracle fake. That he now challenged Omoyele Sowore to go and bring anybody who has suffered stroke and then take them to the hospital and let the hospital confirm that they are suffering from stroke and bring them to his church. He will make them walk again, and Omoyele Sowore will promise that nobody will hear about him again, and Omoyele Sowore will, listen to this.
People don't believe in miracles. Like I overheard someone saying that no pastor can do any miracle. I challenge him that let him bring somebody that has a stroke. Let him use his hand and bring the person. If I pray, but before you bring the person, let us take the person to the hospital and check and find out that the person has a stroke. If I pray and the person stood up and walked forever till he died, let him not talk and let him not talk again. Let him not. What the dream of becoming president of Nigeria should drop on and become an ordinary person till he died. But if I could not heal the person, let me close this church till Jesus comes. It's a challenge on him. He should use his hand and bring someone that have a stroke or insanity. And all the television stations should be there. I am saying this, we are on live as I'm talking, both on Facebook, all the social media, they have seen me as I'm talking to you now, all over the world. I said, so worry, anywhere you are, this is Prophet Miracle in Port Harcourt. Use your hand. Get someone that has a stroke. BBC, all the whatever should be there. If I could not pray for the person to stand up, let it be the end of this ministry. Whether they branch in America, everywhere should be shut down. But if I am able to pray and the person got healed, he stood up from the stroke stage and started walking. I'm somebody that doesn't have hand. Only God can do that one. I've not tried that one before, to pray and somebody's hand grow out. The one I can do is the one I'm telling you. But let it be that the doctor confirmed that this man has a stroke. If I pray and the man could stand up, the man can stand up and he walk before people. Forever till you die, don't ever talk or appear in any television station. It's a challenge. And I give you the whole of this match. The whole of this match. This whole match. I think we're in match. From now till on the 4th of April, for you to deliver the God. Bring the person. Come with all the television stations. All the television stations to be there. If I, Prophet Miracle, could not pray, let this church be shut down. Nobody should come here to worship God. But if that person stand up and walk before everybody, let it be a shame that all the days of your life they bury you. They should not see you in any television or social media talk anymore. Died in shame forever. And even after your death, remain in shame. Let me tell you, Jesus of yesterday, today, and forever. If you never see power before, you will think that power is my mind. But power is not powder. Power is power. Because every time in this country they try to set men of God up. This was what they did to TV Joshua. You think Ibuko B is the number one? You think it's the number one? If Ibuko B is to arrange any miracle, then you will not
person will measure the state he come from. He will not measure her address. Can't you think? You know that some of these people in the Catholic Church, they are not happy with it. They are not happy with it because the Catholic Church is like a religion center. When you leave, you are in trouble. There are still people that are coming here that Catholic spirit is still in their body. I know them. They have not that Holy Mary, Mother of God.
It is smoke Igbo. It is take Indian. It is smoke Igbo. It is take Indian.
Apology to those of you who smoke Igbo and you still get sense. So, because sometimes I don't know how you feel when you see that and say, what do you mean? We get sense past these guys now. So I make her apologize to her so that you don't to take her personal. What did Shore say? Shore said, "Go later will be late." It's not as this thing is not as hard as this prophet miracle is making it. In Port Harcourt, they have River State University Teaching Hospital. I mean, when you go to the intensive care unit there, you will see the people, the patients who are stroke patients. Doesn't need to bring anybody from anywhere or any. Here you get. If you go there, those ones have already been diagnosed of suffering from stroke. All you have to do is just, drive your car straight to the teaching hospital in Port Harcourt. Ask them about the intensive care unit. All the patients where you see there, heal them and cover it. That alone, you have done well. All this, you know hard like that. Life no hard like that. Prophet Miracle, I think that's what you should do. You are right. All of us have seen you all over the world. And seriously, I don't want to mock your miracle, okay? I don't want to say you are staging it. But are you supposed to take this challenge now? So where don't tell you, say, you no go about the look for people who get stroke. If you go to the hospital in Port Harcourt, there is already a section of the hospital. It's for the people who have suffered stroke, those who are recovering, and those who are like, about to die. All you have to do is to drive straight to the hospital, ask for the intensive care units, and begin to heal all the patients there and make the video of it. That's it. And every other condition you put forward. For sure, he said he will follow. He will abide by them. I will remain nobody. I will remain this. So you should go and do that, but we all know that it's never going to happen. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. He's not going to close his church. That's his business center. And Nigerians are, this is not even like trying to sound insulting, okay? Nigerians, majority of Nigerians have very low IQ. And that is why these rogues have always been making a kill in that place. Like they are so rich because gullible people will always be trooping to them. Stupid people will always be trooping to them. Those who are ready to be deceived by their fake miracle, this miracle, that anyway. So there's nothing you can do to save them. You can't save these Nigerians ever. These religious slaves, they are always going to be there, voluntary slaves. It's unfortunate. It's all because of the low IQ. You need to go and listen to some, when you see all these people sounding intelligent in the city. Take your time and go and speak to Nigerians. Go and speak to these older Nigerians as well. You'll be like, man, Nigeria on the future. Go see up from you. I see up of anybody, man. Listen to them and let them open their mouth and talk. That's where you will know that ish. But you see, for the rest of you, who see get your sense here and there to try to work something out, that's the battle you have to face. Because there's something they say about the foolish people. You must be very, very careful of foolish people in large numbers. In a fake democracy, they have the power to elect a president. Don't forget that. You saw the video of those who are supporting Akpabiole that day. Say, why are you here? Why are you supporting Akpabiole and all of that? I am here because I want him to win the seat. Say, what seat? What seat in here you want Akpabiole? He's already a Senate president. Say, okay. Say, why are you here? Say, you know, we don't like people who are stubborn. They said that Natasha is stubborn. So we don't need people who are stubborn. That's why we are here. So poverty mixed with stupidity in large numbers. Millions of them. You know, those ones that will tell you that there is nothing God cannot do. God can suddenly give them electricity in that contraption. It's nothing God cannot do. I'm not saying there is nothing he cannot do. Oh, sorry, there's something he cannot do. I'm just saying that it is kind of like a belief among foolish people, hiding behind religion, looking forward to their sky daddy. Sky daddy. That's you look. I look to the sky for my God. Damn it, man! That's the kind of people you are having or sharing a country with, and they are in the majority, unfortunately. So me, I would prefer a pastor that doesn't have to stage me. Just go straight to the hospital. Everybody say, I'm ill. I'm ill. You know, doctors will come out and say, you just carry out this test on this person this morning. Oh, this one are like permanent brain damage. Oh, this is miracle. So you get now, like, do it. It'll be that kind of one that when Oyaki Lome, you say, Pastor, talk to me. Say, Pastor, talk to me. Oh, there is a man here. He has been blind since he was a child. He has been blind from birth. Today he can see. Oh, come here, come here. And then I will be like, hey, Pastor, I can see. Hang on, let me change this. Say, Pastor, I can see. What is this? Say, Pastor, I can see. Like, I've been blind from birth. I am 45 years old. I have been blind all my life. I say, what is this? Say, white. Jesus, white. How did blind person we don't blind from birth? I ain't take no saying a white with this. They say, wait, what is this? What is this? What is this? Say, red. Jesus, that's a miracle. Jesus, white. Follow me. They say, Pastor. All those nonsense. I mean, I used to witness all of that. So not be today. They're always going to have their gullible morons hiding behind this. And then there's something about them too. They have God that usually have to punish you, you know, to prove that he's God. That's Nigerian God. The fake Nigerian God. Say, watch your mouth, though. Say, if I don't watch my mouth, what's going to happen? My friend, you better watch your mouth. You see, if you let God, God can just destroy you. I say, why? Why should God destroy me? Say, because all this is you are talking about the men of God, God can just, why? So your God must make me poor or even sick to prove to you that he is such a powerful God. So I'm tired of all of that, okay? Anyway, finally, tonight, this is from, even though Wike is currently in Italy, Lombardi. Here is the drinking water for some people in part of Abuja. You won't believe it. Even as I'm going to show you a typical Nigeria, you know, the Nigerianness inside you will still be like, I don't believe this. This is the federal capital of Nigeria, Abuja. Nigeria, the hope. Opuko, Unzodi Bani, or Opuko, Unzodi Johnny. We might live on like that. Take some course. I really want to take course tonight. Let's see if, yeah, let's try that, okay? So I'm going to take a short break now. I'll be back in a minute or two. Now, listen, if you have to go, remember, like the broadcast, okay? And share it as well if you haven't done that already. So when I come back, we can have a wee chat. You don't speak a tongue. Hey, give me a sec. I'm supposed to kind of put this back. So I have a caller on the line. My first caller tonight. However, like I showed you the Abuja, I'll show you Lagos too. The mega shitty. Is it Morocco or Namakoko? Morocco in Lagos, the mega shitty. Ish. My first caller this evening. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good morning.
Oh, good
I'm
morning.
fine. I'm fine. Good morning.
Sorry, who is this? Is it okay? Do you want me to kind of meet you? Your name? You want to stay anonymous?
No. This is Paul from India.
Paul. That's like 100 years ago. How are you, Baba?
Happy New Year, Maiyegun.
No,
I'm fine. I'm fine.
How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm good.
Fantastic.
My phone actually was faulty, so I couldn't reach you for a while.
Yeah.
How's the family?
Here now, though, right? Please.
Well, Maiyegun, we are just waiting for everything to just play out. The script is still as the same. Like you said earlier, the agreed will not make them see. But the saddest part is the enablers. That's just the saddest part. People enabling insanity. Just like the patients have taken over the asylum. Yeah, so it's just it's a very sad case. And with regards Natasha, I don't know. It's very sad when people don't see things for what they are. Our system is built in a way where I remember then when even if there was a case of rape, you even hear a policeman asking the girl that you to what waiting you find go there.
And then you're gonna say you don't lose the case.
Waiting you find go there. Waiting concern, waiting you how you take waka, no be your leg, you take waka go there. So if they rape you,
on Facebook, he send me money. Oh, he send you money. You collected money. You enter Okada. Yes, and
that's why you have to rip out.
Food, and then he started touching me, and I said, "Oh, you were where? He was touching you in your father's house." I said, "No, in his bedroom." Oh, you enter his bedroom. You enter yes, I was in his room, and I told him to stop. You telling him to stop after you eat. He gave you food. They say he gave you food. And then you go to say you don't lose the case.
You don't lose the case. They will say, okay, you can't report rape. See what you wear.
Another one. Is this what you wear to the place? They say, this was my dress. Now, what you wear with this to a man's house? You wear this to a man's house. And you said he raped you. It's okay. Oh yeah, right statement. Don't worry. Right. Oh yeah, right.
Nigeria is just a crazy place. When I watched your program yesterday, I saw one of the lunatics in the house quoting the Bible. Yeah, it's just very, very sad, very annoying. I'm always really concerned about how Nigeria and Africa has turned religion. They've rubbish it completely. It is now, there are some people that would listen to what Soludo said. Soludo is not, for me, it's just one of the rubbish people. But what he said is actually true. There is nowhere in the Bible where they said Jesus went to the marketplace and started shouting. No. So they've turned everything upside down. Everything is downside up. Everything is just messed up. Just crazy. Everything is just crazy, Maiyegun. And like Abiola said,
you're like living in a dystopia. Like you just have no
exactly
idea. Like everybody is just like within that. Oh man, no direction, man.
Exactly. And like what Adiola said yesterday, every stat you want to check is already pointing down to is directing you what's that montage used to play of to this Okonkwo guy, anarchy looms. That's exactly where it is heading.
Into the same direction.
Maiyegun, let me stop here so that others can call in.
Good to hear from you again. Really, really good to hear from you again. Okay. Send me where to your girl. Okay. Have a good one.
Yeah. Thank you too.
So here is emoji, I believe. Hello.
Yeah. Maiyegun, thank you so much. Welcome.
God bless you.
You're back on
emoji. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, I'm fine, bro. Welcome back.
That's me.
The other day you was rushing. I saw you have a lot on your desk to talk about,
I'm always like,
but all the same,
these days, right? It's like I can't really finish them. If I show you my screen here, I still have like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stuff that I could share with us this evening. But
really,
I'm like, I'll keep it for the next time.
Really, when you left, there's a lot was happening, but I was like missing you, like someone that can analyze all this madness, someone that can put it in a form we can understand them, But thank God you're back; they are still fresh. So, I wanted to say something about this issue of Natasha and Akpabiole, just briefly, I know there's one song in Igbo, they call it Long John. Is this 7/7 that call it Long John. So this man bought a bicycle and immediately, because he was uneducated, the seller did not give him receipt. So at the end of the day, he moved. Immediately he took away the bicycle. The seller now called police and says thieves are stealing his bicycle. At the end of the day, they caught him. They said, man, if you know that this is your bicycle, provide the receipt. He couldn't provide the receipt. He was like swearing that I bought the bicycle from him. So later the seller they now say, since you don't have receipt to prove that it's your bicycle, I'm just narrating the song. The man now said, I'll give you this bicycle, but let the sky be my witness. Let this Korota, this road that I rode with this bicycle be my witness. Let this mango tree standing here be my witness, and God will judge us. Why I say this story for you now is like, let Akpabiole know that we know what all of them used to do. They have chicks, they bankroll a lot of side chicks, and they are all sick. They are all sick. So if they want to close Natasha down, that what is that is blurry. Everybody knows about this, and there's a lot of witnesses. They want to push everything down under the carpet, so Natasha will look like a stupid person.
Yep.
Let them know that many have died on top of a woman in a hotel.
And
that's the next news. That's the next news that we will begin to hear. So let them tell us the truth, how they are dying, not they collapse and die. Where they died, because I'm talking with experience. I have seen it. Even Charles Soludo, I know it very well. So, based on Fulani,
they keep denying one day, monkey go markets.
Yeah, they will die in a hotel. Yeah, because I know a girlfriend to Charles Soludo. The girl used to call him Charles. The day I came there, I was expecting a child to see a boy. I now saw when he was CBN governor. I'm telling you, I saw it. He gave me 11,000 naira. So let me go to Fulanese. Right. You know, when Buhari was there, it's like the movement of the Fulanese when Buhari was there was a little bit slow. But now, non-Fulani is there now as a president that have every power to stop anything.
Yep.
I need to give signal behind to his own people. Everywhere is quiet, and they are now moving inside everywhere. They conquered the southeast. They've conquered the southeast. The governors, they are sleeping because they are selfish. They will just because they feel that they are irrelevant. When Nnamdi Kanu was there,
videos of people macheted in Enugu. I don't know if you've seen their videos.
They are hiding a lot of things.
Yeah, like they are
clean people every day in southeast. They are clean people every day in southeast. And the only thing those governors did, their problem is that they want to stay as a governor, as a commander. That Nnamdi Kanu has taken command over them. No, but Gumi and other people are protecting their own. You remember they said the Boko Harams, the bandit, is our foot soldiers, like our own defenders as ESN.
They're fighting.
Yes, as ESN.
They are freedom fighters. That's what they call them.
So that is it. And people that are expecting this our Senate House now, if people are expecting them to do something, just put a check on them. Since they've been there, it's only approving money for themselves for what project we don't know where they are doing it in heaven or where. But I've never heard them at Akpabiole. See the way they gather together to nail Natasha. I never heard them before gathering together like this to make a statement for the people. Look at what you just showed now. Makoko and Abuja, a capital city. Their policemen are hungry. The only people they keep is one that are guiding them. They give them peanut, buy new uniform for them. My army are buying their own khaki. Police are buying their own uniform. And these people, they will sit down there calling billions. They never make any statement about any welfare of any citizen of Nigeria, even in their own village. Wicked people. Thank you, Maiyegun.
God bless you. Thank you so much, Eboji. Here is Manuel Ferreira. Baba.
Hey, Maiyegun Baba. I park. I've been on the drive for like almost 20 minutes.
You don't give up easily because it's such a busy evening.
If I start to drive,
But yeah,
yeah, I did fine. If I reach out, I know if he make I say make
I'm glad you didn't stop. So how are you doing this afternoon? Because it's afternoon over there.
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Just coming from the barber shop. But looking all good and handsome now.
It's your weekend now. No, like
I get 3 points where I won't throw in this.
Go on.
Yeah. One, this Akpabiole and Natasha situation. Again, Maiyegun, I love you. You're too good. You're picking out the real point. Again, the problem, we all know the politicians and the ruiners of Nigeria are nothing but pigs. Jojo well, pigs, animals, smelling, disgusting, whatever name we want to call them. A pig will behave as a pig. We understand that. Now let's go back to the elite. Maiyegun, did you see the channel interview between Aisha Yusuf and those nasty so-called mainstream journalists? They were trying to deviate the main issue of the discussion that, first of all, what Akpabiole is doing is illegal. You cannot suspend a constituency's right to view in a democracy. Of course, we know this is a monkey democracy.
I know.
And the girl was raising that fact with this dumb ass journalist that was asking her the question that, look, stay on important issue and stop trivializing this thing by asking stupid questions like, does the house have rules? Even if the house have rules, their rules does not oversee the constitutional right of a democracy, of the constituents. Basic fact that anybody...
There's even a court judgment, right, against suspension of lawmakers in Nigeria.
I know you would think this type of things will be what real journalists will bring up in
exactly.
a discourse.
You know, but
you would think
they'll be asking dumb questions, right?
Dumb questions, stupid questions, dumbing the people more and more. The way NTA dumbed all of us to this level where we did, where everybody are now sheeps. They're now sheep.
Like a fat brains, you know?
Yeah, no brains at all. They are now like boxer in Animal Farm. No brain, cannot even read the alphabet from A to D. Not to talk of getting to Z. This is what they have turned us into. I keep saying it. You know, medium like yours, alternative medium to wake the people up. This whole setting, this so-called our elites, I don't know, Maiyegun, how they describe them. A nuisance.
The dirtiest Nigeria has no
the 6 years. Nuisance.
Opportunists.
Opportunists. How is a society going to change when those who have the lights are not shining their lights? In fact, they are making the people dumber. I was so disgusted. Intentionally too, because we got on my what they want to eat.
Weaponizing poverty. In order to drive an agenda that will continue to
weaponizing ignorance. Is it not clear from all the evidence before us that the country is gone? Instead of you to raise reasonable important questions, anyway, let's leave that one. That one are number one. Number two, every other thing that is happening is just a standard proof that the country is gone. Let us start having the right discussion. What are we doing next? What are we doing about it? That man that was sentenced to death for defending himself. What kind of madness is that? These are things mainstream elites should be bringing to the forefront. Not Akpabiole has a right to pick any woman or all this rubbish all over. Have you gone around the internet and see the rubbish they're all discussing on X, on the Agbadorians, the Agbabokus, the Awawiri,
unfortunate people.
Our nuisance,
I was reading one comment on Facebook earlier. Sorry to interrupt you, sir, right? There's a comment that was trying to possibly, I don't know what the intention is, by the way, but this individual was talking about the fact that somebody comes into your house and then try to stab or kill you, and then you ended up having to kill them, that you still go to jail. And I'm like, that's not true.
That's not true.
Okay, and then I was actually going to share a story of this guy. Remember that Kyle Rottenhouse in 2020?
Yeah.
That young guy that brought out an automatic gun to go and attend the all life, Black Lives Matter protest and all of that.
Matters, yes.
Yeah, when they cited him, these protesters went after him, and he said in defense, in self-defense, he shot and killed 2. It was a big case, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I remember. Yeah,
that's not his own
house. I think it happened here in
the protest ground is not his place, so. But he was he said he felt threatened that they were going to kill him, so he had to defend himself.
Yeah, his life was in danger.
His life was in danger, so he defended himself. You brought gun to a protest ground, all right?
Yeah.
That himself should
happened here in Illinois, in my state.
The Supreme Court freed him in America.
My state. Yeah.
They freed him. Imagine if he was in his own house. The case would not even get to that Supreme Court.
To that level.
So
and we think we have lawyers.
Well,
when you go and we think we have lawyers, we have people who went to school. We have journalists. We have people who enter school. And where is their brain, for God's sake? Anyway, make I leave that one. Omo, I beg Maiyegun, I go resend you another email. We never launched that thing, but we're still planning to on the 27th.
We're doing all the groundwork. I know it's not easy.
All the groundwork, but I'm waiting for you to give me a confirmation date. I will send you an email, confirmation date and time. This guy too has promised us on the 22nd, so maybe we'll push it to that day or whichever day you are available or whatever.
No,
this March, definitely this March.
Yeah,
but it's
let me give you an idea. Let me give you an idea, sir. All right. Usually we finish on Maiyegun's Diary Politico around my own time. It's mostly around 11 o'clock. Your time is
UK time.
I think it's like 5 p.m. Isn't it?
Okay.
So now, if we want to put anything up, we have these windows.
Yeah.
Okay. It will be between that's 5 p.m. 5 p.m. which is 11 p.m. my time. And I can spend like an hour with you before I leave the studio. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So whatever you want to put up, right? You can even be like 6 p.m. From 12.
6 p.m.
I can still stand
our own time.
Spend a
few sounds like a plan. Just confirm the date, exact date with me on the email, and when we go from there. Yeah, but we're still running 24/7. People can listen. I'm rerunning your programs there for those who miss it. I'm rerunning other only positive-minded people. I don't deal with all these morons. I mean, all these nuisance. I want to go back. I want to castigate me. Oh, John Wako. Is that that idiot Lord Lugard who are going on? And that's what we are still dealing with now. We're dealing with
colonial thug. I call him colonial thug.
Yeah, now me. That's the problem we're having.
Manuel Ferreira, Baba.
Why Sherry Baba? I'm blessed.
You enjoy the drive home, okay? Go get some.
I'm so apologize. I wanted to come see you in Texas, but I couldn't get a number to call you.
So I wouldn't blame anyone, right? See, there will be a time, right? There will be a time that I am going to possibly, maybe I'm actually going to have to throw it open. Save myself some money, right? So throw it open that it should be organized where we can do maybe 4 or 5 city tour or maybe 3 state tour because America.
So put Chicago in that tour anytime I stay here for you for Chicago.
We shall see. Put this program together that people of like minds can come together.
Yeah,
people can speak up and all of that. Record the contents that can be shared all over the world.
That's right.
Like as usual,
all over the world.
But we work something out. So, this year.
Thank you so much. Oh God, I go shoot your shit. Go no, I'm blessed. I go shoot you that email so we go confirm. But I don't get the timing now. Now the date we go.
Now you have an idea. I'm giving you an idea. So work with that. Let me know how that goes. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Bless you, brother. Bless you. Yeah.
Stay safe. Okay, and drive safe. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So, we are. I'm gonna. I think we still have about half an hour to go, though. So, if you want to be part of this chart, your chance every minute gets narrowed down and narrowed down. Okay, because the line is busy, of course, but you will never be part of it if you don't try. Dial the number on your screen. Use it. All right, and then you can come and contribute to this conversation. This is a bigger friend. All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa. You there?
All hail Oduduwa. Oh!
You're surprised I recognize you from far.
I know.
No,
man, much love, bro.
Some number. So yeah, one of them. Yes.
Yes, man. I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. That trip to Texas is bigger than you think. You get me? It's bigger than you think. This is just a beginning of something bigger. You know? You're about to take this world by storm.
Our generation. I said we need to take it beyond this screen. We need to go physical.
Yes.
I need to bring people out of their homes and, you know, come out of your homes. Let's discuss these things. And from there, we'll probably identify people with leadership traits and tell them face to face, say, you know, you can do this. You can join us. We can make things happen physically, not just online. So yeah, something is coming. Something is cooking. Seriously.
Yes, I see it. So it's almost similar to when I met Nnamdi Kanu in New York.
Remember that time? He was in New York. He was in Washington. I think he went about 3 places as well. And
3 places,
shit out of those people who are so used to the status quo. When he said, we need weapons to face this Fulani terrorists, they were so scared. They thought he was asking for weapons for war. But look at the jihad right now. That is now enveloping everywhere. You get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
We are going to do something similar.
Yes, we will change. Anyone that is afraid right now, please don't be afraid. All we ask is that you open your mind and listen and desensitize yourself, because we're going to need you. This is not just a 1 or 2 people fight.
No.
It's for everyone to put hands together and fight, because, it's a collective movement, because we are all in danger. Whether you're selfish, you know, you're there for your selfish interests, listen, and you're benefiting from the current status quo right now. At the end, you will be also swallowed by this system, by this darkness that is coming. So please wake up, wake up. We are all in danger right now.
Yeah.
You know, now they're playing this game with Nnamdi Kanu, reassigning this and this and that. It's all a game. Until we start blowing up those pipes, oil pipelines and everything, and now this multinational company start paying attention and listening to that, then you will know. I've been in many meetings where I met with senators here in America. There's one in particular that actually has a seat of power in Washington, D.C.
Right.
His name is Jeffries. He's a black guy. We met with a few other ones. Maiyegun, they would take our meeting the first time because they don't know who we are. Then after that, they'll never return our call. You call from here to thy kingdom come, they will never return it. We've spoken with how can I say those that will fight for us. In Capitol Hill.
Yeah.
All these other
for you when you are not there.
Yes.
You can basically. Yeah, I get you.
Yes, Maiyegun, we will talk to them the next time I was supposed to have a meeting. They will never return our call, or they'll ask us a few questions like, hey, we were approached by these people. So they're using our own money against us to fight against us. So it's big. There's a lot that I don't want to talk about over the air. When we meet face to face, I will tell you.
It's all about coordination and approach, all right?
Yes.
That eventually will be those who are going to, empathize with us, sympathize with our causes and all of that, if we can easily articulate them, clearly articulate them as it should be, right? But we are going to get there.
Yes.
Something has to be done. Because now I am preaching that we are not waiting for any Messiah. We are not waiting for any Savior.
No.
Our own Savior. We are doomed.
Yeah, all that religious stuff or waiting till Jesus come and all these people, put that to the side. That's not going to happen, people. No. Praying or whatever this is not going to solve anything. God already gave us what we need.
Prayer without action, prayer without work is a pure waste of time. We have a lot of work to do, a lot.
Yes, we have to implement all these things in order for our freedom. We're fighting a battle that with unseen enemies, there's like hidden hands and enemies that we don't even know that's fighting against us. You know, it's bigger than what we think. But I'm so proud of you, Maiyegun.
Thanks, man.
It's going to be epic. 2025 is going to be an epic year for you.
And
you're about to you're about to flip the whole entire table upside down.
I have started
people, please
man. See, I'm coming back to the US later this year, right? And Ahmed has promised me that it will actually make sure that this time I'm going to be shooting automatic guns, right? I've never held guns in that manner in my life. But with this, what is ahead of us, man, I really want to be somebody who can indeed not only physically defend himself, I can defend people around me too. It's so important.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll get there.
I will show you. I will teach you. I'll teach you as well. I'm licensed.
Really? Well, I've got
I am.
Ahmed has subscribed to that, and he has shown me few already, which means now I've got 2 trainers. 2 trainers who are going to be.
Yes. Well, trust me. I'll send you a video on later once I get off. But yeah, once you come to New York or whatever, I will take you to the gun range. We'll spend the whole entire day there.
That'll be wonderful.
We listen. Yeah. If you don't know, the only thing that will save, only you can save yourself.
That's right.
If you don't know how to use a firearm, you are doomed. I repeat, if you don't know how to use,
all of us will be able to, but if many of us, if we are able to, right,
yes,
there is an advantage in that. I've seen it.
Yes, very. All right, let me let you go because we could be here forever talking. All hell Biafra, all hell Oduduwa. People, please like and subscribe.
I know. Thanks so much, Baba.
Why is it only
full afternoon and evening over there? All right.
It's only 500 likes. Please, we got to make this 5,000. Please.
People are very conservative when it comes to their liking the broadcast, so I'm used to that now. So I don't really kind of like fret over it anymore. So, but yeah, let's encourage people to actually pump it, like it, share it, subscribe, and that is all you have to do. It's so easy, straightforward too. My brother, enjoy the rest of the afternoon over there. Okay, stay safe, man. So I do have another caller right on the line. Here we go. Hello.
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 Good evening, my.
Sir?
Yeah, this is Andy calling from Istanbul.
Right. Just did you say Emmy?
Yeah.
Right. Is this our first time of probably like talking?
No.
Because when you said Istanbul, I remember I think I've spoken with you sometimes like last year.
Yes, I know. I normally call because I'm a fan of your program.
I remember you now. How you doing today, Baba?
Thank God. How is your family? How is everything?
Thank God too. We can't complain. And thanks so much for asking.
And the weather there.
It's horrible. But yeah, I'm used to it. But thank you.
Do you know this? There is this man that this pastor that challenging show.
He's called Prophet Miracle. If you're looking for miracle, anyway.
I don't know the name of the church, but there is one church in that Port Harcourt.
Right.
Before you see the pastor, you pay 200,000.
Oh, really?
I want to know the name of that man church. If it's the church, if I see the name, I will send you the name of that church. That before you see the pastor, you pay 200,000. If you are living in abroad, you're going to pay 540,000. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not telling you say somebody said.
This is what you experienced or somebody close to you?
Yes, somebody's close to me.
Wow. Man,
so
this pastor or imam business self, right? Maybe I should go and open a branch there in that place, man.
See all these people. You know, I like what Soludo is saying. These people are deceiving many people. They are disturbing masses. That is
like sometimes the government screaming into their megaphone. I'm like, are people deaf? Like, is it that the people that you are talking to, are they deaf? Like, are you talking to deaf people? Why are you screaming?
See, the worst thing that will make to you as a human being, if you are living near any church, if you are living where you lay your head every night is near all these churches, you will regret your life. You can't have rest of mind. In abroad, I don't know. I can't hear any noise outside. As I'm living in this house, my neighbor never hear any noise from my house, from my flat to another flat.
So close of another. I mean, if somebody opening a business next to you be screaming.
They just
I said, hey, look, now, what is wrong, man?
You will ask when you go back to Nigeria. When you check how people worship God in abroad. When you go back to Nigeria, you are thinking, oh, the God they are worshiping is not the same God they are worshiping in Europe.
I don't think so. Nigerian God is different.
So when you check again the number of church in Nigeria, you will ask if this number of church is in this country, and the evil is more than people that in the church.
See, my own grouse with them is this: Christians have been slaughtered in Nigeria by different kind of group of terrorists, right? You have mega churches with mega pastorpreneurs and all of them.
They can't talk about that.
They are so afraid of speaking for those victims. That's something I don't understand.
They can't say anything about it. They can't say anything about it.
Why?
How can they say? How can they say? A governor in Southeast, those governors, they can't say anything about Fulani herdsmen and Fulani terrorists. If you say that next election you are not going to be there, that is the truth.
Is that actually true? Because sometimes some of these things I see them as a projection, kind of. You get what I mean? Maybe partially true, Sha, because now I will announce you. So if another person go on to pledge allegiance to them, and you decided not to,
let me tell you another thing.
Tell me.
All these governors, 80% of governors, that the governors of the states in Nigeria, 80% of them are in Abuja. They are not in their state.
That is right.
I from Imo State. That criminal governor of Imo State.
Yeah.
That criminal, that murderer, that one is in a week, maybe sometimes once in 2 weeks he will be in Imo State. Other ones is in Abuja. Okay, the thiefnubu that will be saying be president of Nigeria. Can't you ask these people, what are you people doing in Abuja? Is it Abuja is your state you are ruling?
Is this where you are governing?
You see, is it where you are governing? So, okay, one interview where I listened to yesterday or today, P2B said, this man, this man that called himself president of Nigeria, let him visit all the whole state in Nigeria and know what is going up there. But when you count how many days, how many times have traveled out from the country, you count how many days, how many times have you visited any state in Nigeria? The man, because nobody voted him, have you seen any country invited him to come? He will just prepare and go.
He's the one going about now looking for Gambia.
Yes.
You know,
no country, no president in the whole world have invited him for once. You see, the chief of army staff, nobody invited him in Canada. He went to Canada to go and collect visa. They refused him. It's something with nobody, no country invite, never, since it's 2 years, almost 2 years now. He's the president of Nigeria. Tell me the country that have invited him to come.
Well, Macron invited him when they chased Macron. When they chased France from Niger, remember? So
that one,
or mineral resources, remember?
Macron wants
something. That's why they gave him this royal welcome and all this. Shop my money, my money. I don't care. You shop my money. Remember?
Let another country invite him. Let's see. All the things. When you see what is going on in Nigeria, you hate yourself. To call somebody called you Nigerian, you will hate yourself. You see how the Supreme Court are messing themselves up. Do you see they are ruling in River State's case? They want to cause the problem in the country. Tomorrow night they will say that the militants have come out. They are the one that engineered the militants to come out.
Who's funding them? Yeah.
Yes. Because you can't. That's why Abaribe said that Nigeria have two laws. There is law that govern Southerners. There's law that govern Northerners.
That's right.
That type of judgment they cannot give it in any state in northern state. It's not possible.
Femi, thank you so much.
Thank you,
you keep being you. Okay. Thank you very much again for calling in. All right. You have a wonderful evening, sir. Very beautiful.
Yeah.
So, Lady Tina, Now, Tina, thank you so much for your super chats. So I was supposed to see you in Houston, remember? And when I sent the address, it was like Tina would have to drive for like 90 minutes to the venue. I automatically agreed with her, like, no, it's okay. Because it wasn't really properly planned. Assuming that we've planned it like, let's say, a month or 2 months before I came to Houston, there are so many of you that will probably have put it in your plan. So I take responsibility for that, okay? So Tina, I want to believe this is same Tina, is it? Thanks so much for your generosity, ma'am, okay? I have another caller on the line. Here, hello.
Hello, Maiyegun, how are you doing?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm okay. This is Jerry from Houston.
That's Jerry. Jerry. Is that
Bye,
same you,
Baba.
Jerry?
Yes, this is Jerry.
How are you, sir?
I'm okay.
Jerry,
Welcome back.
Jerry drove like the same time, like 1 hour, 20 minutes. He said, I will be there. It was like last minute plan, but you still came. And it was such a pleasure to have met you, Baba. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Right, for everything.
Your daughter was all over me. I almost wanted to take her home.
I remember. And you were actually like, I mean, Yewande was kind of more listening to you than others, remember?
Yeah.
Because she was in the midst on her own too. It was such a good experience to have you around, honestly. Like,
it was a pleasure to get to meet you too.
Thank you so much for your time.
But okay, my contribution is a little bit in line with what other guys have been saying.
Right.
Which is one thing I will go to this was Akpabiole. Akpabiole. I told you got a name for everybody. Akpabiole and this Natasha is doing right. Now I am not going to judge anybody or cross the line that Natasha as a lawyer do not have enough evidence. Maybe she do. But I just pray that she have enough evidence because she is a lawyer, they said. So as a lawyer, she should know the importance of evidence before she come up with
She
this.
should understand the consequences of putting up a false allegation.
Good. And I was thinking that even if she don't have enough evidence, or even if she don't have evidence, like she would have like play low, lie low, pipe low, probably get a body camera, get a audio camera. Those things are available in the market or in the stores because before she put up this allegation or before she posed up this challenge. Now again, we're still waiting to see those evidence as she'll begin to like push them all out.
I'm with you. Meanwhile, do you know the latest, right? Do you know the latest? They are now working behind the scene to actually bring her back right now. You understand?
Oh, okay. Well,
because she is an elite herself. She's one of them. Like somebody said yesterday, it's so unfortunate though, right? That this was supposed to be elite versus elite, where the supposed elites were supposed to actually defend one of theirs. Unfortunately, they switched to Akpabiole's side. Now, it's only the common people that have been victims of sexual harassment that took this upon themselves to be calling for justice for Natasha. But right now, they have started the move to actually like quash the 6-month suspension, settle it behind the scene, and bring her back as we speak. Oh, please. Continue.
Okay.
Okay. Which means the point is that we may never see the evidence. As they are all of the same religion, the same tribe, the same, they are the same in this regard.
Well, you know how Nigeria is, and sometimes this whole thing, because probably if Natasha had been trying to prove a little bit like, look, I'm going to run on the side of the masses. This is going to be an opportunity to make her shut up so that next time she will never come up again and say, I'll run on the next of the. Because could you imagine that every one of them, none of them actually see reasons to what Natasha is saying, or else that same person may be given suspension as well. And I think this whole thing, Tinubu is running all of them. Being that, probably Tinubu order all of them, look, you don't have to mess up this house. The way he probably ordered Lagos House of Assembly and say, look, every one of you have to comply to make sure we keep, what do they call him? Obasa, you know, and because of his ambition, so Obasa have to, you know, please change the status quo and everything and all that. So everyone was played to the gallery. Then something else again I was about to say is this pastor that posed a challenge to Omoyele Sowore. And yeah, I got your idea. And Showore's point is, hey, go to what is called Jonah.
You need me to go and look for stroke people. You know, I live in Abuja now. Showore is in Abuja. So instead of coming down from Abuja, that's a waste of resources. Baba, you carry your camera, enter Arsuf, all right? And then go to the stroke session. Heal people, make all of them come out, and you will see. You don't even need any other PR than that. Why don't you do that? He won't do it. We all know why.
But that's true, though. But as I said, if I were sure, I'm gonna take up that challenge. You know why? I know it's gonna cost me money to transport. But just like I could say, if we have to go to the prophet of Baal in the Bible and Elijah and the prophet of Baal, they took up the challenge. Elijah was like, "Look, let's go do it." I mean. Even if Sowore have to go to Lagos, really for sure, from Lagos or from Abuja or from anywhere, pick up two people that have what is it called? Stroke. All right. Now he say his miracle is only on stroke, and now he's saying Jesus does all things. Jesus yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Jesus raised the dead ones. In fact, according to the Bible, Jesus raised Lazarus so bad that the Pharisees and the Sadducees were like, "Oh my God. How did he do it? We'll kill him." So they were looking for her to kill both Jesus and Lazarus. So it wasn't anything to argue because people know it was true. It happened. And there are so many And there are so many places like people were going from everywhere. Even they said, even as far as the Africa and as far as every other place in the world, people were coming. Anybody that hear about Jesus were coming to receive healing. It wasn't the people were coming all over, and nobody came to Jesus that was not healed. It don't matter what your sickness was. Now, in this particular instance, this one is carry 2 lepers from Abuja, say, come, let's go, pay their transport fare. How much? I know the road is bad, traveling by road, maybe whatever thing. But probably just go there. So yeah, we won't have to, okay, bring your doctor. The doctors are decided that these people are because bro, these people are just doing a abracadabra to just collect money, to just show, say, we're doing miracle. And deceive who they want to deceive, and then still their members are going hungry. Jesus fed 4,000 people with 4 loaves of bread and 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. In another location, Jesus fed another 4. In fact, it was only, they said that this counting was only men. There are women and children that were in the crowd. So, which was about, if you have to put it, was over 10,000 people at each case. Jesus fed with food. They feed them with just 2 loaves of bread and 5 fish. That'll be 5 loaves of bread and 2 fishes. But here, people are dying of hunger. Their members will not have food to eat. They are going of hunger. And you're here telling us you can do abracadabra, then. Like so actually, that 2 cases is just what I would have said. To feed your member with food. Call all of them, say, you're here, right? Okay, we have this 1 pot of food the member bring, but we're going to have to use it. Everybody will eat it. And let's see how they will eat the food, as Jesus said. In each case, after feeding them, they would pick up the leftover and gather them. It will be 12 baskets. In fact, the leftover is now more than what the 2 loaves of bread and good, exactly. But we know, in fact, in their case, we don't want to count about nobody. We don't want leftover. We just want to say every member that will come here will eat from this 1 pot of food. This member bring 1 pot of rice, and everybody will eat and be belly full. And let's see if somebody can do that. And then everybody that went to that church will say, "Oh yeah, Jesus did so much miracle that anywhere he's going, before he come out to anywhere, people have gathered again because they knows he will feed them." That's right. But at some point, when they come, sometimes you just sit them down and start teaching them. But my point is I think I just wanted to make out that too, as I said, idea.
Well, you have actually you have explained or sort of enunciated more on the challenge. Let's see how they.
If I were more, just to make the whole world see say these people are fake, because bro, there are so many fake
fish. I want him to go to that hospital. Do you know what miracle is, right? I have people close to me who suffered the partial stroke, and they are going through therapy as we speak, just to recover.
Exactly.
So somebody can lay hands on people who just recover from stroke, right, and give them full recovery. Even Mr. Go to that and say,
as I say, if I was on my election, you just go. Just go home, find one of my uncle. Uncle, I hear say you get stroke, right?
Oh, they go okay. I don't see solution.
Yeah, well, let's go to Politico. There is this. Let's go to this church and hopefully we'll receive a healing. And I promise you, one or two of his uncle will just jump inside the car and say, "Dress up, let's go." We'll go there. Call him. We are coming. I mean, bro, these people are deceiving us.
Jerry, they are so deceitful that if it doesn't work, they say, "Now you know get fit."
He already said that, like, it's just to, like, as I said, Elijah deal with the prophet of Baal in his time. He took up their challenge and just said, let's go do it. And when they couldn't perform the same miracle Elijah performed, they were proved false. He said he want all the churches and cameras and all the media houses to come. Let the media houses prove him wrong. And after that, I mean, I know these people are just fake. Whether a magician, whether anything they think they are, they don't get any power, bro.
Man, I know. Anyway, it's like that of Soludo that said all of the DBS in detention, right? That can disappear.
Exactly. If they can disappear. No, you put a challenge for exactly.
None of them
that's right.
Disappeared so far.
How can they do that? So that's actually, you put out a challenge for them, say, okay, you people are, do you know how much noise these folks makes all around the world, telling us what they can do, deceiving people?
Yeah,
okay, well, that's
so
just the thing I wanted to chip in.
It's
all right,
a pleasure
bro.
hearing from you again, though. Okay, you have a good one.
Oh, thanks,
okay? Thank you so much.
All right.
Enjoy your evening. Okay. So our time is almost, in fact, our time is up. But you see my caller, he has been calling from the moment we opened the line, and it would be really not good if he's not picked. So here we go. Hello, sir.
Hello, Maiyegun. How are you doing today?
I am very well. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. Thank you for recognizing my call.
I'm like, by the time the person on the line is wrapping up, another person is already on the line. I'm like, he's not. Then once I pick that one, you are back. I'm like, okay, you know what? Before I wrap up, if you stay till the end, then definitely I'll let you have your chance, your shot.
Okay.
Please, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I just want to touch on this issue about Natasha.
Please.
Natasha. Looking at things from a spiritual point of view, it's not all blood you mess with, no matter how powerful you are. It's not all blood. Yeah, it's not all blood. Once you mess with the wrong blood, you're in trouble. I think that's what's going on here with Akpabiole. And that's one. Yeah, that's one. And then two, Natasha is paying the consequence of being a freedom fighter for the black race.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Louis Farrakhan in the US was speaking to a white audience one time, and they were angry because he was speaking the truth. And he told them, he said, he did not write the history. He's just telling them the history. Okay? Yeah. History tells us that when you are fighting for the black race, you have to have two ammunitions. One on your right, one on your left.
Right.
You want to fight your own people for fighting for them, and want to fight the oppressor. So that is the consequence Natasha is paying for right now. Okay?
It's like this thing that they said, if you are fighting the oppressors, don't use two hands. Okay? Just make sure that you use one. The other hand, you have to use that to ward off the people you think you are fighting for, because they are going to say, who sent you? Who sent you to go and fight us? Did we send you? You said you said you fight for also. So you will be seeing them stabbing you. So you have to use the other hand to protect yourself, as you are also fighting for oppressors. It's it's a complicated thing.
And it's common in the black place in the Africa. Look at from memorial from Kwame Nkrumah to even Traore. He saved your life.
That has escaped.
Exactly.
See, he has escaped over 20 assassination attempts in just 2.5 years.
Okay. And through his own people.
Yeah, it's coming from his own people. You're right.
So when I look at our so-called leaders that we're talking in the house about Natasha, I just keep having this sense of thought that it seemed like they refuse to accept the fact that we're not living in a global village. I can't understand it. Because everything they are doing, saying, is being held all over the world.
That's right.
So I don't know if they have realized that yet. Okay.
But they don't care, and you can tell from their own. You can tell from their postulations as well, right? That they are somehow they are worried about social media. They won't speak.
Oh yeah.
They can't. You see, they can't speak 2-3 sentences, right, without mentioning social media. They know that we are watching. They know their days are numbered. But somehow they are still living in that bubble. The bubble of what you gonna do. What will you do?
Yeah. I mean, who are you attitude?
Yes.
Yeah. You know, so when I sat down and look at this Natasha issue from different angles, it scares me a little bit. You know why I say that?
Tell us.
I am for Natasha. I'm with her. But you know what I say that it scares me is the fact that if you look at like I said about history, I'm here to tell history. When we look at the history of Nigeria from the time of democracy, they call it democracy. We know it's not democracy. Is that whenever the Northerners are not in power, they would do anything humanly possible to come to power, either coming to power as a president or by proxy. Either way, they will do everything.
That's right.
Okay. So when I begin to sit down, when I begin to analyze Natasha issue, and now ask myself, now if Akpabiole should be removed, who's the next in line? It's a Northerner. And if they find their way to that seat, the first thing they want to kill is the tax bill. You know that?
That's from another angle right now, another perspective entirely. I am following you. Please go on.
That's the first thing they will kill. And the second thing they will do is to frustrate everything Tinubu start to do to stop the agenda after that right now. You know? So we have to please look at this issue from a different angle. I don't know Natasha, and I don't know Natasha that well. It might be doing it from angle of being innocent or not that, but it might end up being a scapegoat to bring people back to power. So we have to look at this thing very, very carefully. Because these Fulanis, my brother, they are very smart people. I have studied them. They are very, very smart when it comes to politics. And do you know why they are smart, like Maiyegun?
Tell us.
Is because life without mentorship is a disaster. The Fulanis, they have a mentor from day one, which was the British, on how to capture us. Go and study history. You get the point? So we have to please look at these things from this angle. That's all I want to say tonight. That's what I want to say tonight, my brother.
Thank you so much as well. I mean, you have a very, a very good observation. All right, and that's what makes this platform pretty much like beautiful, where people, all of us, will look at the same story, but we are not going to see the same perspective. At the end of the day, whatever angle everybody comes into the conversation, it will help to widen the conversation enough that a lot of us will have different perspective to it, and it helps, kind of like broaden our knowledge of the whole thing. I appreciate your contribution.
It is.
Thank you so
much. It's just that we look at the Sunday issue, Sunday Jackson issue. Look at with all this information, look at Nigeria. They sound like nothing happened, like nothing is going on.
If not, see, if not because that pastor from America and this partner who is a Nigerian but from America as well, if not because they were on a program today, right? Even me, Maiyegun, that is speaking things from here and there, I never hear about Mr. Jackson.
Exactly. I didn't know that.
So I started reading about it. I was like, what? How come this didn't make it to their media? Because it is Nigeria.
No. Who controls the media? Is the Fulani? They control everything. You know?
Damn.
So my last word again,
yes, sir.
Nigeria will free themselves when they are ready. Thank you, sir.
God bless you. And thank you so much for this contribution. Enjoy the rest of the evening, okay? And good night. So to everyone else, our time is now fully up, okay? I want to say a very big thank you to you. We've had a wonderful conversation again. And tonight, as you are going to bed, okay, everyone you know, including those of you who are in politics, because I know some of you who are actually in this criminal government, illegitimate government, from all the part of that contraption, you do watch Maiyegun's Diary, Politico as well. There are those that believe that an innocent man is being unjustly, locked up and punished, tortured, and that is Nnamdi Kanu. And because you are doing this, and some of your citizens are in bed with it, that is why you see the calamity befalling this contraption will continue to actually pile up. Let this innocent man go. You have lost. It's as simple as that. Bokwari that kidnapped Nnamdi Kanu like a trophy. Where is he today? So thiefnubu that inherited what should have been Bokwari's war has no business to be part of this war. But it kind of holding him anyway. So all of you who have one contact or another, you are advised, whatever it is you are going through in that contraption today in the spiritual realm is because an innocent man is being locked up unjustly, and until he is freed, the destruction of this contraption may actually happen quicker than you can imagine. You don't have to believe me. Just give it its time. To everyone else, thank you so much for your time. You know, I'm going to see you again, especially tomorrow. A direct message again to the Yoruba Unionists. The last time we were supposed to have our general meeting, remember? But I was in America and I miscalculated the time. Unfortunately, we missed that, and a lot of people are not happy. So I'm using this medium to say sorry again, even though I've already sent out an apology on that. So we'll reorganize the whole thing, and very soon we'll reconvene, and then chat a way forward. So thank you to the Templars, dear Templars. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks so much for your super chats, your phoning, your comments, liking, sharing, name it. You are always appreciated. So those who haven't really liked this, please do, okay? We shall see again. And that's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Enjoy the rest of your evening, okay? And good night from here. Good night.
Lórí YouTube Maiyegun ti dé àyẹ̀sùnlájú Maiyegun ti dé bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́ Maiyegun máa wí àyẹ̀sùnlájú Maiyegun ti dé ijó ìgbádìyẹ Maiyegun máa wí àyẹ̀sùnlájú Maiyegun ti dé ìpẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o Maiyegun máa wí àyẹ̀sùnlájú Maiyegun ti dé ìgòmìnà kó.
Hello there. Good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. And good evening to you from wherever you are watching from. This is Maiyegun Live. Thank you so much, brethren, for joining me and welcome to the Temple of Truth tonight. Please read the caption of this broadcast, which I believe you must have. Read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today. And if you have done that already, thank you. So tonight, we are, we have this supposedly bad news of Doyin Okuigb, the obituary of Doyin Okuigb. Now, just a little bit of caveat, okay? In life, it is advised that you should do right by the people. When you have the chance of doing what is right, please do it. So that we don't have to come to your burial. You understand? And start lying about you. Oh, he's such a wonderful man. Oh, this is a great loss to honestly lies. I have been reading some of them, and I've also been reading the reactions of people to the news of the demise of Doyin Okuigb, one of Nigeria's kleptomaniac criminals, who tried, right, to rebrand during the time of the obedience. He did try to rebrand, but that didn't really end well, because the same Doyin Okuigb, who people are now kind of believe that misled the young people to believe that they could possibly, take their country back from the career criminals, drug dealers, human traffickers, treasury looters, and so on and so forth, only for him to turn around to call thiefnubu Jesus Christ. He actually called him that. So again, brethren, in life, you are advised to at least do the right thing when you are still alive. When I say right thing, right, we all know what is right and we all know what is wrong. And we know those who have been, who have been regularly the career criminals of that contraption, where, those who have contributed to whatever it is that the people of Nigeria are facing today. Everyone who has played that one role or the other, we know them. We know their names. We know where they are from. It is just that they are so lucky to have the gullible people, voluntary slaves, those who actually loved their own criminals differently. You get what I mean? So again, welcome to the Temple of Truth tonight. I don't know, I look like I can't look like a babalawo. Let me put on my agbada. So again, please share this broadcast, okay? As you are sharing, inviting others, right? Just tell them that they should keep all of their emotions aside, because on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, no matter how kind of like uncomfortable the truth makes you, it will still be said. And if you are not going to, if you don't have the skin for it, if you don't have the stomach for it, you are advised not to watch Maiyegun, at least maybe not tonight, or maybe not this hour. It's up to you, okay? So, brethren, we shall start. It's going to be brief, okay? We shall start from that of the demise of Doyin Okuigb. Doyin Okuigb was, I'm going to be using words for him now. Was an old man, right? Who is also an ex-convict, by the way, that from nowhere, right, surfaced and said, oh, you know what? We could rescue this contraption. And the young people in Nigeria, the obedient to be precise, right, decided to forgive and forget all his own evil, Doyin Okuigb happened to be, Obankmaro's advisor. He was a spokesperson for Obankmaro. Then he also became a advisor, senior advisor to Egbere Jolantan. He was the one who once said that people should be grateful that they are being given locomotive trains. All right. That was when Egbere Jolantan was doing his own train refurbishment and what have you. Right. So when he came back and he said, you know, Nigeria will be finished. He said it. He said Nigeria will be finished if APC should continue, referring to thiefnubu at the time. Then suddenly, right, I think he fell ill, right? Or he's been suffering it, you know, underneath. So the bottom line is that there are those elders in that contraption, okay, that somehow their evil contribution to that contraption is the consequences of what people are reaping today in that place. Now, if you do know that you have a terminal sickness, which means you can die anytime, isn't that time for you to have what is called the do you call it recompense? There's something they call it in religion, where you just have to begin to try to be, make up for all of your bad deeds, because your days are numbered. But the likes of Doyin Okuigb, who actually claimed to also be a Christian, by the way, do not subscribe or did not subscribe to that, that line of thought. To them, it is always about the highest bidder. Some said they used a compromise on him. That was why he suddenly just reversed his position. And others said, no, you don't know him. He is a born criminal. He has a career in it. Even as corrupt as Nigeria is, as corrupt as their system is, they still manage to jail him. He's an ex-convict too. So his escapade in the last, let's use the last 6 months, is not the type to show that a man who is dying or a man who was dying, right, have any kind of a regret of all his actions whatsoever. He doubled down.